The door opened quickly and creaked, and the man behind it shouted that he was already there. He was very nervous because it was unsafe to be there now, and he had to leave urgently. His interlocutor did not understand what he was talking about, so he reminded him about Humite Street. The executioner Lekon, the destroyer of vampires, the lord of the blue evil, was heading here with the undead. And now he would certainly not let the Dark Order leave just like that. He was very worried that he would get rid of them in a cruel way. But his interlocutor was not particularly concerned about this. After all, he hoped that the best holy knights were with him. But he still didn't know what had happened to those very knights. All these knights had turned into walking dead and were approaching them. And their young lord commanded this terrible army. They had not finished talking when dozens of enraged zombies appeared outside the windows. They were ready to tear apart anyone who got in their way, and they could not escape from this enraged, undead crowd. And begging them for mercy was also completely useless. They did not understand how this could have happened, because the zombies were supposed to serve them. Then someone's black boot pressed one of their hands to the ground. They still hoped that God was on their side and would grant them salvation. But no matter how much they begged for salvation, it did not come. And now, the only salvation was the man with a gun standing over him, and divine energy began to seep through his skin. This young man was sure that God's blessing would lead to hell. Rumors spread throughout the city about the expulsion of the seventh prince. It was a disgrace to the Holy Emperor. It was incomprehensible how such a person could have been born in the Holy Empire, for he was the unprincipled dregs of humanity. Once, the prince began to molest the archbishop's daughter and was caught. He should have simply accepted his punishment as inevitable. But instead, he caused a disturbance in the archbishop's hall. It was then that the Holy Emperor lost his temper and flew into a rage. In his terrible fury, he sent the prince to the land of the dead spirits. The emperor sent him there to reflect on his actions. But the prince only caused a commotion and wanted to send himself to the other world after being rejected by the girl. Fortunately, he did not succeed in doing so and remained alive. But after these events, he became a completely different person. And from then on, he began his new humble life in a monastery. Many in the city were seemingly obsessed with him, but even more people viewed his sudden change with suspicion. Various rumors spread throughout the city. Some said that a demon had entered his body for blasphemy. Others claimed that the prince had made a deal with the devil, and some even saw a dead man wandering around the monastery. Each of them had their own thoughts on the matter. The boy asked the zombies this question, but they only mumbled something incomprehensible. It was young Alan Elfolds, and he was only 16 years old. He was the famous 7th prince who had the Necromancer class. A system window appeared next to him all the time. He was sure that the zombies were the reason for the rumors spreading. If this continued, he could be mistakenly labeled a heretic, and then he didn't know what to do. He was not Alan Elfolds, but an ordinary Korean boy who had ended up in the body of the Holy Emperor's nasty grandson when he tried to kill himself. Unlike others, however, he could see the status windows of zombies. He used his necromancer abilities to become the guardian of the cemetery. In their city, this was unexpectedly perceived as heresy. At first, he was confused, but then he began to get used to it. And perhaps it was time to stop. After all, they had worked so well together, with some zombies digging graves. Other zombies acted as skilled grave diggers. They even put up gravestones on the graves together. In general, they had a great time and worked hard together. The zombies were happy about this, and even showed positive emotions. But like a bolt from the blue, his words that it was time to part ways came as a shock. The zombies cried, screamed, and were very upset, while the guy tried to calm them down. But the zombies didn't want to listen to anything and flew into a wild rage. This guy's first life had been turbulent, but he was trying to live his second life more peacefully. And since he hadn't had time to get close to these zombies yet, he promised to think about it some more. And the zombies happily agreed to his terms. He ordered them not to waste any time and to get to work. On the way to their cemetery, 2 people were walking from a neighboring village. They were carrying the fresh corpses of villagers on a cart to bury them. They themselves did not want to end up in the place of these poor wretches. So they wanted to get to the prince as quickly as possible and try to find a way to help this cursed village. These were the last bodies of the unfortunate victims of a terrible disease. Everyone had fled from this village, and only the dead bodies remained. They felt very awkward asking, but they wanted to ask the prince to go to the village. The entire village had died out, and the men were sure that they had not yet passed away only because they often visited the prince, bringing him the lifeless bodies. The prince thought that a blasphemous prince did not possess such powers, but the men began to beg him. They sincerely believed that they were completely safe with him. The prince realized that there had been some kind of misunderstanding, but he still agreed and went with them to this eerie village. The drains were no longer working, so they had to be careful. The prince asked them not to hang on him, but they were afraid to let him go because the amulet had to be kept close to the body. They decided to search another house when suddenly something slipped past them. They were very frightened, but thought it might just be a rat. However, the prince decided to go and check it out, even though the men tried to dissuade him, because it was dangerous to wander around alone, and they both had a very bad feeling about it. It was as if it was radiating some kind of deadly aura. When the prince approached the house, only a small rat ran out to meet him. Coming closer to the prince, it looked him over and sniffed him. But it was not an ordinary rat at all, but a real monster. In the basement of the house, there were dozens of others like it, with glowing red eyes. Maybe there were even hundreds of angry, bloodthirsty rats. At its squeak, the whole pack rushed out of the basement. When the prince saw them, he realized that they were real, evil zombie rats. The last people in the village had probably died because of them. The prince tried to drive them away with his shovel. He struck one of the rats very hard and sent it to the other world. Although he himself did not quite understand how this could have happened, but suddenly another rat nearby squeaked and breathed its last. The prince shouted at the angry pack of zombie rats that he hadn't done it on purpose, but they didn't hear him and knocked him to the ground, attacking him ferociously. During the struggle, he didn't notice that his shovel had fallen into the water. While the prince was trying to fight off the rats, it glowed in the depths. Illuminated by its unusual light, the water flowed down the village street. This was the beginning of the use of a new skill, the Swamp of Death. The prince himself knew nothing about it, not even that he possessed such a skill. The puddle of dirty water turned into holy water, and the rats that spread disease were cleansed. This is how the prince learned that he could use other skills besides raising zombies. He even used his necromancer skills for purification. His body was filled with holy power because he was the grandson of the holy emperor. Apparently, this was the reason why his skills were sanctified, and this holy blood made him the only holy necromancer. That was why all the zombies in the cemetery were so kind to him. Suddenly, the prince noticed something in the darkness near the neighboring house. Charlotte, a girl who lived next door, came out onto the street, thinking that everyone had already gone to the other side. The men waved and called her over, asking where her parents were. They didn't notice the huge knife flashing in Charlotte's hand. Moving with insane speed, she began to strike one blow after another. Her eyes burned with a mad red light, like those rats in the basement. And now, the blade of her knife was just a centimeter from the prince's throat. But the prince realized that she had not yet completely turned into a zombie. This was indicated by the fact that she was holding this sharp knife in her hands. She growled something indistinct, but tears were streaming from her eyes. Amidst this growling, the prince could make out that she was calling for her mom and dad. Suddenly, she lunged at him, but he was able to defend himself with the handle of a shovel. When the blade of her knife touched the shovel, everything around them was again illuminated by a bright light. The holy water seemed to burn right through her body. The prince knew that it would hurt her if he struck her now, but he had no other choice, and he couldn't look away. The prince pushed Charlotte very hard and dipped her into the holy water. It took a lot of effort to hold her there, but it worked, and the girl began to heal. People from neighboring villages learned that he had cleansed the rats that had flooded the village and saved Charlotte, so they came to the prince in the hope that he would help them. But the prince slammed his book shut and replied that Charlotte had died. Hearing that she was no longer alive, the people were very upset. The prince did not know how he should save people. The blood of the holy emperor flowed in his veins, but he had no abilities. The people did not know what to do now, for they had come a long way in the hope that he could save them. The prince could not understand who had told them that he could save people. But suddenly, a man ran into the church with a loud cry. He joyfully shouted to everyone that Charlotte had woken up. It was all thanks to the prince, and Charlotte looked tired, so they put her to bed. People didn't like that he had deceived them by saying that Charlotte had died. But the prince didn't care about their opinion of him. After all, he still had more divine power than they did. But he realized that he would have to help them, but there were several conditions. He saw everything about them, and now before him was Parlock, 75 years old, with a mastery of gardening chatter and tricks, but he was full of doubts. The old man wanted help from the prince, but he himself did not trust him, apparently because he considered him worthless. The prince was not going to work for free, and said to give him money and food. And they all had to completely restore the cathedral. Hearing this, they wanted to object, but the prince reminded them that their lives depended on it. But the prince had one more small condition for them all. The prince wanted the Holy Knights to know nothing about this deal, because he could get into trouble if the Holy Family found out. Everyone seemed to agree, and the prince was very happy that the cathedral, which had been intended for exile, would finally be put to good use. He was told that 30 dead bodies had turned into zombies, but that was solvable. He shouted at the people to grab their pitchforks quickly, but these words puzzled them. But the prince explained that they had asked him to deal with the zombies, and surely they didn't expect him to fight alone. Smiling, he suggested that they do the hard work while he read a holy prayer. The people in the crowd began to whisper that he was a real demon. Suddenly, an indistinct, terrifying growl was heard from the street. Looking out the window, they saw with horror that the zombies had come for them. The prince ordered them to quickly grab their weapons and swing them as best they could. And on the street, illuminated by the red sunset, was a huge crowd of zombies. They were all slowly walking toward the cathedral, one after another. There were countless numbers of them, but not 30. The prince asked Parlock how this could have happened, but Parlock just laughed it off, saying it was his fault and that he hadn't seen them while he was running. And then a terrible, fierce battle began between the people and the zombies. The people, armed with improvised weapons, barely managed to withstand the onslaught of the monsters. The prince fought selflessly with only his shovel in his hands. But at the first opportunity, he used his skill, Swamp of Death. However, using this skill was not the most difficult part. He had once been a necromancer in that other world, and to earn a little extra money, he tried his hand at being a beta tester. But unfortunately, he left this world after being struck by an electric shock. He lost consciousness and then woke up in his new body. But fortunately, his skills from the game also moved with him, and divine power changed his body, but it was not so easy to control it. Every time he used this skill, divine power began to pour out. He didn't know if it could be fixed because it affected everyone. One of the men cried and screamed that he couldn't take it anymore. He understood perfectly well that he was surrounded by zombies, but one of these zombies was his beloved wife before all this happened. He couldn't bring himself to destroy this woman. It seemed that something human still remained in her, but to him, as her loving husband, it only seemed that way. The prince managed to save the poor man from certain death in time. The zombie flew away, hitting the ground, but the man continued to feel sorry for her. The prince reminded him that his wife had not been human for a long time. Her body had long since begun to rot, and her soul had long since been lost. If he wanted his wife to suffer, then he had to run away. If he didn't want that, then he had to stop crying and destroy the zombies. There were countless numbers of them around them. They were everywhere. But suddenly, the prince noticed something unusual. The sky above him lit up with some kind of unusual bright light. And like a bolt from the blue, a blonde girl descended to the ground. She was so strong that she jumped to the ground, leaving a deep dent around her. She stood up and asked the prince if he was all right. Autumn and winter had always been times of widespread disease. She thought that was in the past, and that next year, they would be fine. The girl sincerely believed the words of her beloved mother. Once, running into the house, she screamed that the streets were full of rats with red eyes. What she saw in the house shook her to the core. Her father had already become a zombie, and her mother's fate was sealed. While she was still alive, she shouted at Charlotte to run, but Charlotte was paralyzed with fear and couldn't move. She just stood there and watched as her loved ones turned into monsters. After the stress she went through, she remembered almost nothing. Street rats and her own parents chased her down the street. She tried to defend herself with whatever she could get her hands on. No matter how scared she was, she managed to protect herself. But suddenly, all the people in the village seemed strange to her, and the rats that had been trying to eat her stopped paying attention to her. She realized that she was becoming one of them, and that now there was no saving her. But she still continued to hope for some kind of miracle, as any human would, and only one person was able to save her in time. She remembered his words that there was no other way out, and how she briefly sank into the depths of the holy water. Then she woke up in a place she didn't recognize. When she came to, she couldn't understand who he was or where these memories came from. Charlotte was told that it was the prince who had asked for her to be taken care of. There were still zombies outside, so she had to sit quietly. Then she saw the prince shouting at a man to stop whining and start killing zombies. She saw that one of the zombies was about to attack the prince from behind and was very frightened for him. It dawned on her that the prince needed someone to help him. Without hesitation, she jumped out the window to rush to his aid. At that moment, the zombies were already reaching their rotten hands toward the prince, but she made it just in time and was able to help him. This girl was so strong that the prince couldn't believe his eyes. She was able to handle a whole bunch of zombies on her own. The people rejoiced with joy and were ready to carry her on their hands. The prince guessed that this purification before turning into a zombie had somehow affected her. He didn't even know what abilities he had, and he asked the villagers to deal with the remains of their relatives. He understood that people were very tired, but it was better for everyone. The dead had suffered, and the people freed them from their intense pain. The prince promised to help them all with the necessary ritual. The ritual itself was quite simple. They had to bury the dead and wish them peace. This was so that their spirits would not wander among the living and could rest in peace. In fact, that was why the prince had been banished here. In the lands of the spirits, there was a high chance of zombies appearing, and someone had to deal with all the dead. It was all quite strange, because he had never heard of so many villages being destroyed at once, and it was still too early for the wave of death to begin. The prince summoned the village elder to talk. He asked if the elder had noticed anything strange in the village, but everything was calm. The infection began to spread about a month ago, so it was quite possible that it was planned. Hearing this, the residents thought he was talking about a necromancer, but the prince meant something completely different by his words. He did not want his assumptions to cause such disgust. But if his theory was correct, then the one who controlled the zombies must have been nearby, and all that remained was to find him. Saying goodbye to everyone, he went to sleep, telling the villagers to take care of the rest. But now he was not a prince, but a simple worker. The funeral had been very difficult, and he urgently needed to rest. But even so, the prince's short sleep was interrupted by wild cries from the street. Half asleep, he couldn't understand what the cries were about and who had stolen what. But suddenly, he understood what was going on. It turned out that zombies had stolen a person. People claimed to have seen it with their own eyes. The zombies took advantage of the situation because people were tired after a sleepless night. But suddenly, they saw Moriana being carried away by a zombie over his shoulder. Moriana was a young lady who gathered herbs and lived in this village. She used to help the villagers a lot and assist the wounded, but the prince didn't seem to know her. The villagers claimed that she was beautiful and had once rejected the prince. Now the prince remembered what situation they were talking about. People reminded him that such an insult had almost driven him to his death. The villagers wanted to form a search party and go looking for Moriana, but the prince thought that first they needed to check everything. After all, it was the first time he had seen zombies steal a person, and he needed to find out what was going on. Sir Gantz, a hunter from the village, might be able to help them track them down, and they decided to embark on this very risky expedition. The prince asked someone to tell Gantz to come to him immediately. Suddenly, the prince saw Charlotte standing quietly nearby. They looked at each other silently, and an awkward pause ensued. The prince decided that Charlotte was holding a grudge against him for something. They needed to find the girl as soon as possible, before she became zombie dinner. Charlotte also remained standing and silently watched them leave. The zombies moved by dragging their feet along the ground, so they were easy to track, and the men were sure that they had gone there. This cool place was ideal for a zombie hideout. The prince thanked Gantz for his excellent work, because he had really done a great job tracking them down. The cave was filled with sinister, demonic energy, and it was quite possible that this place was teeming with zombies, or was the very source of the infection. Judging by the behavior of the zombies, it was likely that someone was behind them. At first, the prince suggested burning the place to the ground, forgetting that Morian was inside. It was very dark here, and in such places, the undead's buffs are much stronger. If everyone ran inside for the sake of one woman, they would all die. They needed to prepare better and return to the ship, but of course, that would lower Morian's chances of survival. Suddenly, the prince felt someone's presence behind him. Turning around, he saw a huge mouth and burning red eyes. It was a huge bear that had managed to grab the prince with its teeth. Its huge, sharp fangs pierced the prince's arm like a blade. Everyone ran away in horror, while the bear dragged the prince into its lair. But this bear had actually been dead for a long time. As the prince flew into a huge pit, he managed to use his skill. He then began to use his Swamp of Doom skill again. At the same time, he decided to use another skill. Holding his injured arm, he used the Terrifying Spell skill. As expected, this healing was ineffective because his divine power was almost zero. And in such moments, it is best to switch to skills. But this skill had no effect on the zombie bear. Before the prince stood the King of Gluttony, whose main skills were biting, cutting, and gnawing on organs, and his condition was enhanced by necromancy. And since he was enhanced by necromancy, it became clear why he was still holding on even after the holy water. If such a huge beast was controlled by a necromancer, it was problematic, and most importantly, it was necessary to understand how to deal with it with bare hands. But the prince did not give up and fought desperately with his shovel. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Charlotte landed on the bear's head and stabbed her sharp knife right into the monster's eye. But even such a blow was not enough to defeat the zombie bear. The bear rose on its hind legs and began to roar frantically. When he saw Charlotte, the prince did not expect her to follow him, but now it did not matter. The prince shouted at her to hold the bear off as long as she could. This time, she did not have enough strength, and the bear threw her to the ground. The bear was ready to sink its terrible fangs into her, but she beat him to it, plunging her knife right into his mouth. Suddenly, a divine light appeared on the zombie bear's body. He fell backward and couldn't get back up quickly. The prince thanked Charlotte for buying him some time to regain his skills. Suddenly, Charlotte saw a rotting hand reaching out to her. Seeing this, Charlotte was completely astonished. The undead had almost crawled out of the ground, and something had to be done urgently. But Charlotte still couldn't believe what was happening. Only the prince smiled contentedly, finding advantage in the situation. With so many zombies, the bear didn't stand a chance. The zombies pounced on the bear and began biting it from all sides. Each of them tried to sink their teeth into the victim's body, but the zombie bear was not going to give up so easily and swatted them all away with its huge paw. But more and more undead creatures were crawling out of the ground like worms. Dozens of rotten hands reached out to the bear, trying to tear off at least a piece of it. The prince explained that this bear had killed many people, which is why it was able to summon so many zombies. But this bear's vitality was definitely much higher than that of many zombies. Even it couldn't cope with so many opponents. And the zombie bear finally fell to the ground, almost breathing its last. Seeing her knife, Charlotte wanted to pull it out of the bear's body. The prince understood that the outcome of this battle was already predetermined. Suddenly, Charlotte saw that the prince was not feeling well. He explained his condition by saying that he had used too much divine power. The zombie bear was defeated, but the prince still did not understand what Charlotte was doing there and why she had followed him. He explained to Charlotte that she had now seen his full power. To Charlotte, it seemed that the prince wanted to live quietly, so he asked her to keep everything she had seen a secret. But in reality, he was severely exhausted and asked her to leave him alone. However, to her, he was her savior, and she was ready to fulfill his every wish. Suddenly, the villagers appeared above and called out to them. They asked why Charlotte had jumped down there and if the prince was all right, and they had brought equipment with them to explore the cave. The prince replied that everything was fine and asked them to go back upstairs, knowing that they would not be able to help anyway. But when they saw the torn body of the zombie bear, they asked who had killed it. This bear was known as the King of Gluttony, but no one knew how many people had already suffered at its hands. The prince also shared his thoughts that there might be a necromancer in the cave. This necromancer tried to turn the cave into his lair and killed the bear. And when the prince and Charlotte arrived, the bear was already dead. The villagers began to gossip that necromancers sounded very scary, but all of the prince's assumptions were very logical. However, they were all still very simple-minded, and Morian was probably already dead. The necromancer tried to lure them in so that he could kill as many people as possible, along with the bear. The people did not know what to do next, and the prince suggested moving forward. The prince was quite confident in his bold decision. He had to see with his own eyes how good this necromancer was. It seemed that they had nothing to fear here, but the three of them cautiously moved further into the cold cave. Suddenly, one of them noticed something ahead and called out to the prince. The unfortunate Morian was sitting on the floor with her hands tied behind her back. One of the villagers rushed to her to rescue her. Seeing that she was alive, the prince realized that the necromancer had used her as bait to make it easier to kill him and take control. But looking closely, the prince realized who Morian really was. Raising herself slightly off the ground, Morian called to him quietly. With a sweet smile and eyes full of tears, she asked if the prince had come to save her. But in response, he silently struck her hard on the head with his shovel. Blood spurted from Morian's mouth from the blow. The others present were in complete shock at what they had seen. Morian fell to the ground, and everyone else stood silently, not knowing what to do next. Only the prince thought that he should have hit her with the sharp part of the shovel. Then one of the men became indignant and began to ask the prince what was going on and why he had done such a thing. But the prince had seen everything, and the woman's real name was Morgana. She was 63 years old. Her skills included honey traps, necromancy, curses, and destruction. And seeing all this information, he finally understood that she was not a decoy. The woman tried to justify herself to the prince, but he was not going to listen to her and told the others to be careful and not let themselves be deceived. After all, in the prince's opinion, she was the necromancer. She had given people her false name and false age. Morian screamed and tried to convince everyone that the necromancer had dragged her here and tortured her. But the prince was not going to believe her and was not taken in by her pretty face. And if she was really telling the truth, he offered her some holy water to drink. If she was a necromancer, her organs would melt. But for ordinary people, it was the best medicine, and all her wounds would heal. She tried to joke that he shouldn't give her such valuable things, but the prince insisted that she drink at least a sip of holy water. The woman didn't understand how he managed to expose her, because she had the perfect disguise. No one suspected anything while she was playing the role of Morian in the village. She couldn't understand how the prince had been able to see through her so easily. One could only guess at the power he possessed, since he had been able to defeat a bear. The prince decided to ask Morgana once more if she was going to drink the holy water. After all, the prince himself had given her the water but she hadn't lifted a finger. Morgana was going to get rid of him during the wave of destruction. An unknown force knocked the bottle of holy water out of the prince's hands. Skeletons began to crawl out of the ground, and now the prince only hastened his own demise. Morgana had been trying to prolong his life with her actions, but now the prince would have to perish in this cold lair. But the prince was not going to give up so easily and began to beat the skeletons with his shovel. He did not allow the evil spirits to treat him with such arrogance and sent them away while he was still kind. But suddenly, a shadow with red eyes flashed behind Morgana. Charlotte jumped on her back and knocked her off her feet with a knife in her hands. The prince stood with his hand on the skeleton's head and thanked Charlotte for her excellent work. Morgana began to ask indignantly what he had done with her skeletons, realizing that the shovel was the source of his energy. But it was not just a shovel, but rather a sacred relic. Now, however, Morgana had better think about herself rather than his shovel. With her life hanging by a thread, she confessed that her name was indeed Morgana, that she was a 63-year-old necromancer, and that she had been captured again. But Morgana had to go further with her sincere confessions. To stay alive, she promised to reveal who had ordered her to get rid of the prince. She had been ordered to lure the prince and disguise his death as a voluntary departure from life. Thus, it appeared that the prince had been forced to kill himself. It turned out that the prince was not so pitiful, and Morgana could not understand why he was so indifferent. She received the order to destroy the 7th grandson of the Holy Emperor from the Dark Church. With the help of the bear, she realized that the prince was also a necromancer, and if the church found out about it, they would not let him go so easily. It turned out that Morgana had seen the prince, and now she had to be eliminated. But she begged for mercy, promising in return to keep everything about the prince a secret and reveal everything she knew about the Dark Church. But since she could blab so easily, it was not worth giving in to her pleas. And the prince decided to entrust the fate of Morgana to the villagers. Among them were many people who had lost family members because of her, and she had to pay in full for all her sins. The villagers decided that she should receive as much evil as she had done. They decided to torture her until her last breath and then leave her in the forest. Then her body would be devoured by animals. Her remains would become undead, which was a fitting end for a necromancer who had mocked the dead. After hearing all this, the prince thought that it was to be expected from the villagers. And of course, now the prince's mind was occupied with completely different thoughts. The prince began to ponder the existence of the Dark Church and its activities. Much about this church was described in various ancient books. Of course, he would not be able to find out everything, but he managed to steal a couple of such books, and now they were stored in his inventory. The prince wanted to learn how to talk to spirits, but he thought that it was unlikely that he could acquire such a skill from these books. And so he began to study these books carefully, page by page. Morgana also mentioned in her speech an event known as the Wave of Death. He needed to read more about it and about the killing. The prince tried to understand whether his brothers were behind all this. Since he was a prince, perhaps they were trying to get rid of a rival to the throne. And it was quite possible that this was a real struggle for power. It was all very confusing, but such was the reality of being a member of the royal family. He thought about how they could really destroy him, so he needed to improve his skills as soon as possible. Charlotte quietly observed all these thoughts of the prince. After all, everyone had been saying for a long time that the prince had changed a lot. He wasn't particularly big, but he was always the first to jump into battle. He single-handedly managed to save the lives of many residents of this village. And while Charlotte was coming to her senses, he took care of her parents' bodies. All these thoughts and reflections brought tears to Charlotte's eyes. She wanted to thank him for saving her and her parents, but that wasn't enough. Danger surrounded him, so he needed protection. Charlotte took out a guide to the imperial art of sword fighting. After all, in order to protect the prince, she needed to become stronger. One of the books stated that the undead evolve over time. When the bodies of the dead decompose, they turn into skeletons. But if they manage to preserve their bodies, they become stronger versions of ghouls. In turn, such a ghoul then turns into a dullahan, from a doula to a lord, and then it reincarnates into a bloodthirsty vampire. The further they develop, the smarter and stronger they become. When zombies are in the dark, the mana accumulated in the darkness triggers the development process, which is why these creatures strive for strong mana. The place where all zombies were summoned was called the Land of Dead Spirits. To prevent their flesh from decaying in warm weather, they went to dark and cold corners. When the cold season arrives, the desire to find the Land of Dead Spirits reaches its peak. This time is called the Wave of Death. December 25th is the coldest day of the Wave of Death, the day when Amon, the king of the dead, died. This is the day when all the undead go to the Land of the Dead Spirits to regain their lives, and there is about a month left before the Wave of Death. The witch Morgana planned to kill the prince with the help of zombies. At that moment, Charlotte approached the prince and said she would help him if he let her do it. And he handed her the book he had been reading so intently. He didn't even ask her, but she continued to come to the church every day. She not only sorted through books, but also cleaned up, looked after the cemetery, and prepared food. But the prince thought that sooner or later, she would leave anyway. As far as he knew, Grill had adopted her, so now she had a home to which she could always return. Grill looked very scruffy, but he was a good guy. Suddenly, there was a clang at the church door. The doors opened and knights appeared on the threshold. These unexpected guests were the Knights of the Holy Cross. The prince was even frightened by such an unexpected visit. Before him stood Harmond Diane, deputy commander of the Knights of the Holy Cross, who had heard that the prince had captured the witch Morgana. The prince noticed that Diane had decided not to even greet him, apparently because he treated him as an exiled prince. The fact that the Knights of the Holy Cross had already heard the latest news pointed to one detail. It meant that the prince was being secretly watched. The prince said that they had captured her together with the villagers, and the knights had come to verify this. The knight asked again if the prince had really fought alongside the villagers. They also knew that the prince had destroyed the king of beasts with a garden tool. But they also had information that a man named Grill had destroyed the zombies and cornered the witch with holy water. Grill himself told the knights about these epic battles. The prince thought that it had been less than 5 minutes since he had praised this Grill, but the knights still decided that this man had exaggerated the facts a little. But when they saw the traces of the fierce battle themselves, they were convinced that it was true. But the Holy Knights should not have been so trusting. The knights asked if the prince knew that Morgana belonged to the Dark Church, and he said that he had heard this from her. Harmond Dian confirmed that he knew about this evil organization. It turned out that the witch Morgana had already destroyed 5 villages. The prince deeply regretted not knowing about these incidents earlier. He asked the knights if they had heard that Morgana had been beaten to death and her body thrown away. The knight asked if it was the prince's doing, because to do such a thing would require enormous strength. The prince did not reveal information about his strength, so it was better to stick to Grill's version. And now, the prince had to distort the facts of that day a little. He said that while he was there, he almost wet his pants out of fear. The knights who arrived began to turn away at the very thought of it. The knights thought that in such a situation, the prince could hardly know anything about the witch's magic books. They were supposed to take the books on dark magic, but for some reason, her bookshelf was empty. The prince suggested that the villagers had burned them because of their sinister aura. Then, unexpectedly for the prince, the knight took out a bag. It was a reward for Morgana in the amount of 80 coins. A handsome reward had been offered for her head, but the prince insisted that he was simply doing his duty. According to the knight, these coins should have been shared with the other inhabitants of the city, but the prince had no intention of doing so. After all, this large reward rightfully belonged to him alone. The knight's work was done, but the prince was no longer listening to them because he was admiring his reward. But suddenly the knight said that now they needed to pack their things. The prince thought that they wanted to expel him again, but a wave of destruction was about to begin, and the knights wanted to accompany them. They continued to care for him because he was a prince. The prince asked where he would be sent after the evacuation, to the imperial palace or to the warm south, but it was planned to send him to a certain estate called Lonia. However, this estate was half a day's journey away, and they would still be in the land of the dead. So what was the point of this evacuation? But the knight explains that the estate was a fortress, built to stop the wave of death. They gathered soldiers and prisoners to fight off the zombies, and according to their calculations, unfortunately, there would be many casualties, and they did not want the prince to hold a funeral at the Lonia estate. The prince had no choice but to agree to the evacuation. At the estate, he was met by Gennard Lepan, a 43-year-old Lonian feudal lord who was sociable and merciful. The first thing he asked was how the prince was feeling after the journey. The prince was not feeling very well. It was uncomfortable in the carriage. Gennard Lepan asked who had arrived with the prince, and considering that he was in exile, they treated him quite well. The prince asked them to stop talking and take him to his room. The place where the prince had arrived was also called the Sacrificial Fortress. It was located on the very land of the dead spirits of Lonia. This place was so named because of the sacrifices made by those who wanted to appease the wrath of the dead, for only the walls erected around the castle could save it from the wave of destruction. They would be able to protect it from the zombies for a month, until spring, after the wave of destruction. All prisoners were to be sent to the front line. The prince only needed help with the wounded and conducting funerals. Every year, there were at least 2,000 or 3,000 deaths here. There were about 80 priests in the castle who could help with the purification ritual. The soldiers were supposed to help the prince with the funerals, but sometimes people died from overwork, and that was just the way it was. The prince called over Gennard Lepan, who was passing by. He told him that he wanted to relax a little and have a drink. In such circumstances, it was simply impossible to survive without alcohol, and the prince would rather die from drinking than from hard work. He told Charlotte to have fun with Grillo, but they had to return to the fortress before the wave of death began. After all, they still had to think about protecting the prince himself. Meanwhile, he went to rest and slammed the door behind him. Charlotte shouted after him to trust them, and the knights were surprised at how quickly the prince had grown up. The prince played this little scene out perfectly, in front of everyone. Of course, he had no intention of drinking anything here. He began to consecrate the liquid in these bottles. It shone with a divine light and began to change color, turning into holy water. After all, without holy water, the prince would not be able to cope here. He decided to fill the vessel with holy water and drink it to invigorate himself. And if he continued to transfer energy to water, he would learn to control his power better. But he put the bottles aside because he was very attracted to one object on the wall. It was a rifle hanging on the wall in a frame on red velvet. He had read that there were weapons in this world, but he did not think they were so widespread. In this world, almost no one uses such weapons, and people prefer melee weapons because this world is teeming with monsters. Weapons like the one on this wall were only used for entertainment. The thing is, instead of gunpowder, such a rifle needs mana. It could be loaded with mana or holy water, but then the mana consumption would be too high. So even experienced mages could only fire 5 shots. After all, it takes 5 minutes to create a bullet with mana, so it's no surprise that no one uses it. In movies, zombies were destroyed with a single shot, but in reality, this was not the case. First, you definitely had to create the bullet itself. Then, of course, you had to aim carefully at the zombie, and only after all that could you fire at your target. The prince was also able to successfully create a bullet using holy water. He also activated a new divine energy skill, but the noise from the shot attracted a lot of attention. The soldiers noticed that the deputy seemed to be in a bad mood, but thought that he was worried about the approaching wave of destruction. But then they realized that it was all because of the 7th prince. The deputy sent them to watch over the prisoners instead of gossiping. The soldiers immediately went to carry out the deputy's order. But in a way, they were right, because his mood was indeed due to the 7th prince. Yesterday, he also heard this loud, incomprehensible noise coming from the fortress, but the prince did not allow any of them to enter his room. However, the knight was completely sure that the prince had broken something. He seemed out of his mind and was behaving abnormally. The village elder said that the prince had changed a lot after his attempt to take his own life. The villagers told the knights that the prince had done everything necessary at the cemetery and had even fought against a group of zombies, thereby saving them. But the deputy commander of the knights decided that the villagers were talking nonsense and that the prince had most likely blackmailed them. Perhaps he threatened them with physical violence so that they would repeat the prepared speech to the knights. But it was unclear how the prince managed to defeat such a powerful necromancer as Morgana. This meant that the guy named Grill was very strong, and the situation became even more confusing. The knight decided to write a letter of recommendation so that Grill could take the exam for the title of Holy Knight. But suddenly, he heard a noise around the corner and decided that the prisoners had rebelled again. He ran out from around the corner, shouting that they had caused trouble before the big battle, but he was stunned by what he saw and couldn't react quickly. The prince held his shovel to the throat of one of the men standing there. He was very surprised that the man did not know who he really was. The day after arriving at the Lonia mansion, people began to die from disease and exhaustion. It was not surprising why everyone cared so much about the prince. They just wanted to make him work. The bird's beak mask protected him because it had a cleansing spell cast on it to prevent infection. It seemed that time was not pressing yet, and the zombies were not even approaching. Suddenly, someone called out to the prince from behind and suggested taking a break. In front of him was Hayes Hedron, the eldest son of Count Hedron. He decided that the prince, like himself, was a student at one of the academies. He thought that he was here because of disciplinary punishment. Children from noble families could easily get exemption, but they thought that the prince was just a country bumpkin from the outskirts. If he wanted to live peacefully and quietly, it was better for him to listen to Sir Hayes. After all, he had come all this way to find a servant he liked. His gaze fell on Charlotte, and he decided that she would suit him. Hayes asked the prince if this girl was his servant. Hayes had his eye on her because she was very pretty. He offered to take care of her, but she ran away in fear and then forced him to raise his hand. These guys were of no interest to the prince, and he preferred to go dig graves rather than hang out with them. Suddenly, the prince heard Hayes call Charlotte a servant behind his back. He ordered Charlotte to come closer to him. When she approached him, he grabbed Charlotte's hand with all his strength. He suggested that she have fun with them instead of with her busy master. Charlotte replied that she was not in the mood for that, but Hayes responded that no one was going to have fun with a commoner like her. In response to these words, Charlotte squeezed Hayes' hand with all her strength. Hayes screamed in pain, and the prince thought that Charlotte might break his hand. Hayes screamed in pain, saying that people like her had nothing to show but strength. But the prince couldn't take it anymore and interrupted him, telling him to stop insulting Charlotte. But Hayes did not relent, continuing to shout that Charlotte's parents must have been monsters because she looked so much like them. And considering that half of the people who had died in the country had become zombies, the same fate awaited her mother and father. At that moment, the prince's shovel was already hanging over Hayes' head and flew past his face, missing him by literally a centimeter. It hit the ground with full force, scattering small stones right at his feet. In response to Hayes' indignation, the prince said that he had made a slight mistake while digging the grave. And when the blow landed squarely on Hayes' face, the prince joked that his hand had slipped. The blow sent Hayes flying far away and crashing to the ground. He began to shout, asking if this guy even knew who he was. In response, the prince asked if he knew who was standing before him. Their fight was stopped by a knight who ran up to the commotion. He stopped the prince and asked if he really wanted to cause trouble again. Hayes assured the holy knight that he had been struck and asked him to punish his offender. But since Hayes was the eldest son of Count Hedron, the knight could not let it go. Suddenly, a sticky silence enveloped everyone present. The holy knight could not utter a word, but he could hear the prince. It was a powerful spell using holy power. Turning mentally to Harmon, the prince asked him to tell this scoundrel who he really was. Hearing this, the holy knight could not act otherwise. He announced that before them stood Alan Elfols, the 7th prince and grandson of the holy emperor. Now the prince asked Hayes if he understood whose servant he had been so rude to and to whom he had shown disrespect. Hayes was in complete shock and did not know what to say in response. The prince told him that if he sincerely apologized, there would be no problem. But after this situation, the prince had some problems and ended up behind bars. According to the holy knight, the injury inflicted on the nobleman's son could not be forgiven. After all, he lost consciousness from his injuries and was carried away on a stretcher. Charlotte was very upset that because of her, the prince would have to spend a whole week in such conditions. The prince was not particularly upset and decided to pass the time reading. Meanwhile, a strong blizzard arose outside the walls of the fortress. The prisoners were ordered to clear the snow, but the blizzard was so strong that they could not keep up. The holy knight couldn't get it out of his head that the prince had used a spell because the blood of the holy emperor flowed in his veins, and he couldn't get this strange situation out of his head. Distracting himself a little from his thoughts, he ordered the soldiers to continue clearing the snow to maintain the height of the fortress walls. Although the frost had already set in, there weren't that many zombies. The Holy Emperor had destroyed the King of the Dead Spirits on December 25th. It was necessary to report everything to the Holy Emperor's family, so the knight ordered the prisoners to be gathered. But it took time to gather them, and the alarm bell rang. The gates of the fortress opened, and everyone began to go back inside. But suddenly, fresh zombie tracks appeared on the white, loose snow. The zombies attacked the prisoners who had not managed to hide behind the walls of the fortress. They needed to close the castle gates as soon as possible. Those who had been bitten by zombies urgently needed the help of priests. The zombies attacked them from behind, and they couldn't spot them because of the heavy snowstorm. All those who were behind these poor souls were already being eaten by zombies. Everyone urgently needed to take up their positions and prepare for battle. The day of the death of Ammon, King of the Dead Spirits, was approaching, and the zombies simply could not fail to appear. Soon, there would be at least 3,000 dead here. How did this happen? No one could have imagined that the zombies would attack from behind. Perhaps they suppressed their instincts by hiding under the snowdrifts. But the undead are lifeless people, and they fear nothing and rely only on their instincts. And since they did not wear equipment and did not use any strategies, it was easy to deal with them every year. However, this time, everything looked completely different, and something went wrong. The zombies were aware of their actions and marched in formation like soldiers. They beat their drums in unison, setting the pace for the entire formation. It was a perfectly trained army of the dead. There was something unusual about it all, because nothing like this had ever happened before. Their appearance instilled genuine fear in the people in the fortress. They chanted loudly, telling the people to await their inevitable doom. The fear of these people watching what was happening was very justified. Along with the army of the undead was the judge of this world, who proclaimed himself the mission that would save this world through destruction. He was none other than a follower of Yudai, the god of destruction. The vampire count, whose bites deprived people of mana, was also an arrogant necromancer. The prince did not know what was happening outside, but he could hear the noise coming from there. And for some reason, no one had brought him food to his cell today. The prince wanted to call out to someone, because it was wrong to leave him hungry. But then Gennard Lepan ran up and shouted for the prince to come out, quickly. The prince was surprised, because he was still under guard, but Gennard explained that this was not the most important thing right now, because there was a whole squad of dead people on the street. The prince thought that they wanted to release him simply because they needed workers, but that was not the case. There really was a whole horde outside. This time, the vampire count had brought an entire regiment of zombies with him. Gennard Lepan claimed that this vampire spoke their language and controlled other monsters. He himself did not know exactly what had happened, because now the Holy Knight Harmon was fighting them off. The fortress could fall, so the prince needed to evacuate to a safer place, and Gennard Lepan had to escort the 7th prince there. Suddenly, there was a noise upstairs. Most likely, it was a group of zombies, and they needed to quickly exit through the back door. But suddenly, growling zombies began to fall from the ceiling. They fell into the chamber where the prince was, along with pieces of the ceiling. The prince was very frightened by the surprise and screamed. After all, the cell where he had been just a few seconds ago was now filled with zombies, and this pile of dead bodies was ready to attack at any moment. They realized that the huge vampire count had thrown a crowd of zombies at them, and now the dead had invaded the fortress. And since they were already being attacked here, the prince was afraid to imagine what was happening outside. After managing to close the cell door, the prince shouted to Gennard Lepan to quickly pull himself together and go command the soldiers. After all, the more people died, the more zombies there would be, and he ran to find shelter for the inhabitants. For now, the prince did not know what to do next, because he had managed before because the monsters were not very high level. But now, there were too many of these undead creatures. In such a situation, his only option was to flee. To achieve this goal, the 7th prince used holy power. With its help, he was able to stop the zombies that were in the chamber. While the zombies lay motionless, he had to do something urgently. He had to seize the moment and get out onto the street as quickly as possible. The prince did just that, passing through a hole in the wall and finding himself on the street in a heavy snowstorm. But outside, the terrifying growls of the undead could be heard from all around. Unable to cope with their onslaught, people screamed and called for help. The zombies attacked them from all sides, leaving them no chance of escape. There was nowhere left for these unfortunate people to run to in the hope of salvation. The soldiers ordered those who could still escape to run, while they held back the crowd of the dead with their shields. But behind them too was a huge pack of growling, hungry zombies. The prince did not know how long he could hold out in such a situation, thanks to the holy water. He gripped the handle of his shovel tightly, because everything was not going as he had thought. He had a feeling that the goddess Gaia was angry that she could not control them. The 7th prince tried his best and spread his blessing, and it spread everywhere around him, along with the water. What was happening to them was a real, exhausting epidemic. But suddenly, it rained again, and this rain was holy water. The drops of this holy rain fell on the zombies and burned them. The undead could no longer fight, and the people had a chance. The zombies melted in the rain while the people's wounds healed. What was happening around them now was nothing short of a miracle. The people rejoiced because holy water was indeed falling from the sky. They thought that this must be a blessing from Gaia. But then they realized that it was all the work of the 7th prince. Looking in his direction, they saw that holy water surrounded his highness. But the prince was already very exhausted because he had lost a lot of strength. Although he was an exiled prince, the people saw how he used the holy water. He was also the grandson of the hero who had stopped Amon, the king of the dead spirits, 50 years ago, and the blood of the holy emperor Alphonse flowed in the 7th prince. Then the knights asked which of the residents needed help. The lord had opened the basement of the mansion, and now everyone could take shelter there. The people were happy to be alive and finally able to escape. All this was thanks to the prince. But he had only summoned rain inside the fortress and was already very tired. The soldiers also did well in this difficult situation. The 7th prince called on them to go with him and help the holy knight. It was impossible to get rid of the undead with such ordinary weapons, so the prince gave the knights his blessing. He was doing this for the first time, so he did not know how long it would last. But now, their weapons had a holy buff. Now, their weapons were not so useless, but they still had to pay him for saving their lives. And the prince called them all to follow him because they would have to fight for their lives. They went outside the fortress to help in the battle against the crowd of zombies, and they became remarkably good at destroying them. The soldiers barely touched the zombies with their weapons, and they were already dying. Now, their swords truly had holy power. This greatly encouraged the soldiers to continue the battle. Now they understood that they had a chance of victory. They were confident that they could deal with these undead creatures because they had the hero's descendant with them. But suddenly, they saw a huge Dullahan approaching them. It was a truly terrifying sight that frightened the soldiers greatly. After all, they had never had to fight such an enemy before. The soldiers realized that they could not defeat such a monster on their own. And now, a rifle that the prince had seen on the castle wall came to their aid. The 7th prince decided to fire at the monster from a distance. Apologizing to the soldiers, he took his shot at the target. It was only the second shot the prince had ever fired, so he wasn't very skilled at it. The vampire count sensed the energy of life, for there were pieces of fresh meat that he had not tasted in 50 years. He was curious to see how juicy they were, and if he turned them into zombies, his regiment would become even more powerful. He had been waiting for this opportunity for 50 years, having gone from a soulless zombie living by instinct to a ghoul, and from a terrifying ghoul to a terrifying Dullahan, and then to a lord. And now he had moved on to the next stage and become a vampire. This was the path he had taken before he gained the ability to think. All existing vampires were divided according to the mana they possessed. He had become a vampire not so long ago, so the others had not yet recognized him. But he was confident in himself because he was a count. And it was in the hands of the vampire count that the skull of King Ammon was held. Thanks to it, he was able to gather in a couple of decades the amount of mana that would have taken him at least 100 years to gather without it. He was able to command an army of 20,000 zombies and was soon going to surpass the count's level and become king. Ordinary holy water no longer frightened undead of this level. Approaching the fortress, he shouted to the knights to surrender and become the dead. The soldiers at the fortress were not to stop shooting. They had to hold on and not let the undead break through, because when the sun went down, they became stronger, and they had to destroy at least one more, because if they lost, it would be the end of the village. It was impossible to transfer command of this position to someone else, because the army was too close. If something happened to the village, it was unclear what would happen next, and at times like this, they really wished the Holy Emperor was there. Suddenly, the Holy Knight heard someone approaching behind him. It was Charlotte, and she was sure that the village was safe. She was holding a pile of spears and arrows, and said that their prince was with them, and she would selflessly defend the place where His Highness was. The Holy Knight was very surprised by the words of young Charlotte, but he agreed with her decision, because he thought she was just a servant. Charlotte had heard that the 7th prince wanted the weapons to be carried up to the fortress walls, but even experienced soldiers could not carry so many weapons, and the knight could not understand where she got such strength. Even a child like Charlotte tried, but the Holy Knight himself was not weak. They were all very determined to deal with the approaching enemy, but if necessary, the prince was ready to break through himself and cut off the vampire's head. Meanwhile, the enemy was preparing a new batch of zombie shells. Hearing the screams and commotion outside, Charlotte and the knight tensed up. At that moment, a whole crowd of dead people flew into the castle. The Holy Knight understood that this was very dangerous and ordered Charlotte to stand behind him. He prayed to the god of battle, Hyna, and asked him to grant him strength. But then, Charlotte grabbed her sword and rushed forward ahead of the knights. She aimed her sword, filled with incredible power, directly at the zombies. The remains of the dead, torn into several pieces, flew in all directions. The Holy Knight was shocked by what he saw, and could not understand how such a fragile girl could do such a thing. After all, he saw with his own eyes how she cut the zombie in half, and the evil creature slain by this girl could not even get up. The prince knew that the undead could only be stopped by aiming at the head, or using a weapon with holy water. And now he was very interested in one important question. He wanted to understand what kind of sword Charlotte had used in battle. After all, with its help, she destroyed her enemies without giving them a chance. Although her sword technique was sloppy and far from perfect, she used muscle power to compensate for her poor sword skills. This destructive power and rough strikes were definitely related to the imperial art of swordplay passed down to the Holy Cross Corps. The Holy Knight watched Charlotte from the top of the fortress, and when she finished, he called out to her. He asked her where she had learned this, and whether she was related to the Holy Imperial family. Standing among a pile of defeated zombies, she replied that she was just an assistant to the 7th prince. She had taught herself this sword technique from a book, but the 7th prince was standing too high and too far away from her. He couldn't really hear what Charlotte replied to Harmond. When the priests ran out of holy water to heal the wounded, they had to use the water they had brought in a huge box. The 7th prince had given them these vessels, saying that he had brought holy water with him, just in case. They were very lucky that he did so, and Jenard Lepan asked where the prince himself was now. One of the soldiers replied that, having returned from the battlefield, he had taken the remaining soldiers and gone to help on the wall. Everyone thought that Jenard Lepan had given him permission to go back into battle. Everyone praised the prince and his holy power, and it wasn't that Jenard didn't trust him. He was just worried that no one would be left inside the castle walls. After all, shields and spears were scattered everywhere, and everything was covered in blood. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a new group of soldiers came to their aid. But these were no ordinary people. They were zombies, dressed in military uniforms. It was the 7th prince who brought them to the fortress wall to help. Putting on his mask, he explained that some of the soldiers had been sent to the walls. The soldiers were surprised that anyone was still alive, as the situation at the main gate was dire. The prince hoped that due to the commotion, no one would look closely at the faces of these soldiers. The prince distributed all the holy water, so he didn't have enough for himself and couldn't activate his new skill, Ghost Soldiers. He needed to raise old soldiers, but that was too difficult, so the prince simply used the dead bodies from the village. If they were caught, it would be the end. So the prince decided to cut open their faces. Seeing the prince, one of the soldiers said that it would be better for him to stay behind, but the prince said that he had a couple of things to do on the way. He wanted to try using his rifle again. The soldier tried to convince him that the rifle was useless here, but the prince pointed out that the view was indeed better from here. And from this height, the vampire count was also very clearly visible. The seventh prince aimed his rifle at the head of the main boss. Then he lowered his sights and aimed between his legs. It was time to give the vampire count a taste of Gaia's blessing. At that moment, one of the holy knights ran up to the deputy. He said he had heard that the evacuation was complete. He asked for permission to help here. Fortunately, the situation in this place did not get any worse. The soldiers had somehow obtained weapons loaded with holy water. Some of the fighters were as skilled as the holy knights, and more fighters arrived just in time to help. In general, the situation had not worsened, but they did not know what to do with the vampire. They had already used arrows and stones for long-range combat, but all the projectiles were blocked by his magic shield. And even if they loaded their guns with holy water, they still couldn't pierce the shield created by the vampire. It turned out that they would have to break through hordes of zombies to get to the vampire, but they couldn't even fight back properly, so it was impossible. But suddenly they saw something unusual happening, something that ordinary priests were not capable of. Everything around them was illuminated by a bright light, and the prince turned to Gaia, the goddess of love and mercy. He asked her to send holy salvation and allow him to use the power that strikes the dead. This was necessary for him to break through the vampire's shield. And at that moment, the goddess Gaia heard the seventh prince's plea. Small particles of light in the pitch darkness reflected the face of God. This was the blessing sent down to them from above by the goddess Gaia. But even the most experienced priests rarely encountered such a thing, and no one could have imagined that there were such powerful priests in Lonia. And then someone suddenly said that the seventh prince was standing above. It was young Charlotte, and she recognized the light of the seventh prince. The holy knight Harmond looked at the girl with disbelief. After all, it was strange that the prince who had opposed the goddess had received her blessing. If this was true, then the seventh prince was inheriting the goddess's love. Now it was time for the prince to taste Gaia's blessing. The seventh prince pulled the trigger and fired a bullet at the vampire. The bullet flew down the road, striking ordinary zombies with its power. On its way to its target, it encountered the vampire's protective shield. But thanks to its holy power, it was able to pierce through the shield. It struck the vampire count right between the legs, hitting its target precisely. The main boss of all the undead cried out in pain from the force of the blow. The method of gathering holy power was described in detail in the Book of the Holy Emperor. And this book described something else very remarkable. If all magicians used spells and mana for their purposes, then priests, on the contrary, were aided by prayers and holy water. Necromancers, on the other hand, could use life and magical power. In essence, the prince would have to give up his life and magical power. But was it worth it? He had enough holy water simply because he was the grandson of the Holy Emperor. If he could use his powers without sacrificing his life, then he could give the role of priest a chance. After thinking it over, he decided to try. At that moment, the vampire count was screaming at the top of his lungs in pain and frustration. He demanded that reinforcements arrive immediately. Because of this, the seventh prince had to work hard, but he succeeded. The zombie squad began to retreat, and it was time to help the wounded. The vampire himself did not die, of course, but they gained some time to prepare. Then the seventh prince noticed the soldiers below, looking at him with bewilderment. Alan commanded that it was time to help the wounded soldiers. The soldiers saw the blessing of the goddess for the first time, and perhaps there was some experienced priest before them, which meant that the wounded could be healed quickly. The holy knight still couldn't believe that it was all the work of the seventh prince. After all, he was considered a good-for-nothing boy who deserved to be exiled. Had he really changed so much that he was capable of such a feat? The knight was also interested in how a girl with such skills could become the prince's assistant. While Harmond was pondering this, the seventh prince was already rushing to help the wounded. And even though everyone around him insisted that the prince had changed, the holy knight did not believe it. Could he really have become a completely different person after losing his memory? Or had he forgotten what had happened on that day in the past and become his former self again? The Holy Knight meant who he was before the death of Her Majesty Eulydia. The late Ulysia was the mother of the first and seventh princes. She was a village girl, a representative of the Holy Nation and Southern Aslan, and these races had been hostile to each other for hundreds of years. Because of this, many members of high society simply did not accept her. However, the son of the Holy Emperor fell in love with her with all his heart, and they married. And thus, the first prince was born. The imperial family had too much influence, and two ladies of noble blood were presented to the son of the Holy Emperor. After this acquaintance, several more children were born. Despite everything, Eulydia gave birth to the seventh prince. Everything seemed to be going well. The boy grew up, and his mother loved him very much. But when the boy turned 10, Ulysia died. suddenly. On that day, she was attacked by a vampire during a night walk with her sons. Ulicia tried to protect the seventh prince, but was torn to pieces. The first prince, who barely survived that day, began to suffer from a curse. After this incident, the kind-hearted seventh prince became insensitive. They say he was so shocked by what he saw that he went mad. Could a man who lost his memory after attempting to take his own life ever be the same again? Although memory loss could have nothing to do with holy power. And it didn't matter whether the prince lost his memory or not. The question was why he kept his holy power a secret in the first place. Thinking about this, the Holy Knight thought that perhaps he did not want to attract the attention of the imperial family. And perhaps the prince was planning revenge, and the imperial palace was not kind to princes and princesses. The princess had a hard time, because high society never missed an opportunity to make a snide remark. And perhaps the seventh prince wanted to take revenge on the nobility and the vampire for the death of his mother. It was quite possible that he planned his exile in order to become stronger away from constant surveillance. The knights had a direct connection to the imperial family, so Harmond understood why the prince behaved that way around him. As for Charlotte, it was quite impossible that she was from a good family. In the memories of the Holy Knight, Alicia had always been kind and sweet. And when the first prince ordered him to call for help that night, perhaps he should not have left, and he regretted it to this day. No matter how hard he tried, he could not forget the shame of not being able to protect them. All these thoughts brought the knight back to the idea that the seventh prince was planning revenge. And for this, he was willing to endure insults and cruelty. If the seventh prince wanted to avenge his mother's death, the Holy Knight would help him for a long time. But to carry out these plans, they first needed to deal with Lonia. Seeing the soldier walking, the Holy Knight asked if he was patrolling the area, but the soldier did not answer. And the knight thought that he had not heard him because of the wind. It was strange that the soldier was walking at night without a lantern, and this led the knight to wonder if he was human at all. The Holy Knight Harmond rushed towards this strange soldier. Their two sharp blades clashed in a fierce duel. But then, the mask on the soldier's face slipped slightly, and the knight saw that he was facing a zombie. And there was definitely more than one of these extremely unusual soldiers here. But these zombies did not only radiate demonic energy. It was very strange that they also radiated holy power. But be that as it may, the Holy Knight could not just leave it at that. Harmond had to destroy this evil as soon as possible. And the Holy Knight already raised his blade above the zombie's head. But suddenly, someone nearby shouted the word, "Stop." Hearing this command, the zombie immediately stopped moving. It was the seventh prince, and the Holy Knight asked him what was going on. The seventh prince asked Knight Harmond to lower his sword. The two of them walked through the fortress, and the prince asked the knight if he had finished rearranging the troops. But before answering all his questions, Harmond decided to ask the prince something. He wanted to know if the prince used necromancy, but the prince remained silent, and an awkward pause ensued. Alan just joked that he didn't know himself, but the thought that he had been caught and that this was the end was spinning in his head. But the knight was sure that this was not something to be talked about so carelessly. Had the prince begun to study necromancy? But he didn't know how to answer. The prince asked how the knight knew that he had summoned the undead, because due to his memory loss, he didn't know where he had gotten such abilities and had done it to help in battle. The seventh prince understood that the bright knight would not believe him if he said that he had been reincarnated. Harmond continued to ask where the zombie got his holy power, but the prince insisted that he was not hiding anything and had always been interested in necromancy. The prince asked if Harmond would tell the inquisitors about all this. The Holy Knight had no choice but to report it. The prince was terrified because he understood that now he was definitely doomed. He knew that now he would be caught and tortured, but perhaps Charlotte would save him. But suddenly something happened that the seventh prince certainly did not expect. Harmond knelt before him and said that he would not report to the inquisitors. These words and actions of the Holy Knight greatly surprised the seventh prince. Harmond also said that he would help him until the very end. All this time, the prince was sure that this knight hated him, but it turned out that he wanted to help him. But perhaps he finally decided to pull the right strings. The prince became very worried because he was a completely rotten thread. He couldn't trust Harmond and decided that he just wanted to watch him. The Holy Knight denied this and wanted to tell him something from the time when the prince was a child. But the prince interrupted him and said that first they had to do what they had to do. After all, now was the most opportune time for them to act. The enemy would not waste precious time filled with mana. He congratulated Harmond on Christmas and Halloween at the same time. The vampire count loudly commanded all the dead that their time had come. He urged them to start eating the living and multiplying as soon as possible. He promised all these hungry undead that they would become kings. Incredible power erupted from the mouth of the chief vampire. Seeing this, everyone in the fortress was told to hold their positions. Turning to Sir Gennard, one of the boys said, trembling, that he didn't think he could do it because his jaw, where the prince had struck him, still hurt. For a second, Gennard wondered if he was making the right decision. But with every step, the army of the undead was getting closer to the fortress. The thought of retreating flashed through his mind. But then, one of the masked priests appeared behind him. Gennard hoped very much that this priest would be able to save them. The prince turned again to the goddess Gaia and asked her to bless all those who would fight. Thus, the 7th prince activated the skill of weakening the epidemic. It was supposed to help the soldiers deal with the undead. Gennard was very happy that such a powerful priest was with them. He was also happy that the goddess Gaia was with them in this difficult battle. The soldiers, inspired, rushed into battle to destroy the zombie. The Holy Knight turned to the god of battle, Heim, and asked him to lend him his strength. Now the prince had every chance to raise the morale of the soldiers. The Holy Knight also could not miss such a wonderful opportunity. After all, his only important goal was the huge vampire count. The boss of all the undead did not think that the priest would completely block his path, and the area affected by his divine power was not restored. Because of this, the vampire count could no longer contain his terrible anger. The Holy Prince saw that something was wrong, and in the next moment, the vampire count appeared behind the prince. Everyone shouted that the vampire was very close and heading towards the priest. Frightened by what they saw, all the soldiers seemed to freeze. The Lord approached them and shouted loudly, asking if they were going to stop him. After all these people were like tiny insects to him. The prince understood that the vampire would try to provoke him first. Just as the prince could see the flow of mana, the vampire could see his sacred power, and it was only a matter of time before he found him. In principle, he needed to move to a better location, as planned, using the dense wall of the territory. This was necessary to prevent this creature from reaching the prince. But then, the 7th prince saw his enemy very close by. The Lord laughed. Did he really think he could stop him with such insects? He was already preparing to destroy the prince. But the 7th prince had anticipated that this might happen. He decided it was time to use the plan he had prepared in advance. The prince shouted loudly to Charlotte to start acting. Charlotte held a huge piece of stone wall in her hands and used it as a shield. But the vampire's magic was too strong, and the wall might not hold. Charlotte still didn't know how to control her power properly, and in this situation, they could both melt from his magic. Suddenly, Charlotte saw that unexpected help had arrived. It was Grill. Even though he had no idea how to fight with swords. But he still wanted to help his daughter in any way he could. For Charlotte, such support from her stepfather was very valuable, and hand in hand, they began to hold back the onslaught of the huge vampire. But it turned out to be very difficult, and Grill's strength was almost exhausted. Suddenly, at that very moment, the 7th prince appeared behind them. He still could not properly control his sacred power. But perhaps this wall could also be strengthened with divine energy. He called upon the goddess Gaia and asked her to give him the strength to protect these unfortunate people. He asked her to give them her protection to stop the undead, as well as to grant them love and forgiveness. He asked her to respond and help them in answer to all his prayers. The goddess Gaia heard the 7th prince's pleas this time too, and the 7th prince was illuminated by the divine power of the goddess Gaia. And at that very moment, pieces of stone walls flew from everywhere. In all this dust and chaos, Charlotte tried to find her uncle and the prince. Suddenly, she saw one of the people she was looking for nearby. It was Grill, lying motionless amid the clouds of dust and smoke. Charlotte was very frightened for him, but the prince stopped her, saying that her uncle was fine and just unconscious. He asked Charlotte to stay calm and not panic. She asked how the prince was feeling, and he replied that he was very tired, as if he were about to pass away, but otherwise everything was fine. Meanwhile, the holy power was destroying the body of the huge Dolahan. In his condition, the prince could no longer fight, and he had run out of holy water, but for them, it was a chance to escape. He told Charlotte to carry Grill so that they could all hide underground. But then, the prince realized that the holy power was running out faster than he thought. And while they were running, the prince noticed something quite strange. For some reason, the mana was gathering not near the vampire, but somewhere else. That place was the skull hanging around the vampire count's neck, and the prince had to go back to check something. He needed to understand what functions this skull performed. It was the skull of the king of necromancers, and the magical power of its user increased by 200%. The Lord understood that the holy power was destroying him, and he needed to recover as soon as possible. But then he realized, with horror, that the skull of the king of necromancers was gone. And unexpectedly, he saw it in the hands of the 7th prince. The Lord rushed to take back what he now so desperately needed. But by this time, the prince had already looked through the status windows, and now he knew exactly how to use this thing correctly. He put the skull on his head, but the acceleration was unstable due to the lack of sacred powers. It was a temporarily enhancing piece of equipment. The prince uttered the activation words that he was the Legion and the Emperor of the Gaia legacy, and they were confirmed. At that very moment, the Lord was enveloped in enormous divine power. This divine power pierced his hands like steel chains. It passed through the monster's legs like strong shackles. It tightly bound the monster's hands and feet. The Lord clearly sensed the smell of impending doom. The seventh prince was a heretic who broke the rules of this world. The Legion of Doom came to them to hear his command. They waited, ready to carry out any order from the Lord. But by this time, the Lord giving the order was already another, and the evil one could not understand what was happening at all. But then he guessed who dared to break the rules of this world. Although it is unclear who the Lord was, a dead man endowed with sacred power, or a corpse with conceit. The Lord screamed desperately that they had betrayed the will of Judas, the god of destruction. But at that moment, the seventh prince pointed his gun at the Lord, and in the name of the priest and the holy power, he immediately pulled the trigger. The seventh prince jokingly congratulated the vampire count on his birthday, and at that very second, a deafening shot rang out. The Lord's head now bore a huge hole from the bullet endowed with holy power. But this shot took away the seventh prince's last strength. Completely exhausted, he fell to his knees and began to lose consciousness. And in the next minute, all the undead began to fly apart. The enemy seemed to dissolve into thin air before the soldiers' eyes. Realizing that they had defeated the enemy, the soldiers began to rejoice. Amidst the jubilant crowd, the Holy Knight tried to find the prince, but the search did not last long, and finally, he was able to find him. Charlotte held the lifeless bodies of Grill and the prince in her arms. Suddenly, a horseman appeared near the castle. He thought he had arrived too late. He had heard that there was a sign of abnormal activity in the land of the dead, and he thought that the king of necromancers had been resurrected, but it turned out to be just an ordinary vampire performing his tricks. It was unclear how he managed to gather 20,000 dead people. There were prisoners and locals in Lonia, and since the vampire couldn't handle them, the knights who arrived decided that vampires weren't that strong. There was a strange atmosphere in the air, and you could feel the aftermath of a battle between sacred and magical forces of incredible magnitude. Apparently, this vampire count had a great deal of magic, but at the time, it was unclear what kind of person could have stopped him. The knights speculated that it might have been one of those who claimed to be priests. Over time, vampires would begin to mix with humans en masse, and it would be much easier for the knights if they had the help of a priest or priestess. God had divided himself into parts, for fun, in order to awaken the sacred power in humans, so it was difficult to find them, and not so easy to awaken. They were sure that there was no one in this castle who could deal with such an enemy. An order was given to send priests, doctors, and alchemists. First, they had to take care of the residents, and only then, the prisoners. The knight reported that the seventh prince was in the castle and asked if their commander-in-chief wanted to meet him. But of course, he did not want to hear about it, let alone meet him. He ordered all the knights to return immediately. After all, he believed that it was not worth meeting a child who had dishonored his mother. The Holy Emperor Kelt Alphos considered the seventh prince to be a cursed grandson. He was willing to bet that the prince was now cowering in a corner of his estate. The Holy Knight Harmond reported to the emperor that the seventh prince had been hunting a vampire, but the Holy Emperor listened to this information in silence and said nothing in response. He did not believe a word of what the Holy Knight Harmond had said. The emperor believed that every joke had its limits, and this was the most delusional thing he had heard in the last few years. He doubted that they were talking about the same Alan Elphos. The knight insisted on his story and said that while they were in the settlement of Lonia doing volunteer work, the prince was hunting a vampire. The emperor was upset because he had considered Hammond a loyal man, but now he believed that he was no longer so. This, as he believed, was a false story about the seventh prince, which angered him greatly. The emperor was very angry, and Archbishop Raphael Astoria summed up by saying that everything Hammond had said simply could not have happened. He began to pressure the knight with facts about the prince, saying that he was small, selfish, and weak, and that he had neither manners nor common sense. As Harmond had expected, it was not so easy to be on the side of the seventh prince, but he did not back down and continued to assure the emperor that he was only telling what he had seen with his own eyes. After hearing the knight's words, the holy emperor calmed down a little. He remembered that there had been a report in which the residents of Lonia also defended the seventh prince. One of the residents even called him a priest, which was impossible to connect with the strange energy that the emperor had felt last time. But the archbishop also did not believe in the seventh prince and wanted to prevent him from gaining someone else's glory. The emperor did not know how to treat the information about the seventh prince. He did not know whether Harmon's words were true or false, but everyone had to be recognized for defending the territory of the settlement of Lonia. The emperor awarded the title of Count of Gunnar-Lepan to Lord Lonia. He gave the Holy Knight Harmond a small territory in the northwestern region. The emperor also decided to shorten the seventh prince's period of exile. After the prince recovered, the emperor would order him to return to the castle. After Harmond returned from his mission, he immediately reported this to His Majesty, and the first prince allowed the Holy Knight to enter his room. A small candle burned brightly on the table in his room. Taking it in his hands, the knight approached and asked if the prince was feeling better. It was the first prince, Luan Alfols. He took the knight's words as a ridiculous joke for someone whose accidental death would mean nothing. His eyesight and hearing had deteriorated, and it seemed that he did not have much time left for such conversation. So he asked the knight to come closer and said that he had heard what had happened on the battlefield. He stretched out his completely exhausted arm toward Harmond. With all the strength he had left, he grabbed him by the shirt. He began to shout that he had heard that Harmond had defended the 7th prince from His Majesty. He began to shake him, saying that he had defended trash and defiled the honor of their mother, who had sacrificed everything for them. He indignantly asked if Harmond was in his right mind. He thought that the knight had decided to side with the 7th prince because he himself now looked like a lifeless body. The first prince still could not calm down and shouted that the knight had chosen the wrong path by choosing the other. He continued to shake Harmond by the shirt, saying that the 7th prince would never become the next one. The knight tried to stop him, saying that he was overexerting himself and bleeding again. The knight's words brought the first prince back to his senses a little. He apologized to Harmond, saying that he knew he was not that kind of person. The knight quietly replied that he had nothing to apologize for, because neither he nor the 7th prince were to blame for anything. Harmond considered himself responsible for the death of Her Majesty Eulydia, and no matter what orders he received, he had to defend his opinion. Recalling that day, the first prince replied that they would all have died then, because they were only able to survive thanks to the reserve groups of warriors. Because of this curse, his skin was constantly bleeding, and he was no more useful than a corpse. Harmond asked the first prince if he hated the 7th, and he replied unequivocally that of course he hated him. After all, he had disgraced them, and was now recklessly living the life their precious mother had given them. Harmond suggested that the 7th prince had deliberately made himself a scoundrel, hiding his true motives in order to take revenge for Lady Ulisha. And in order to gather strength, he behaved this way and deliberately sought exile. The first prince interrupted Harmond's reasoning and asked if everything was all right with him. After hearing these words, the prince felt that the knight had been wounded much more seriously than he had. The first prince offered the knight a rest, but he had to carry out the Holy Emperor's order. Knight Harmond soon had to go to Lonia again. The first prince guessed that this trip was connected with the return of the 7th prince. 3 weeks after the wave of deaths, work was in full swing at the Lonia estate. People had been working tirelessly all this time, and now, after the hard work of cleaning up the place, it could once again be called a village. Some still hoped for compensation for this work. Grill decided that he would not leave Charlotte in such a place for anything. Suddenly, passing by one of the boxes, he saw the belongings of the dead inside. The contents of this box interested him greatly. Grill thought that if these were the belongings of those who had died centuries ago, then they must no longer belong to anyone. If he polished them, they would shine like new, and he decided to become their new owner. Looking around, he decided to rummage through the box a little. On top, he found a pendant, and thought that it would be enough as payment for his diligent help to the village. A little lower, he saw a piece of paper that did not look old at all. Grill took it out of the box and began to read its contents carefully. Meanwhile, Charlotte asked the 7th prince if he needed more food, but he refused, even though he hadn't eaten that much in a very long time. The prince woke up 3 weeks later, and the doctor said he needed to eat as much as possible to regain his strength. And the fact that the 7th prince woke up at all was already a miracle. The amount of sacred power he had expended could have been enough to cripple a person, but he recovered. His body was still exhausted, so he had to remain in bandages for the rest of his life. But the prince did not want to look like a dead man and asked Charlotte to remove the bandages. The doctor said that the person next to the prince looks more like a dead man. While the prince was unconscious, the doctor treated the girl who was standing next to him, and the doctor suggested that it was related to sacred power and mana. The prince asked why he said that and if there were any problems. In a normal case, people could be cut, have their limbs amputated, or even be sent to the other world. A normal body did not develop like this man's, and it was as if he had seen His Majesty 50 years ago. The emperor was in a coma after defeating Amon. His body had suffered enormous damage from sacred power and mana, so he had to be pieced back together. At that time, his body was developing beyond human limits, and the reason he was able to defeat Amon was because of his superhuman body. Perhaps Charlotte possessed the same superhuman strength. She was a hard worker with high concentration and a superhuman body, and the prince thought that such people should be heroes, not frail like him. The 7th prince asked Charlotte to bring him some books. The prince thought it was good that he had Amon's ability, but the recoil effect was too great. His body couldn't handle it. The sanctified power had to be used often, but it was difficult to do because of the completely different mana. Therefore, for the time being, the 7th prince decided to start by studying theory. It was the theory of the sacred emperor's magic, describing sacred power and dawn, as well as the doctrine of resurrection. Everything in this book was written in great detail. The author of this book was Raphael Astoria, and he dedicated it to the great goddess Gaia. He wanted to learn how to control his powers and use zombies correctly. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door of the 7th prince's room, and the holy knight Harmond appeared on the threshold of his room. The prince heard that he was in the castle, and the knight replied that he was in a hurry to tell him the news. The 7th prince remembered that once the knight had given him a huge reward for destroying Morgana. He thought that this time he wanted to do the same and give him money or a vacation. But in the end, he heard that His Majesty had given a personal order. It was for the 7th prince to return to the castle. Someone was knocking insistently on the door of the 7th prince's room. It was Harmond again, but the prince categorically refused to let him in. He called the prince to the castle, but the prince ordered Charlotte to ignore him and not open the door. The prince explained to Charlotte that he had no desire to return to such a dangerous place. After all, he still did not know who was behind Morgana's case. After thinking about it, Charlotte agreed that it could be dangerous. In any case, Harmond had to take care of everything himself, so the prince told Charlotte not to pay any attention to him. The holy knight continued to ask to speak with the prince. Not waiting for a personal conversation, he sent the prince a note asking him to return with him to the castle, but the prince did not respond, and Harmond continued to insist. Suddenly, the holy knight heard the click of a door opening. Charlotte came out to deliver a message from the prince. He asked her to tell the knight to leave before he sprinkled salt on him. Harmond asked Charlotte if she was returning home, and she replied that she would spend the night in her father's hut outside the castle. He offered to walk her there, as it was already night outside, but Charlotte refused. Harmond explained that he simply wanted to know why the prince refused to return to the castle. Charlotte explained to him that the prince considered the castle a very dangerous place. The holy knight agreed that the prince's position in the castle was indeed not the best. Charlotte's fears that the prince did not even have the best relationship with his relatives were confirmed, which meant that they really wanted to send him to the other world. If she had been a little stronger, she would have protected, but her thoughts were interrupted by her father, who was already waiting for her on the street. Charlotte was a little late today, and then he saw the holy knight next to her. Harmond recognized Grill and asked if he had fought here as well as in Morgan, and Grill nodded, saying that they should help each other. The holy knight said that this was very commendable of him and asked Grill to tell him what he had done in battle, but Grill wanted to remain silent and leave. But then he began to tell how he had killed 50 large zombies in battle. He also said that he had managed to take the fangs of the vampire count. Entering the house, Charlotte noticed something unusual on the dining table. There was a document she had never seen before, and Grill said it was a talisman he hadn't taken out in a long time. But upon closer inspection, the Holy Prince saw that it was a family document. And not just any document, but one bearing the seal of the Harais family. This was the family that had defended the Northern Legion of Lonia 50 years ago. A family that had been wiped off the face of the earth in a devastating battle with the Necromancer king, Aemon. No one was as loyal to the emperor as they were, and it was strange that a document belonging to the bravest family in the land was here. And then, a very interesting thought occurred to Knight Harmond. Perhaps these two were the only survivors of the Harais family, and now it was clear where these two got their strength from. Although they now lived in the shadows because of the fall of their family, they still continued to care for the prince, even though no one knew about it, and all because of their endless loyalty to the emperor. Apologizing, the Holy Knight interrupted Charlotte and Grill's conversation. He said he respected their desire to keep their mission a secret from everyone. He asked them to accept a letter of recommendation from him so that Grill could help his daughter improve her skills, because they still wanted to be with the 7th prince. A little later, Harmond promised to write them a recommendation to become holy knights. This news left them completely perplexed, but it gave Charlotte a chance to go to the castle, and obtaining aristocratic status would not be so difficult. If Charlotte wanted, they would teach her the sword skills of the Holy Empire there, and then she would be able to help His Majesty the 7th Prince even better. Upon hearing these words, Charlotte immediately agreed to all of this. However, if becoming a holy knight meant she would have to be far away from His Majesty, then she would not agree to it. Harmond thought about it and decided that if her mission was to protect the prince, then he would work harder to protect the prince alongside her. The Holy Knight decided that he would do everything in his power. His main task was to escort the Harry family and the prince to the castle. And unexpectedly for Harmond, the prince agreed to go to the castle. On the way to the castle, the Holy Knight asked the prince why he had suddenly changed his mind. After all, just yesterday, he had slammed the door in Harmond's face because he did not want to go to the castle. The prince did not know what to say and sat there searching for the right words. Reading books, he was inspired by how sacred power was used in them and really wanted to practice it. But the prince did not have all the books he needed for this purpose. Therefore, the main reason he decided to go to the castle was that the royal library had all kinds of books. After hearing this, Harmond decided that the prince had been studying magic intensively all this time. The prince decided to simply lock himself in the library, but the knight told him that it had been a long time since his last visit to the castle. These lands were much more fertile than the lands of the undead. Therefore, there were many things to entertain oneself with here. In addition, there were a large number of local residents in Laurensis. The reason for this was that Laurensis was the capital. During the prince's absence, this place had developed even further. On the way, the Holy Knight asked the prince if he liked this place, and at first he remained silent. Then, to everyone's surprise, he said that it smelled awful here. He asked Harmond for permission to ask him one question. He wanted to know if there were dead people in the capital of this sacred kingdom. Jumping out of the carriage, the prince ran, knocking everything out of his way. Charlotte and Harmond hurried after him along the road, apologizing and explaining to people that they were in a great hurry. To the seventh prince, this street only seemed so lively, but he was completely sure that he could smell a vampire. And if he followed this stench, he would definitely find it. And this smell led him to a dead end, where there was a wooden box with very strange contents. A crying head of an unknown person framed with flowers was sticking out of it. Seeing this terrible picture, Charlotte and Harmond froze, for it was none other than a real vampire. As soon as he sensed their approach, he screamed with all his might. A sword with holy power immediately appeared in the hands of the seventh prince, and he struck the head sticking out of the box with all his might. And with one very precise blow of the sharp sword, he severed it from the neck. Charlotte and Harmond, having regained their composure a little, asked if it was really a dead man. But the seventh prince had heard of similar cases before. He looked at the monster's body, hanging from ropes under the roofs of houses. It seemed that the insides had been removed and only the skin remained. Suddenly, the prince heard someone's voice saying that he was being followed. The prince turned his head, searching for the source of the voice. The stranger said that it was a red-haired man of middle age. This man had just run away, and it was likely that he was the culprit. But now it would be difficult to track him down because the stench had spread everywhere. The Holy Knight would report this incident as soon as they arrived at the castle. The prince was going to study magic here, but he had a bad feeling about it. Laurensis was in chaos, and it turned out that there had been similar cases of violent deaths in recent days. The chaos in the streets was due to these strange incidents. And chaos reigned in the castle because of the visit of the scandalous seventh prince. When they entered the castle, Harmond begged the prince to just stand still. Harmond had already reported on the matter, and since there was to be a banquet the next day, he asked the prince not to do anything. And for the Holy Knight, the seventh prince was still like a child. At that time, Charlotte wanted to take a look around the castle. He warned her that if anyone asked who she was, she should simply say his name as the vice captain of the Holy Army. The prince decided to stay in the library for a while, and the Holy Knight told him the way there and promised to join him as soon as he was free. And the prince thoughtfully wandered alone through the corridors of the castle towards the library. He thought he was mistaken, but he wasn't, yet he still smelled that stench. It could only mean one thing. Some kind of vampire had entered the castle. And since the smell was very ominous, he decided to sit quietly, as Harmond had told him. The thought flashed through his mind to run away after he found the book he needed, because wasn't it better to do that than to get involved in this? But first, he decided to go to the library and then think about everything else. It seemed to the prince that he was walking around the same place. Nearby, he noticed a statue and decided to see who it belonged to. The seventh prince came closer to read the plaque next to it. It was Ulitza, the mother of the seventh prince, and the inscription indicated that she had died long ago. Suddenly, the prince heard an unfamiliar voice nearby. It seemed to be a gardener who was not very happy about having to work alone. Seeing the shears in his hands, the prince thought he might be a criminal. The gardener was talking to himself, complaining about his lazy assistant. He turned abruptly to the prince and shouted that since he had come, he should have come over and said hello. He ordered the seventh prince to bring him a shovel and some soil. The seventh prince agreed to help the gardener, whom he did not know. As he dragged a bag of soil, he thought that he should have listened to the knight and put on new clothes after all. He thought that because of his old clothes, he had been mistaken for the new gardener. He placed the shovel and the required amount of soil at the man's feet. Turning to the gardener, Alan said that perhaps there had been a misunderstanding and that it was time for him to go. But seeing that the gardener's hands were covered in dirt, he offered him his handkerchief. Holding it out, he told the gardener to try not to work alone and to get some helper. Suddenly, the gardener grabbed the prince's arm sharply and quite firmly. He said that it seemed that the prince had indeed lost his memory. And perhaps it was not only his character that had changed after that. After all, the seventh prince could not even recognize his own grandfather. The castle was filled with discontented exclamations. The seventh prince walked slowly through the castle, The Holy Emperor was already waiting for Prince Alan in the visiting hall. The prince could not believe that the gardener was the Holy Emperor. The emperor said that he had heard that the prince had taken an active part in defending the Lonia estate. He had also heard a lot about how he had destroyed the vampire count. Now, before saying anything, the prince had to think. Even the residents of Lopensis had heard about this strange incident. This meant that the Holy Emperor could not have been unaware of it. It was certainly no secret that a vampire was behind this incident. Therefore, in order to be recognized for his merits in the Lonia estate, the emperor was planning to find someone who could catch the vampire. For now, he was simply checking the details of the case that interested him. The seventh prince confirmed that he had destroyed the vampire count, but he would not be able to catch him again on his own. Even if he went to the other world and was reborn, he was only able to do so with the help of a large number of people, as Harmon Charlotte and Lord Gennard also played a role in a certain way. He also received tremendous support from the residents of the Lonia estate, so it was not only his strength that made it possible. He simply did not want to spread the word to prevent problematic outcomes. After listening to the prince's speech, the emperor replied only that he had heard. He still looked very annoyed, and the prince waited to see what would happen next. The emperor continued by saying that the prince had come a long way and must be tired, and asked him to get some rest. The prince agreed, hoping that the emperor would finish hunting the vampire without any problems. After asking for his permission, the prince quietly left the hall. The emperor wondered how the prince had found out about the vampire and decided that Harmon had told him. After all, just 6 months ago, the prince had been a nasty boy, but now he accepted help from others with dignity and even noticed the existence of vampires in the capital. The emperor wondered if memory loss could completely change a person's character. Harmon also told the emperor that Grill and Charlotte were survivors of the Harres family. If this was true, then they should be able to succeed against the vampires. But the Harries were not a family known for martial arts, but for their sacred power. Lord Gennard's report stated that the seventh prince had saved the lives of soldiers who were on the verge of death with the help of sacred power. There was also a story that the goddess's blessing came after the prince's prayer. There was also information that the seventh prince destroyed a vampire with a decorative gun. Although that person was wearing a mask, Gennard was sure that it was Alan. At first, the emperor thought it was nonsense and asked his subordinates for their opinion. One of them replied that he was sure it was all a lie. He claimed that the prince had not been on the battlefield for long, while another shouted that the man in the mask had the same build as the prince. Some assured that people were most likely mistaken and that such comparisons could not be used as evidence. Others sought an explanation for the prince's divine power in the emperor's blood. The emperor himself listened to all these speeches and considered them to be short-sighted people. The emperor was soon to abdicate the throne, but he had no heir, nor even anyone who could help him now. If nothing had happened to Lydia that day, he would have chosen Luana as his heir. The emperor also blamed himself for becoming cold, because he thought more about the safety of the kingdom than about his grandchildren. Remembering Alan's words, the emperor thought that perhaps this child had a chance. His courtiers were still arguing about the seventh prince, and the emperor shouted at them to shut up immediately. The emperor saw them as nothing more than a bunch of useless idiots. Then Count Fomor, a friend of Luana's, suggested that they investigate the matter more thoroughly while they still had plenty of time. In 2 months, it would be the anniversary of Lady Ulitia's death, and he suggested that the seventh prince stay in the castle until then, especially since he was supposed to help catch the vampire. He suggested that the prince rest until the upcoming banquet. The Holy Emperor remembered that the banquet was coming up soon and agreed not to rush. Meanwhile, the seventh prince finally found the library, but he didn't understand why it was so difficult to get there. Suddenly, the seventh prince heard a woman's voice calling him. The stranger didn't think that anyone else could be there at such a late hour. Apologizing, she said she would leave the library immediately. The prince allowed her to stay, but he could see that she was very uncomfortable. But the prince didn't understand why, because he hadn't even done anything yet. And then it was as if a powerful electric shock had struck him. The seventh prince began to understand who this girl standing before him really was, but he simply could not believe his own eyes, although many details indicated that it was indeed her. It was Alice Astoria, the Archbishop's granddaughter. Her specialty was love and forgiveness, as well as incredible sacred power and knowledge of magic. Now the seventh prince understood exactly why she felt so uncomfortable around him. She must have thought that this crazy guy had come back for her again. He also noticed that this girl had the same last name as the author of the book he was looking for. This meant that the book he needed was written by her grandfather, the Archbishop, the very same Archbishop whom he had so badly offended. Who could have known that he would meet him this way? And now he couldn't even dream of asking him anything. The prince apologized to the girl for scaring her and explained that he had lost his memory and therefore did not remember most of the people in the castle. But it was clear from Alice's face that she did not really believe him. Then the prince decided that he would just take the book and leave. But suddenly, the seventh prince realized that the book he needed was not there. Then Alice clarified that perhaps he was looking for her grandfather's books, meaning the Archbishop's books. She was reading this book now, but she could give it to the prince. He didn't want to distract her from reading, but she said she was about to leave anyway. It was a book with a rather loud title about resurrection. Alice began to say that these were just her grandfather's research notes and nothing more, and that it was impossible to resurrect people at all. The seventh prince was very surprised to hear this information. Taking the book from the girl's hands, he asked why she thought resurrection was impossible. No matter how powerful the sacred forces that give life are, it is impossible to capture a soul that has left the body, and only necromancy could accomplish such a thing. But because necromancy required a huge price, it was not good to engage in it. The girl was convinced that resurrection was impossible, even when Gaia gave them a miracle. Perhaps someone had sacred and magical powers. But Alice assured him that such cases were incredibly rare, and if the powers were used simultaneously, the body could simply explode. Still, the seventh prince did not think that resurrection was impossible. After all, the book said that if you want to use your sacred power better, you need to pray more. Sorcerers could use mana and spells, and dark sorcerers used magical powers and life. But thinking about the time, the prince said that he had already kept her too long. He began to try in every possible way to send Alice home. He promised to turn off the lights in the library before leaving. Not understanding what was going on, the girl wished him good night, but she wanted so much to continue the conversation about resurrection. Then she thought that his reasoning was complete nonsense. Alice felt that the aura of the seventh prince had changed greatly. Suddenly, in the silence of the library, a familiar voice called out to her softly. It was Alice's grandfather, Archbishop Raphael Astoria of the Holy Emperor. She hurried to explain that she had been delayed studying in the library. Her grandfather decided to warn her, saying that the seventh prince had appeared in the castle, asking her not to strain herself too much. He handed her a mass. After all, she had been chosen by the goddess and possessed incredible talent, but the work she had to do carried with it a great responsibility. But Alice asked him not to worry about her, because she was a strong girl, and Alice, with the mask in her hands, went with her grandfather. Together with her grandfather, they entered the first prince's room. Alice put on the mask and was almost ready to perform all the manipulation. Thus began the next stage of treatment for the first prince, Luana. But despite everything, the first prince was getting worse. It turned out that her grandfather, the archbishop, was right about this. Against the backdrop of the first prince's cursed body, her powers were useless. At this rate, he really didn't have much time left. But Alice really wanted to find a way out, no matter what it took. Thoughts of resurrection crept into her head, and although she knew it was impossible, she remembered the prince's words and thought it would be great if it were true. The prince asked for a family tree with photographs to be made for him, but the version they brought him did not contain any information about his parents. Harmon thought he should still remember them, but the prince insisted that he had lost his memory, so he asked to be told about them. Harmon didn't know where to start or what to tell the prince. He only said that when they were both alive, they had lived a wonderful and unusual life. The seventh prince understood perfectly well that Harmon was lying. He wanted to learn about the relationships between family members, but everything seemed very suspicious. Harmon clarified about the banquet and said that if he did something wrong there, he could be ridiculed, and Charlotte even learned the castle's etiquette so as not to disgrace him. The Holy Knight explained that a party and a banquet were completely different things. He also said that the first prince would also be present. Luan Elphos was the seventh prince's older brother, and he was depicted in the family tree. He was the person the seventh prince now had to be most wary of. After all, he was furious when he found out that the banquet was being held in honor of the seventh prince. And so the day of the banquet arrived. Everyone admired how beautiful Alice had grown up to be. The Lord was very happy to see her after so long. Actually, her grandfather, the archbishop, had asked Alice not to come to the banquet. He really did not want her to go to the banquet in honor of the seventh prince. But Alice decided that since her grandfather wasn't coming, she should at least be there, especially since the archbishop was busy taking care of the first prince. Suddenly, one of the guests called out to Alice. She turned around and saw Duke Fomor, who said admiringly that she was the reincarnation of the goddess Gaia. People began to gossip that Duke Fomor had become popular with the locals, even though it was difficult to please low-ranking people. But because he had no interest in power, he made useless volunteer work his hobby. Alice wanted to put a stop to these shameless gossips herself, but Duke Fomor stopped her, saying that they weren't lying so much. After his wife's death, volunteering became his purpose in life, although this activity was apparently not very aristocratic. But Alice, on the contrary, considered it a respectable endeavor. The Duke was definitely a good man. He had looked after Lady Ulycia in the past, and now he supported the first prince and was loyal to him. Instead of trying to gain power, he was always concerned about the first prince's condition and always stood up for others. But despite all this, Alice felt very uncomfortable around him. She apologized and left under the pretext of needing to attend to other guests. Moving away from the Duke, Alice felt unwell. Suddenly, one of the guests shouted loudly that she was a true goddess. Lord Gennard was very nervous at this banquet, and Grill tried to calm him down. They were all waiting for the 7th prince, because without him, they felt uncomfortable. It had been a long time since Lord Gennard had attended a banquet, but he immediately recognized the Archbishop's granddaughter. After greeting him, she said that he probably knew who she was, but Lord Gennard said that he had only seen her from a distance. Duke Fomor silently observed their conversation from the sidelines. Unnoticed by the others, his fingers creaked unpleasantly. At that moment, Prince Alan Alphonse entered the hall under the protection of the Holy Empire. He immediately attracted the attention of everyone present at the banquet. Duke Fomor also did not neglect the 7th prince with his attention, but his gaze was different from the gazes of everyone else present. The 7th prince sat down on the sofa and began to slowly swing his leg. Since he was a prince without a right to the throne and had even been kicked out of the castle, he thought that no one would attend his banquet. But he also noticed one strange thing about this event. Charlotte attracted a lot of attention from the guests because she looked more aristocratic than the prince. He thought that she had learned this in her lessons, but Harmond explained that the ability to present oneself well cannot be learned in lessons. Their conversation was interrupted by Duke Fomor, who showed great joy at seeing the 7th prince. The prince looked at him intently and did not understand who he was. Harmon hinted to Alan that his behavior was not like that of a prince and that he was standing before Duke Fomor, who was mentioned in the document he had been studying. But Duke Fomor forgave the prince because a lot of time had passed since their last meeting, and it was not surprising that he had been forgotten. He asked the prince to forgive him for not being there for him in his time of need. They shook hands, for Duke Fomor had served the 7th prince's mother in the past, helping and supporting him and the 1st prince. The 7th prince remembered the few people who had supported him, but the characteristics of Duke Fomor that the prince saw puzzled him. He was a vampire and a real bloodsucker, capable of dismembering bodies, possessed black magic, and was currently in a state of thirst. And now this vampire was holding the 7th prince's hand tightly. Alan realized that this was the vampire he had sensed on the street. Suddenly, the Duke asked the prince if he liked the food at today's banquet. The prince replied that everything was delicious and realized that he had unconsciously released his sacred power, but the vampire did not act. Duke Fomor expressed his satisfaction with the prince's answer, for he had been sampling the royal cuisine for quite some time. But the prince's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of how long the Duke had been in the castle, and he did not listen to him, but stared intently at the faces of the guests. None of those in his field of vision escaped his attention. There was a strange aura in the room where the banquet was taking place, and the 7th prince looked through the information about each of the banquet guests. The Duke noticed that the prince was looking for something, and he replied that he remembered what had upset him during the meal. And then he saw a waiter carrying glasses of alcohol. He asked for a glass filled almost to the brim. After all, it would be so sad if they did not drink alcohol during the meal. Taking the glass in his hand, the prince turned the alcohol into holy water. He offered Duke Fomor a glass to drink with him. Duke Fomor gladly took a glass for himself. The prince waited for him to finish his drink, for he had put all his power into this holy water, and now it was also holy. The prince wanted him to drink it quickly and reveal his true nature, for he was sure that the silhouette was him. And if the Duke's identity was revealed, then it would become clear who the criminal was. So Duke Fomor drank the entire glass of holy water in one gulp. He said that, perhaps because he had drunk too quickly, he already felt intoxicated. He apologized to the prince, saying that he was weak when it came to alcohol. But the prince noticed that he did not look drunk, and the Duke explained that he was not that drunk yet. At that moment, a whole bottle appeared in the prince's hands. All the guests looked on in surprise at what was happening in the hall. Taking it by the neck, the 7th prince hit Duke Fomor on the arm with it, and when the bottle broke, he hit him again with a shard of glass. Everyone was puzzled and could not understand what His Majesty was doing. Duke Fomor asked him to calm down, but Alan noticed that he was in no hurry to heal his wounds, even though he was sure that he was a vampire. The Holy Knight began to calm the prince, telling the guests that he was already too drunk. He suggested that Duke Fomor go inside to treat his wound. The Duke agreed and quickly ran to his room. Harmond asked why the prince had done this, and Charlotte guessed that he might have sensed that something was wrong with the Duke. Then the prince stunned everyone with the news that the Duke might be a vampire, but there was no evidence to catch him. So he asked for a pen and a piece of paper. These tools were needed to track down the vampire. Running to his room, Duke Fomor quickly closed the door behind him. After drinking a glass of holy water, he felt very ill. Duke Fomor began to vomit bloody masses, and his terrible true nature began to reveal itself. He realized that the prince had guessed who he was, because no one would have offered him holy water just like that, saying it was alcohol. The vampire urgently needed to remove all his damaged organs. He needed new blood and fresh meat right away. Suddenly, someone knocked quietly on the door of Duke Fomor's room. It was one of the castle maids who had come to clean his room. Duke Fomor kindly invited the girl to come inside. The Duke said she could clean up as she saw fit. Upon entering the room, the girl saw a pool of blood on the floor, and the Duke whispered that he needed someone like her. The maids passing by greeted the Duke. As he was getting dressed, he said it had been a wonderful dinner. Turning to them, the Duke said that they were too tired from preparing for the banquet, and the girls thought that he was the only one who cared so much about them. And the Duke started talking about one of the maids named Milia. He said that she had worked so well that he was thinking of hiring her at his estate and asked them to convey his request to the steward. The maids were a little jealous that she would be working for such a man, not yet knowing that her body was lying in a pool of blood in his room. Seeing that the Duke was going in the wrong direction, one of the maids told him that the banquet hall was on the other side. But Duke Fomor replied that he was not going to the banquet hall. He was going to visit the first prince to pay him his evening respects. Meanwhile, the seventh prince finished writing his list of guests. It included only those he had seen on the first floor, and among them were many aristocrats. But since there was no way to prove that they were vampires, problems arose. But none of them were parents, so things weren't so bad. Harmon decided to return to the conversation about the evolution of the dead. After evolution, if someone was born a vampire, they were called parents, for example, like the vampire Duke who was defeated last time. And after so many circumstances, the parents met creatures that were weaker than them. Their specialty was hiding among people, and the prince asked if they could hide from the sacred forces. And Knight Harmond honestly answered the prince that this was indeed the case. They could also switch bodies with those they had killed. The prince immediately remembered the missing bodies and the heads that had been left behind. Harmond confirmed that a vampire must have taken the body and saw what was left of it, and that the sacred power must have been stronger than them. After these words, the prince crumpled the piece of paper in his hand and asked Harmond how high his position in society was. He replied that it was high enough for him to move a group of knights at his command. The seventh prince told him to catch everyone on the list, but first to understand the situation and then destroy them if necessary. The Holy Knight took the list from the seventh prince, who took full responsibility, and asked Charlotte to help Harmond. But it seemed strange to him to command military forces during a banquet. But the prince told him not to worry only about him, but also about himself. They had no way to prove that they were vampires. First, they had to destroy them and see them turn to ash. Duke Fomor had surely already noticed that the prince had revealed his identity, and if they didn't hurry, the prince would be in danger. Charlotte and Harmond went to carry out the prince's orders, but asked him to be careful. While the two were away, the prince simply had to hide. Suddenly, a voice unknown to him called the prince's name again. Turning around, Alan saw a young man behind him. It was Ruffle Elphos, the third prince, cunning, excellent with a spear, but at the same time, trusting and cowardly. Approaching Alan, he said that he had heard that he had lost his memory. He introduced himself to the seventh prince as the highly respected third prince. Beaming with a smile, the seventh prince said that Harmond had told him about him. He was a mama's boy, even nicknamed so by the Holy Emperor. He was a prince with almost no divine presence. For some reason, he decided that the seventh prince had not forgotten him. But the prince said that the Holy Knight had told him about him. The third prince noticed that none of his other brothers had attended today's banquet, saying that they probably had more important things to do. In this way, Ruffle wanted to anger the seventh prince. He himself was only able to attend because his schedule for today happened to be free. He noticed that the seventh prince still liked to keep order everywhere, and was glad that he had not lost his reckless thoughts. But if Alan came to the castle to claim the place of the crown prince, they could become enemies, and he patted the seventh prince on the shoulder meaningfully. He advised him to just continue living as he had before. And after finishing his speech, he decided to simply leave the banquet hall. But the seventh prince was sure that even if he wasn't in the castle, he still wouldn't be able to become crown prince. Immediately forgetting about his dim-witted brother, he decided to focus on his work. Since he did not know how powerful Count Fomor was, he needed to conserve his energy. He decided to hide until Harmond and Charlotte had done their work. But suddenly, someone called the seventh prince's name again, so loudly that the sound seemed to go right through his head. Someone demanded that Alan Elphos come out immediately. The prince couldn't even understand how this guy had annoyed the others so much that they were looking for him in this way. But when he turned around, he saw the person he least expected to see. Barely able to stand, the first prince, Luan Elphos, entered the hall. His characteristics included a tendency toward generosity and depravity, a decaying body, a talent for swordplay, and the qualifications of a wise ruler. The seventh prince smelled rot and magical power, for he was still alive, even though he lived in a body resembling that of a corpse. Only the seventh prince wanted to think that his willpower was worthy of respect as he grabbed him with his hands in bloody bandages. He began to shake him by the chest, shouting, "How dare he insult his subordinate? After all, The Count was a man who served their mother, and the 7th prince could not have been unaware of this. Not letting go of his shirt collar, the first prince asked why Alan constantly insulted God and did everything against him. Spraying bloody saliva, the first prince tried to find out why the 7th prince continued to denigrate their mother's honor. But suddenly, someone shouted about what they were doing, and the door to the hall swung open. Under the divine protection of the Holy Empire, the ruler of the Holy Empire entered the hall. He was extremely dissatisfied that no one had answered him about what had happened here. Turning once more to the princes, he asked menacingly what they were doing, spreading divine power. Even the emperor's voice contained an enormous amount of sanctified power. First, the sacred emperor addressed the first prince. Looking at his condition, he ordered the archbishop and other doctors to take him away and provide assistance. Then, turning to the 7th prince, he ordered him to explain himself. The emperor had heard that he had insulted Count Pomor and wanted to know the reason for this. But the 7th prince could not tell the holy emperor the truth, for he had not tried to insult him, but had hunted him. He even thought about simply saying that he was a vampire. But looking at the emperor, he decided that he would not believe him. So the 7th prince simply said that he had drunk too much and made a mistake. The holy emperor simply asked again if what the prince had told him was true, but it felt as if he was expecting a different answer from the prince, just like last time. Meanwhile, the first prince, Luang, was writhing in pain on the floor. He shouted for everyone to get out of there and leave him alone. Then, Luang grabbed an empty glass standing on the edge of the table. With all the strength he had left, he threw it at the 7th prince. He asked the emperor to forgive him for his stupidity. But the 7th prince had insulted his man. This was not something he could simply ignore, and he asked for permission to duel the 7th prince. The emperor asked how he could say such things with his body. He promised to punish Alan after clarifying the whole situation, and that it was time for him to leave. But the first prince categorically refused. The first prince had heard that the emperor had generously rewarded Alan for the events at the Lonia estate. If he allowed Alan to fight in this duel, he might be able to see his true nature. Was he capable of hunting vampires? Or had he simply taken credit for someone else's glory? After all, the first prince believes that the emperor would also be interested in finding out. The archbishop asked the emperor to stop the first prince, but His Majesty the Holy Emperor simply left the hall in silence. By his actions, the emperor approved this duel between the two princes. As a result of this battle, the first prince wanted to rid the 7th prince of his arrogance. He told Alan to prepare himself better for this duel. The 7th prince silently thought about the fact that no one had even asked his opinion about all this. The people standing on the balconies whispered that the 7th prince was back to his old ways and probably wanted to leave. Gennard told Grill that it was time to leave because chaos would soon break out here. But Grill began to defend the 7th prince because no matter how much of an asshole he was still a good person. Covering his mouth with his hand, Gennard apologized to Lady Alice for his friend's behavior. But for her, such an address was very unusual. Seizing the moment, Alice asked if Grill and Gennard knew what was written in the note that the 7th prince had given to Hammond. She was incredibly curious to know one thing. Why did the 7th prince offer Count Fomor a drink from that glass? And then, as if he was waiting for something to happen to him. But when she heard a knock, she decided that now was not the time to think about it, and that she needed to focus on the first prince, because he must not overexert himself. And to begin with, Alice Astoria decided to go downstairs. She was very worried that something bad might happen to the first prince, and did not think about the fact that their duel should end without casualties. The 7th prince's mind was preoccupied with the thought of why he was in the body of a man who had such a terrible relationship with his family. He couldn't understand how a dying man was allowed to fight in a duel, because the first prince looked as if he was about to kick the bucket. Alan didn't know what everyone expected from this duel, but it seemed that the Holy Emperor was not going to stop it. The Archbishop was only concerned about the first prince and did not take the side of the 7th. For safety reasons, the use of sacred powers was prohibited in this duel. Firstly, because the first prince would not be able to withstand it. And secondly, if it was true that the 7th prince was hunting the vampire parent, then it meant that he relied not only on sacred powers in his fight against him. In other words, it was an opportunity to test their martial arts skills. But at that time, Alan really only used his sacred powers and didn't even know how to use a sword. And the two who were supposed to protect the 7th prince were not here now. And now, the 7th prince had only one way out of this situation. Alan Elphos stepped forward to duel his opponent, the first prince. The first prince asked if he had finally decided to get serious. He asked the Holy Emperor to consider this duel a neutral incident. Their swords were about to clash in this duel. Before that, the Emperor reminded them not to forget to respect each other, because they were brothers, after all. And with a wave of his hand, he signaled the start of this strange duel. And from that moment on, the duel between the two princes began. At the very beginning of the battle, Alan seemed ready to continue. And the first prince, Luo, was already preparing to strike his opponent. Unexpectedly, the 7th prince knelt down, raised his sword, and said he was surrendering. This completely baffled the 1st prince, Luan. The emperor and the archbishop also looked on in bewilderment. Folding his sword, Alan Elphos surrendered to Luan Elphos, saying that he was very afraid of him. He immediately repeated these words again for all to hear. At first, burning with shame, the Holy Emperor covered his face with his hand. Then he suddenly thought that Alan might have done this not because he did not want to fight, but because he was worried about Luana's condition. But whatever the reason, he did not behave very wisely. The 1st prince was also very angry about this situation, and he struck with his sword right next to the 7th prince. The 1st prince took this action as a personal insult. He thought that all the insults of the 1st prince were primarily directed at him, and he began to shower Alan Elphos with all kinds of insults. The 1st prince didn't care about common sense because he couldn't forgive his brother for what he had done. In a fit of rage, Luan began to use his sacred powers, and if Alan didn't block the attack, his body could explode. And now, no grandfather could stop them, just like that. Then the 7th prince took out his favorite gardening tool. Everyone around him wondered where he got that shovel. No one knew that he could use spatial magic, but no one felt the flow of mana. It was the 7th prince's true divine aura. He didn't understand how Luan could still stand with a body like that, and he would really be in danger if they continued. But suddenly, in the crowd gathered around them, Alan saw a familiar face. Right next to them was that very vampire, Duke Fomor. And seeing that the 7th prince had noticed him, he smiled back. Now, Alan understood everything, and this duel was the vampire's plan. He couldn't let him get away with it, and everything would be decided if this guy was defeated. Of course, Alan felt very sorry for the 1st prince, Luan Elphos. But at that moment, the 7th prince had no other choice. Apologizing to him, Alan asked him to take this blow, and he struck his brother with his shovel. With divine power. Alan promised his older brother that he would definitely take revenge on his enemies. From such a blow, the 1st prince began to fall to the floor. But it seemed that they had quite a few enemies in this castle. And suddenly, another weapon appeared in the 7th prince's hand. Everyone was puzzled and whispered to each other, wondering if it too came from his divine aura. Turning to the emperor, the archbishop asked him to stop them because shooting at such a distance was dangerous. Taking careful aim, the 7th prince began to pray to the goddess Gaia. But his target was, of course, not the 1st prince, but Duke Fomor. And when he fired, the 7th prince hit the vampire right in the head. The shockwave from the shot was so powerful that it knocked him off his feet. But because the prince could only pray for a short time, the power of the shot was too weak. The 7th prince was already preparing to fire a second shot, but the Holy Emperor ordered his knights to stop him. Obeying his command, the knights prevented the prince from completing his plan. He tried to explain to the knights that he absolutely had to fire a second shot. After all, then he would definitely be able to eliminate this vampire. And fragments of this duel began to appear in the mind of the 1st prince, Luana. He remembered that very shovel filled with divine power, and that the 7th prince's true target was not him at all. After all, his brother Alan was now aiming at Duke Fomor. It all came together in his mind into a clear picture. The Holy Emperor approached him, saying that this was something new. He was sure that the 1st prince had thought the same thing. And Luan agreed with him because he remembered what Harmond had told him that day. He said that Alan was deliberately acting like a scoundrel and that he had deliberately made them kick him out of the castle to take revenge for his mother. But now that he had seen his abilities, he could believe those words. Therefore, he wanted to make sure that the 7th prince truly had the qualities of a holy emperor. And Prince Luan turned to His Majesty, the Holy Emperor. It was clear to everyone around that the 1st prince was already on his last legs. He wanted to do whatever it took to free himself from the curse and become the next Holy Emperor, but he had already reached his limit. Therefore, he wanted to take revenge on the aristocrats who laughed at their mother, calling her a commoner. And now he needed to make Alan the next Holy Emperor. The 7th prince really wanted to destroy Count Fomor. He was simply obsessed with him, and if he wanted to mock Luan, then he would be his target. The archbishop saw that Luana urgently needed help, and the emperor decided to discuss the rest later. The emperor asked Alice if she knew where Harmond was, and she replied that he had left the banquet hall during the duel and had not returned. The holy emperor thought for a moment and said nothing more about him. The archbishop told the emperor that Count Fomor had been taken to his chambers to receive medical attention. The emperor ordered him to come to him, and the archbishop asked what he was going to do with the wounded man. He was seriously wounded because of his grandson, so he wanted to take care of him himself. Deep in thought, the holy emperor silently rubbed his fingers. He thought about cleansing his mind with sacred power. After all, it was too early to open Duke Fomor's skull, but the Archbishop was unsure what the consequences would be. Meanwhile, the 7th Prince was indignant that he had been imprisoned again. He had only wounded the vampire and found himself in such a stalemate, and he thought that suddenly the vampire was walking around the castle again and sending servants to the other world. Moreover, the castle had become too quiet, and the prince was worried that Harmond and Charlotte had failed in their task. But judging by the way the Duke was confidently walking around the banquet hall, it was clear that he had some tricks up his sleeve. For them, being in the sacred castle was like being in the enemy's lair. They surely had a manual on how to get out of any situation. Even if it wasn't that it would be problematic for Harmond, with his position, to hurt the aristocrats. The vampires, pretending to be aristocrats, would use their status and surround themselves with personal knights, thereby delaying their capture. Taking advantage of this opportunity, at the end of the banquet, the vampires would mingle with the aristocrats and escape, and the prince would be convicted of attempting to kill the Duke. The 7th Prince was climbing the walls from thinking about how unfair this was. Suddenly, someone's voice said that the 7th Prince was causing trouble here. It was the 3rd Prince, and he reminded Alan that he should call him his older brother. He had seen the duel and said that brothers should not fight. But despite his own words, he looked pleased. The 7th Prince realized that he had probably gotten rid of one contender for the throne and was delighted by this. Then it dawned on the 7th Prince that this brother was also a prince and had the right to release him from there. Alan asked his older brother to help him escape, but at first he refused, saying that the emperor might reprimand him for it. Then the 7th Prince told him that the 1st Prince was now in critical condition. He also reminded him that the 3rd Prince now owed him a small debt. He mentioned that he would like to visit the 1st Prince in person. If the 3rd Prince released him, he would see something very interesting a little later. Now it became clear how much the 3rd Prince hated the 1st. Not only did he help the 7th Prince escape from prison, but he also brought him to the weapons warehouse. This was so that the 7th Prince would not only visit the 1st Prince, but also take a gift from the warehouse with him. After his release from prison, he did not know what to do next, because he had no one in the Imperial Palace who could help him. The vampires had surely already finished sharing information with each other, which meant it was time to use force. But there was a man with more power than the prince who could freely use it, and he would surely have to turn to the one whom everyone trusted. The 7th Prince activated his skill to clear his path. He summoned the spirits of fallen soldiers to help him pass. To begin with, he decided to cover the faces of these unusual soldiers with armor, and the 7th Prince dressed the zombies in knightly uniforms. At first, Alan Elfos wanted to deal with all this quietly, but these vampires continued to annoy him very much. And the 1st Prince still did not understand what he was trying to convey to him. Now behind the 7th Prince stood an army of zombies disguised as knights. And to begin with, they decided to visit the 1st Prince. The servants tried to stop them, but the knights did not react to them. They decided to stage a makjang drama in the imperial castle. Everyone started shouting that the 7th Prince had staged a rebellion. He ordered his soldiers not to destroy anyone, but only to clear the way for him. A company of soldiers was already rushing to the emperor's castle to help. Suddenly, someone shouted that Alan was heading for the 1st Prince's room. At that moment, his zombies were fighting the emperor's soldiers, but the 7th Prince managed to make his way to the room he needed. They tried to stop him, but his soldiers prevented this, and he managed to get into the room just as the ritual was taking place. The priest shouted that they had not yet finished the treatment, but the prince asked them to close the door and make sure no one entered. The 7th Prince's soldiers removed all unnecessary people from the room. Prince Alan closed the doors to Luana's room tightly behind them. So Alan was now alone with the 1st Prince for a while, overcoming the intense pain. He asked Alan what he was doing. The 7th Prince replied that he didn't want to do this, and that Luana should have just let him go before this happened. After all, because of him, the vampire hunt had failed, and the 1st Prince asked if he meant Count Fomor. From these words, Alan assumed that Luan knew, but Luan assumed this based on the 7th Prince's reaction. But Luan was sure that this was not the case, because the priest had confirmed it, but Alan was not sure that they had checked everything properly. Alan explained that those vampires had human skin and were difficult to distinguish from ordinary people until their heads were filled with sacred power. And while they were cooling off here, the castle was simply swarming with vampires. Luan asked why he didn't tell the truth about Count Fomor right away, but Alan was sure that no one would have believed him. But the 1st Prince insisted that if the 7th Prince had immediately revealed his true nature and told the truth, they would have believed him. Alan told the truth that he no longer wanted to be associated with this family or with vampires. But apparently, he couldn't just escape from this nightmare. So first, he asked his brother to pay for his efforts. And the price of these efforts was the life of the 1st Prince, Luana. At that moment, the Archbishop was running down the castle corridor, having learned that the 7th Prince and his soldiers had seized the 1st Prince's room. He had left his post for just a minute, and it was unclear how the knights had allowed Alan to enter. The archbishop himself had to fight the prince's soldiers. He managed to push one of them away, and when he fell to the floor, his ammunition fell off. The archbishop realized that he was facing a real dead man. Now he understood that the 7th prince was a necromancer who controlled the dead, and he had managed to outwit them. But at the same time, he realized that these zombies emanated the same pure sacred energy as the other holy knights. These were creatures that defied the laws of this world, and it was absolutely impossible to create them, even with magic. The archbishop ordered the holy knights to seize the hall and make sure that none of the soldiers left it. First, the archbishop had to save the 1st prince, Luana. He made his way to his room, pushing away the zombie soldiers. The archbishop also needed to find the one who had summoned them here. But suddenly, something very strange began to happen around him. The soldiers began to fall, emitting a divine light, and the archbishop did not understand what this meant. But now, he was finally able to break through to the 1st prince's room. However, upon entering the room, the archbishop realized that he was too late. The 7th prince had already managed to plunge his shovel into the 1st prince's chest. Alan said that his brother had paid with his life, and now he was asking him to resurrect him. Count Fomor reported to the 1st prince only Alan's bad behavior near his bed. He said that Alan kept telling everyone about Luana's low status, and that he had insulted their mother. The 1st prince should have immediately understood that he was deliberately telling him this when he immediately came to report what had happened in the banquet hall. But the reason he did not suspect him was that he had been with him since childhood and was the only one who supported him after the loss of his mother. Luan naturally did not understand that Count Fomor was actually a vampire, but he could understand why Alan had decided to send him to the other world. And the moment when the 7th prince stabbed the 1st prince in the chest with a shovel was decisive. So the soul of the 1st prince, Luan, now left his body. And after that, Luan's soul was able to embrace the 7th prince. Perhaps now, the 1st prince, Luan Elphos, was a legion, and the 1st prince, Luan Elphos, was the true heir to the goddess Gaia. But now it was time for the soul of the 1st prince to be resurrected, and it returned to the very body from which it had briefly departed. Upon awakening, the 1st prince sat up in bed, not yet understanding what had happened. At that very moment, the archbishop and knights rushed into his room. After his resurrection, Luan realized that his body no longer hurt, and it was easier for him to breathe. The 7th prince was very happy that everything had worked out. He asked Luan how he was enjoying his new life, and Luan replied that his skin had finally returned to him. His muscles and bones were also fine, and the curse that had tormented him all these years had disappeared. His complete healing was simply a miracle. Looking at the fruits of his labor, the 7th prince could not hold back his tears. After all, he had used a lot of his power to heal him, and the 1st prince decided to do everything Alan had tried to do without any mistakes and as quickly as he could. At that moment, Charlotte and Harmond were trying to persuade the knight to release the 7th prince. Suddenly, someone's hand fell on the shoulder of the holy knight, Harmon. The man behind him said that the knight only listened to his commands. Realizing who was standing in front of him, Harmond was simply stunned. Standing in front of the knight was the 1st prince, Luan, in perfect health. He promised to tell him all the details of his recovery later, but for now, he asked for the list that Alan had written. He explained that Alan had personally asked him for help, so Harmond had nothing to worry about. The miracle that had happened to his body was proof of that. Looking at the list, the 1st prince was surprised at how many names there were. There were aristocrats from other countries, and Harmond only had enough power to restrain them. But a strange knight was watching their conversation. The 1st prince, Luan, praised Harmond for doing an excellent job. Thanks to him, hunting vampires had become much easier. The 1st prince had not used his powers for a very long time. Behind him appeared those who followed the commands of the 1st prince, Luan Elphos. Luan summoned the Inquisitor of Heresy and the Law of the Bloody Cross. These soldiers were specially trained to destroy the undead. Only the 1st prince could summon them, and they obeyed only his commands. They were one of the 5 strongest groups in the Holy Kingdom. The 1st prince thanked them for gathering so quickly. He showed them a list of names of vampires hiding in the Holy Kingdom, and they even sent his mother to the other world. The 1st prince ordered their bodies to be cut open and their hearts torn out. He also ordered their skulls to be cut open to check if their brains were shrouded in magic, and to mercilessly and cruelly make them realize how foolish their fake lives were. Now it was the beginning of a real vampire hunt. But suddenly, one of the knights was struck by someone's powerful force. Someone became indignant that their family knight had been attacked. Then, the head of one of the guests from the castle flew off his shoulders. The others just gasped when they saw what was happening with their own eyes. Under the skin of this head that had flown off his shoulders was a small residue of magic. This confirmed that the people mentioned in the list were vampires, and a clear order was given to destroy them all. Every last one. They begged the Inquisition to stop, assuring them that they were real people. The vampires did not understand how the Inquisition was able to expose them. The first prince ordered the capture of all the vampires who had fled the palace. Harmond realized that nothing mattered now except the destruction of the vampires on the list. Harmond couldn't find Count Fomor because he had to be found and caught now. But the first prince said that there was no need to worry about him. After all, he had already been summoned to a place more dangerous than this. He was sure that by this time, everyone knew about his peculiarity. At that time, Count Fomor was undergoing a serious interrogation, and the one conducting it was none other than the Holy Emperor himself. And he really didn't like that Count Fomor wasn't answering his questions. The Holy Emperor wanted him to personally answer the question of whether he was a vampire. When Count Fomor heard that the Holy Emperor would personally treat him, he was going to politely refuse. But it was completely different, and there was no question of treatment here. The Holy Emperor apologized for not showing enough respect at first, and promised to ask for forgiveness later if the Count was an ordinary person. But if he was a vampire, the Holy Emperor would not be able to let him go. Count Fomor assured the Emperor that his human nature had been confirmed, but the Emperor did not trust the priests. Meanwhile, Count Fomor heard the sounds of death coming from all sides. The Inquisitors were chasing and hunting down even those who had left the palace. It was all supposed to end peacefully after he put the 7th prince behind bars. But now, all these vampires had become victims of a real hunt. Count Fomor understood that he needed to get out of there as soon as possible. But just then, he was detained by the Holy Emperor himself. The Emperor tried to get the Count to look at him and answer his question, but looking around, the Count realized that there were no weapons or holy knights here. He knew that the Emperor was a hero and had destroyed the Necromancer King Amun, but right now, he was just an old man who was not afraid of death. He did not possess immortality like them, and was just a living creature with limited time. And perhaps for him, who had almost reached the level of a parent, it would be easy. And no longer holding back, Count Fomor began to laugh out loud. The Count began to insult the Emperor and say that he was just a stupid old man. He shouted in his face that he was indeed a vampire. He sank his sharp teeth into his own arm, trying to bite it off. Blood gushed from his limb onto the floor. Count Fomor had no intention of speaking politely to the Emperor. After all, he was a predator who devoured people like himself. He wanted to eat the Emperor's body as a relic of the past, and to receive recognition from other vampire parents for doing so. His huge, bloody claws were already clenching around the Emperor. The vampire grabbed the Holy Emperor in his huge, bloody fist. He was sure that the Emperor was completely powerless against him. He triumphantly raised Kelt Elfos high above himself. But suddenly, the Holy Emperor was able to unclench that huge fist and escape from the vampire's huge, terrifying claws. The Holy Emperor was able to break free from the undead's bloody captivity, and with all his holy power, strike a blow to the vampire. Count Fomor was not even a vampire parent. It was unclear what made him believe in himself so much, because the Emperor had destroyed Amon and crushed his skull, and it was clear that he could easily deal with a single mosquito. After all, he was a true hero, the Holy Emperor Kelt Elfos, and he did to him the same thing he had once done to the King of Necromancers. In a moment, he was holding the vampire's head in his hands, but the vampire was still alive and seemed to be stronger than the others. The Emperor wanted to find out what had happened in the incident with Eulidia and told the vampire Fomor to look at this information. It was all going to be even worse than any death. The castle was noisy, and as soon as the 7th prince left prison, the hunt for vampires suddenly began. The 3rd prince stood awkwardly in the hall with his head bowed. Ruffle tried to justify himself, saying that by releasing Alan, he had no intention of helping him. Immediately, a heavy flower vase flew at his head. An indignant woman shouted that she had told him to sit quietly and not cross the Emperor's path. It was Darina Rose, who was also the crown princess. She was furious and shouted that the 3rd prince had ruined everything with his actions. But then, replacing her anger with mercy, she asked if he was hurt. Hugging her son Ruffle, she said she loved him very much. She really wanted the 3rd prince to become the next emperor. She believed that only then would the crown prince look at her again. The 3rd prince, Ruffle, replied that he understood her, of course. He promised her that he would definitely become the next emperor. 3 weeks later, the legal office of the Holy Empire completed everything. Half of the people mentioned in the list were destroyed on the day the hunt began. The remaining vampires were executed in the square. This was a great relief for the people and a warning to the vampires hiding in the shadows. Some of the vampires were secretly included in the experimental materials, which were constantly being updated. No one even thought that it would be possible to gather such a large number of vampires. Magicians and chemists had to help with the investigation. The incident that occurred in the capital of the Holy Empire became known, and rumors about it spread throughout the continent. The appearance of someone who could see vampires caused quite a stir throughout the country. And at the center of all this attention was the 7th prince, Alan. From that moment on, the meeting about the 7th prince, Alan Elphos, began. Apologizing, he wanted to clarify the essence of the interrogation. The archbishop replied that the 7th prince had brought his soldiers and destroyed part of the imperial palace and violated the laws of the Holy Empire. Hearing this, Alan thought that the archbishop should simply be locked up and left in a cage with those vampires. But everything that was happening now was simply not funny at all. Suddenly turning to the archbishop, the emperor said that he did not understand a word of what he had said. He asked for clarification on which specific laws of the Holy Empire the prince had violated. The archbishop continued to insist that the 7th prince had commanded the knights without permission, so he should be convicted of rebellion. But he forgot that in an emergency, anyone related to the crown prince by blood had the right to command his knights. Therefore, the first prince believed that there was nothing wrong with what Alan had done. Moreover, the first prince was directly involved in this matter, and the sacred emperor was fine, so there could be no questions. The 7th prince got the impression that they were trying to protect him. Luan said that if there was a problem, he would summon the inquisitors again to find out his intentions. The emperor agreed with him, saying that this way they would find out whether Alan had decided to start a rebellion or whether it was just the archbishop's animosity towards him. At that very moment, the archbishop was shaking with rage. He asked the emperor to stop because he knew that he would become familiar. Raphael was sure that the emperor would give Alan credit for getting rid of the vampires and reward him for successfully treating the first prince. The archbishop became even more indignant when he saw that everyone was smiling and asked them to stop mocking him. It was unclear how the archbishop was able to tolerate this imperial family. It seemed that they were about to move on to the next item on the agenda. But Archbishop Raphael Astoria wanted to say something else. Before ending the interrogation, he decided to ask the 7th prince one last question. The 7th prince was very surprised by this turn of events. But turning to the 7th prince, the archbishop continued. He asked directly whether Prince Alan used necromancy. The 7th prince was a little taken aback by this question, but the archbishop repeated the question, asking if the prince was involved in necromancy. The prince did not understand why, of all people, the archbishop had learned about the Walking Dead. His knowledge of magic was extensive, so of course he was interested in such creatures. The 7th prince was sure that the sacred emperor and the first prince would also receive all the information. But Alan was sure that this time they would remain silent. Coughing slightly, he decided to answer the archbishop. He said it was impossible, but the archbishop had witnesses. The prince thought that one of the priests present had seen it with his own eyes. The archbishop continued, saying that there were doctors and holy knights there. He himself had tied up the dead bodies so that they could not escape, but later they discovered that they had simply disappeared. These zombie knights followed the 7th prince, Alan Elphos. The archbishop insisted that the 7th prince stop lying because they had so much evidence. But Alan replied that there were many vampires in the imperial castle that day, and they could have used the undead bodies to confuse everyone. But Raphael Astoria insisted that an archbishop like him could not be fooled. That was true, but now we were talking about sacred dead people, and priests who had never seen them alive would not be able to believe such a thing. Therefore, the 7th prince could still deceive them for the time being. Suddenly, the prince said that if the archbishop was really interested in all this, he could tell him the whole truth about the matter. Archbishop Raphael Astoria looked silently at the 7th prince. Then he asked if he wanted to confess everything he had done. The 7th prince, Alan Elphos, thought about it for a moment. Then, with a smile on his face, he gave the archbishop a negative answer. But it all ended well for the 7th prince. Charlotte was waiting for the prince at the castle exit, with warm clothes in her hand. Charlotte asked him with concern how his body was feeling. After all, he had been confined to bed for the last 3 weeks, so it must have been difficult for him to keep up with such a busy schedule as today's. Everything was fine, but he wanted to sleep a little, because after he used Aemon's skull, he spent 3 weeks in bed. The prince did not know that the punishment for resurrection would be so severe, although he assumed that it would not be easy for him. And then the 7th prince, Alan, was called by the holy knight Harmond. He arrived just in time because the prince had a matter to discuss with him. After the resurrection, the prince's shovel was broken into pieces and midnight was approaching. He wanted the king to get him a new one. The holy knight was surprised. Was the prince really going to use a shovel in the future? He asked if the prince wanted to learn the art of sword fighting, but the prince believed that a priest did not need a sword. But then he explained that his hand was used to the shovel because all this time he had done nothing but dig, so there was nothing he could do about it. After these words, the holy knight offered to make him a new weapon. He said that in the northwest there was a mine where metal and magic stones were provided. This was the territory of Hilda, the land ruled by the first empress. This region was called the largest armory in the empire. They signed a contract with the gnomes to create various items, If you went there, you could purchase not only ordinary weapons, but also magical ones, and even have a musket made. But in fact, the knight came here to ask Charlotte about this. The 7th prince was extremely surprised by this, and so was Charlotte herself. It really sounded a little unexpected to everyone. But right now, the sacred emperor himself was looking for Charlotte. He asked the first prince if Raphael had told the truth about the dead, and he confirmed that Alan had done the impossible, namely, resurrected him. The other priests doubted Raphael's words, and their reaction alone was enough to silence the people at the scene. As for the first prince, he believed him, of course. The emperor understood that they did not know anything for sure at the moment, and whether there had actually been a violation of the law, or whether Alan was hiding something from them. He did not tell the truth because he did not trust Luan. After Alan's expulsion, he insulted him and pretended not to know, even after he was threatened with destruction. And of course, now Alan couldn't trust the third prince. But then the emperor was informed that a letter had arrived from the first empress. The emperor reached for the letter to read it, and now that they had taken care of the mosquitoes, only the monsters remained. The emperor sent the Green Cross to Hild's territory. She assumed that the enemy was not easy to deal with. Their territory was in the forest, so the Green Cross could do nothing. The hunt for vampires spread throughout the country, which angered the monsters. The emperor was also informed that Mr. Hammond had arrived with Mr. Greel and Lady Charlotte. The emperor remembered that he himself had summoned them and asked to let them in. Upon entering the hall of the Holy Emperor, all three bowed to him. He called them all to reward them for defending the North. Turning to Grill, the emperor said that he had heard that he had always supported Alan by his side. Therefore, the Holy Emperor decided to reward him appropriately. From that moment on, the Holy Emperor granted Grill a title. Now he was the current owner of the House of Harry, Grill Harry. In the Emperor's opinion, he not only defended the Northern Territory, but was also the only aristocrat who supported his grandson. For this, the Emperor awarded Grill Harrays the title of Marquis. As for his daughter, Charlotte Harrays, she was awarded the title of Knight, and would now work under the Emperor's leadership in the Yellow Cross. However, if she wanted the peaceful, quiet life she had lived before, the Emperor would not force her. But from the look in Charlotte's eyes, he understood that she had already made her decision. The Emperor promised to fully support her on his behalf and appoint her the best swordmaster. In response, Charlotte swore that she would support the 7th prince and always be by his side. The Emperor was very touched by Charlotte Harrays' loyalty. The Emperor called the Holy Knight a truly incredible person and increased the subsidies to his territory so that he could use them without hesitation. The Holy Emperor gave Charlotte Harrays a scroll. He blessed Charlotte in the name of Gaia and the Holy Empire. After that, he and the first prince left the hall. Harmond was sincerely glad that Grill's loyalty had not gone unrewarded this time. But Grill did not understand what had just happened and what the Emperor was talking about when he said the words Harrays and Marquis. Harmond reminded him that Harrays was the name of his house because he himself had shown him the document last time. But in fact, he had simply picked up the document from the ground. He confessed to Harmond that he had picked it up while cleaning up the dead bodies on the territory of Lonia because it looked expensive. Then the Holy Knight asked about the monsters he had hunted, and Grill confessed that all his stories were just tall tales. It was impossible to believe that everything could have turned out this way. But Charlotte interrupted their conversation and said that if Harmond meant hunting, then it was all done by the 7th prince. Grill still wouldn't let up and lamented that he was just an ordinary person and couldn't just become an aristocrat. The Emperor knew that Harmond was sentimental and had taken an ordinary person for an aristocrat without even conducting a detailed investigation. He was as pure as his thoughts. And now, the Emperor wondered if Alan had really achieved his exile on purpose. The first prince asked if the Emperor was sure that Alan had lost his memory, and the Emperor replied that it was true, that he had not recognized him in the garden. But the first prince, Luan, disagreed with the Sacred Emperor. After all, Alan had not just come from somewhere, but from the land of the dead, where he had been hunting vampires. Such a place could not be found by accident. There had to be a reason why he chose these particular people. That is why they all needed the Harrays family so much now. But there were no survivors among them, and the Emperor knew this better than anyone else because he had fought shoulder to shoulder with them. The Emperor asked the first prince if he thought that a child named Charlotte wasn't so bad after all. The Holy Emperor had heard from Harmond that she had enviable talent. He couldn't trust her, but it was clear that she would be able to become stronger. If she increased her power under the name of Harrays, she would be able to make the empire strong. After all, the power of this holy empire had to continue to grow. The Emperor asked the first prince to make sure that the other aristocrats did not hear this. Somewhere, the child had to be known by the Count's lineage. Returning to the past, the Emperor said that he did not realize the true value of Luana's mother. His mother was the only person who mourned the loss of the crown prince. The first prince completely agreed with the Holy Emperor. It turned out that it was painful to talk about family like this, and the emperor had to watch his daughter-in-law more carefully. Aslan was now commonplace in the south, and the enemy flag was visible on the horizon, so it would be problematic if Hild's territory agreed to the demands. They needed someone who could fight demons and had strong, sacred power. That person had to be brave enough to look those monsters in the eye. Thanks to the Holy Emperor, this village had come to life. There was talk that the 7th prince had been reborn as a different person and had become a priest. He saved the entire territory, and glasses were raised here and there in his honor. The Holy Emperor looked into the eyes of the first prince, Luo-an. He handed him a letter to be sent immediately to Hild. At that time, the 7th prince spent all his time in the library. Alan had not even left the house for quite some time. 3 weeks had passed since the vampire hunt, and all this time, the prince had been lying unconscious. But now, he was in the library, and not in his cozy bed. And there was a reason for that. Many people were looking for him, and each of them had some business with him. The sacred emperor had ordered everyone to keep their mouths shut, but somehow, the information had leaked out anyway. In the village itself, the 7th prince was called a priest, and Alan really wanted to return to his monastery. And when someone called him again, he shouted that he would not answer any questions. But standing at the threshold of the library were Harmond and the first prince. However, exhausted from all these people, the 7th prince did not recognize them. Luan spent his last days in the company of beautiful ladies, all thanks to Alan. Luan knew, of course, that Alan was tired, but he had come to tell him about an event in which he needed to participate. The 7th prince wondered why Alan hadn't refused on his behalf, and Luan asked if he was joking or pretending not to know about it. After all, the anniversary of their mother's death was coming up very soon, and the 7th prince was obliged to attend the memorial service this year. Alan also needed to find time for a vacation, because life in the castle was not very easy for him. But in fact, he needed to make a small delivery to Hilda. Alan was going to visit the estate where their sisters lived, and he was interested in this place. But there was one thing: he didn't have to go there. But the first prince made this adventure a reason for Alan to leave the castle. Hilda's estate was preparing for its hunting season, and Alan wouldn't have to maintain the image of a prince there. He would be able to make himself any weapon he wanted, walk around the estate, and enjoy his vacation to the fullest. There were also beautiful women at the estate, and with that, the first prince decided to end the conversation. But in any case, he asked the 7th prince to convey his regards to Hilda. Alan decided to take his brother's request into account and take a little rest. But in the meantime, the day of Ulisia's memorial had arrived. The Holy Emperor and the first prince came to honor her memory. The 7th prince, Alan, and the sacred knight, Harmond, also attended. Ulisia was the crown princess who defended her son from vampire attacks. All those gathered laid flowers at her memorial, one by one. Alan also laid flowers in memory and mourning, and now it was time for him to leave. Now the path of the 7th prince, Alan, lay in the estate of Hilda. The 7th prince was particularly excited about the upcoming trip. Harmond and Charlotte were going to go somewhere on their own business. Alan had been with these two for so long that he now felt the taste of impending freedom, and the weather was just perfect for such a long walk. But when he looked out the window, the 7th prince abruptly drew the curtains again. Luan was worried that Alan would have no one to accompany him, so she sent a bloody cross with him, just in case. With it, he felt more confident. Suddenly, the carriage in which the 7th prince was traveling was jolted violently. He looked out the window and asked his companions what had happened. Suddenly, a huge hammer struck the ground in front of the carriage. It was bandits, demanding that they hand over everything they had. The 7th prince thought they looked like a bunch of lunatics, and decided to ask if these bandits were sure they wanted to attack them. Alan had heard about the festival and thought that the bandits had mistaken them for a circus troupe, so he asked the Bloody Cross not to hurt them too badly. The prince repeated his request that they not be hurt too badly, but he felt relieved because the situation turned out to be such a cliché. He was the protagonist, a traveler who was attacked by bandits, and the protagonist who mercilessly destroyed the bandits. Of course, the 7th prince, Alan, was controlling other people, but behind all this action, someone's evil red eyes were watching from the bushes. Suddenly, an unknown creature rushed at them from the bushes, and someone's sharp, huge fangs were aimed at these bandits. The people from the Bloody Cross did not stand aside either, but they understood clearly that they were facing a real monster. The 7th prince looked out of the carriage to see what was happening, and the prince smelled the scent of wet moss seeping through. Now he too saw the monster's red eyes and sharp teeth. Comparing all this to its wolf-like appearance, he realized that they were facing a werewolf. It was just a creature. They were usually weak in physical strength, but at the same time, they were very contagious. So first, they had to deal with the main monster. The 7th prince ordered everyone to urgently prepare for battle, Alan did not know how strong the enemy was and did not want to overexert himself as he had only recently recovered. Luan was worried that Alan was going to leave unaccompanied, so he gave him a blood cross, even though it was only a vacation. They were not only going as an escort, but also on their own business, as they had something to do at Hilda's estate. Luan also prepared different carriages for Alan and Raphael, in case they felt uncomfortable traveling together. The seventh prince shouted to the archbishop that they were being attacked by a werewolf. Alan knew that the archbishop did not like him, but he asked him to separate his personal feelings from his work. At that moment, the carriage door flew towards the werewolf. The heavy door flew from the carriage and hit the werewolf squarely in the head. The archbishop tried to neutralize the werewolf. He explained that these undead creatures were half human, half beast. Archbishop Raphael Astoria struck the ground with his staff. He said he would grant eternal peace to all the monsters present. The seventh prince was worried that other werewolves would come running at the sound of howling, but that's exactly what happened, and other undead creatures were already rushing towards them. They all had to fight them to be able to stop them. Archbishop Raphael restored everyone with his power, but it seemed that the seventh prince didn't need to worry too much. When the archbishop said he had something to do, he was probably talking about hunting werewolves, and Alice was here to help the victims. And then the prince realized that he would probably have to work here too. He was still hoping to rest and wanted to push these thoughts away, but the werewolves wouldn't let him. And the seventh prince, Alan, also had to get his gun. An arrow was already flying toward the werewolf, aimed at him, and this arrow hit its target precisely, striking it. Seeing this arrow, the seventh prince did not understand where it came from. Then, someone in the crowd shouted that there were more werewolves ahead. They were Green Cross horsemen, armed with bows and arrows. At that moment, all the werewolves suddenly stopped for some reason. They began to run away from someone very quickly, hiding in the forest. The Green Cross horsemen warned that it was not worth following them because the forest was the territory of those monsters. And of course, it was not worth getting involved in a losing battle. Jumping off her horse, the rider of the Green Cross greeted the archbishop and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Approaching the seventh prince, Alan, she said the same thing. She said she had heard the news and that he had indeed changed a lot in those 6 months. She decided to ask the seventh prince about his memory loss. The girl decided to reintroduce herself to the seventh prince. It was Hilda, and she was happy to welcome Alan to her territory. She suggested they talk about the rest at the castle. On the way to Hilda's castle, the prince saw that there were no signs of life on the streets, and even the shop doors were closed. As Luan had said, there could be beautiful women in this place, but all the inhabitants of the territory kept their doors closed, so Alan couldn't even see their faces. There were many attractions here, but each of them was decorated with the bodies of werewolves. Could it be that Luan meant hunting werewolves when he said hunting season? The seventh prince wanted to figure out what kind of place this was. Because of this, he was very angry and offended by the first prince. He told him about the festival, but here you could only see a bloody festival. Alan saved his life, but Luang betrayed him. The seventh prince wanted to return to the imperial palace as soon as possible and deal with his brother, because werewolves were different from vampires. Hilda explained that they were the final form of an inanimate beast that had been absorbing mana for a long time. They were very intelligent and possessed incredible physical strength. There were times when vampires tamed them with magic and walked with them as if they were pets. But the werewolves here had already formed their own packs. If magic was used against them, they would only become stronger. But Alan noticed that those werewolves did not even understand language. This was because they were creatures, and Hilda was talking about the parents of werewolves. The seventh prince asked why she was telling him all this, but Hilda was sure that he had come here specifically to help. After all, according to the Holy Emperor's letter, the seventh prince had come here specifically to help. Now he understood that the Holy Emperor and the first prince had deceived him a little. Alan explained to her that everything had been decided without him, and that he had come here to enjoy the festival, not to hunt. The seventh prince offered to leave her the Red Cross to help her. In fact, the festival was supposed to take place the following week, but it was canceled because of the werewolves. So it turned out that Luan hadn't completely lied to Alan. Hilda laughed and asked him not to be angry with the first prince, because he had done so because everyone wanted to see Alan's talent. Although it was impossible to hold the festival now, she still decided to help him with everything else, but the seventh prince did not understand what she meant. Hilda invited a certain Bolg to enter the room. He was a skilled blacksmith who worked for the imperial palace. Hilda had heard that Alan wanted to find a suitable weapon here, and Bolg was the perfect person for the job. Even though Alan was her half-brother, she had no intention of sending him into danger. While he was waiting for the weapon, she asked him to stay inside the citadel, and Hilda couldn't believe that there was someone in the empire who understood her so well. Completely baffled, the seventh prince thanks Hilda. Blorg asked the seventh prince if he had a main weapon. The seventh prince puzzled him greatly by saying that he used a shovel. In fact, he didn't know which weapon suited him best. He just used his shovel because he had been digging for 6 months while in exile. Then Blorg asked him to show his hands, and after looking at them, he replied that this hand was not trained for weapons at all. It wasn't that Blorg couldn't make a shovel, but perhaps it would not be effective enough if used alone. He decided to think about what would suit the 7th Prince best. Hilda suggested finding a weapon that suited Alan's personality, and she asked Bolg to call the servants. She wanted to ask them to clean up the training ground. Hilda hadn't fought with her younger brother in a very long time, and even missed it. The 7th Prince just listened silently to Hilda's suggestion. But after thinking for a moment, he said he would like to decline, because he had come here just to relax. But Hilda promised not to be boring, and if he really didn't want to fight, then she would only defend herself. But it would really be more comfortable if the 7th Prince could find a weapon that suited him. So he asked Hilda to take care of it. And they all went to the local training ground. There, the 7th Prince first tried out a sharp spear. Then, during their training, they used a large mace. Then Hilda and Alan moved on to using a sharp sword. Hilda advised Alan to try harder, because there were still chains, an axe, a sickle, and many other weapons they hadn't tried yet. Encouraged, the 7th Prince decided to try brass knuckles. Then the 7th Prince, Alan, decided to try an axe and chains. He even tried using a pot as a weapon. Prince Alan put it on his head like a helmet. Hilda was very sorry that she had not been able to take good care of Alan. It was their first meeting since Lady Lika's funeral. At that time, she was too young and busy with the territory she had inherited. Then she also heard rumors that Alan had become a bad person, but she couldn't believe that he could have changed so much. But now, she believed it. Hilda didn't know what had happened to him while he was in exile, but she sincerely thanked Alan for visiting her. And while he was here, Hilda would definitely take care of him. Alan was given 0 points for his training. The gnomes believed that he had the same level of proficiency with all weapons, even though he was good with a shovel, which was not at all suitable for combat. But perhaps it was due to his low level of physical strength, and Hilda shared the gnomes' opinion on this matter. After all, the 7th Prince now needed to know his level. But first, it would be better for him to work on his physical abilities. However, Alan said he would refuse if she asked him to train, saying that he had come here to rest. Then Hilda said that she had heard that Alan could use sacred energy. She knew for sure that it could work with any weapon. Alan confirmed that sacred power could enhance the attacks of any weapon he used. Hilda then suggested that enhancing weapon attacks could be his talent. Alan asked how she knew that without even seeing it, but Hilda reminded him that they had just been fighting. She saw that his physical training was terrible. But seeing how he held the weapon, she realized that he was quick to grasp how to use it. But in a couple of days, it would be difficult to find the perfect weapon for the 7th Prince. For now, Hilda suggested that he rest so as not to waste his strength on the first weapon he came across. The training lasted a week, and the 7th Prince was back in Hilda's library. She suggested using Alan's sacred abilities next time. And according to her, he realized that this training had also been fruitless. But Alan was more of a nerd than a jock, and asked Hilda if there was any magic he could use. Suddenly, Alice appeared behind him with a book in her hands. He remembered that this girl had come here with the Archbishop. The prince decided to ask how the Archbishop was doing, and Alice replied that he was currently with the werewolves. And again, a very awkward pause hung between them. The 7th Prince had no idea what to talk about with Alice. Thinking that the prince didn't want to talk to her, she was about to leave, but she decided to ask him if he was looking for enhanced magic. But this was not a conversation about the resurrection that had taken place last time, and Alice replied that she could help the 7th Prince a little. She gave Alan the first book, which interested him greatly. Alice really enjoyed watching the 7th Prince study literature. While observing him, she didn't notice what had happened to her. Suddenly, through a haze, she heard someone calling her name. It was the Archbishop, who had been worried about her since morning. He asked how she managed to fall asleep in the library. Without going into details, she replied that she had been having so much fun studying that she didn't notice how time had flown by. The Archbishop compared her to himself and was very pleased that she loved books so much. Suddenly, the Archbishop asked what the 7th Prince was doing now. He knew that he had succeeded in resurrecting and summoning the sacred dead, but he wondered if he himself had already begun to suffer from dementia. He tried to understand how the 7th Prince had managed to pull off such a feat, and looking at the Archbishop, Alice realized that he had many questions for the 7th Prince. But Alice knew that since the prince was a man who had hurt her in the past, her grandfather would never ask him all these questions. Alice also wanted to know more about this man, and thought about telling the Archbishop that the 7th Prince had changed, and suggested asking the 7th Prince directly about all the questions that interested them. Suddenly, they heard a strange sound coming from the training hall. The Archbishop was sure that the 7th Prince had done something again, and ran to the training hall as quickly as possible. Alice ran after him, trying to catch up, and shouted that it wasn't the 7th Prince. Just yesterday, Alan had been very absorbed in books, but now the 7th prince was a completely different person. Running into the training hall, the Archbishop and Alice saw a spear broken into pieces. Hilda and the 7th prince were fighting in the training hall. Alice said that the 7th prince had just broken Hilda's spear, and the Archbishop was surprised by Alan's strength. Hilda's spear was known to be the strongest on the continent. She decided to give Alan another chance and asked for a new spear to be brought. Alan strengthened the weapon with holy power, which was very impressive, but there was one problem. It simply increased the durability of his weapon, and he could just randomly hit different targets and get the same result. He made a good strike, and he needed to try something else. But it was difficult for Alan to get used to a different weapon. The 7th prince hoped there was some way, but when he looked to the side, he noticed someone. Alice was standing in the doorway, looking at him questioningly. Alan agreed, but this time he had to be more serious, because this time, Hilda had decided to fight with all her might. And this time, the 7th prince went on the attack, taking a spear in his hands. And he began to remember what Alice had told him last night. Her words were that sacred power was connected to the energy of life. It could strengthen weapons, but it would react more to his body than to the weapon. And so Alan didn't need to focus solely on weapons. He needed to try to use his power freely, so as not to depend on weapons. The 7th prince completely unclenched his hand, releasing the spear from it. The spear fell to the ground, its tip striking the earth. Hilda was confused and did not understand why he had dropped his spear. The 7th prince did not know exactly how to cast a spell there, but he decided to try a little, just as he had done with the musket. Sacred power began to accumulate in the 7th prince's fist. The 7th prince focused completely on striking, and then his fist flew forward like a hammer. It flew right past Hilda, slightly grazing her clothes. The blow of sacred power hit the wall behind Hilda, leaving a deep dent in it. The 7th prince did an excellent job with this task. He himself did not expect to succeed, and asked how many points he had earned for it. The gnomes were impressed, looking at the huge dent in the wall from just one wave. But the 7th prince still received 0 points because of his terrible stance in body position. Hilda really thought Alan was an amazing person. After all, he was able to figure it out and learn to cast spells in one night. But he only did with his body what he had done before with a spear and someone's help. Alan didn't know he would become so strong, and it was good that Hilda managed to dodge, because if she had blocked the blow, it would have knocked out all the windows. The 7th prince did it from such a terrible stance, but that blow would definitely have been fatal. But since Hilda said that everything was bad, it meant that he really had no skills in close combat and weapon handling. But you had to look at it from another angle, because Alan's good attitude was important. It turned out that his lack of talent in weaponry meant that he could use any weapon. Hilda asked Alan to get a good night's rest so they could continue tomorrow, but the 7th prince decided to examine all the weapons first. The Archbishop saw that the 7th prince was really very interested in everything. Before, he was sure that Alan was a scoundrel because he was trash that no one could save. Suddenly, Alice said that she would return the blanket her grandfather had lent her, but it turned out that he hadn't given her anything. The Archbishop thought she had been in it before he arrived. Then the girl realized that perhaps the prince had covered her with the blanket that day, but she didn't tell her grandfather about it, saying that she had forgotten how she had taken it with her yesterday because it was cold outside. The loud ringing of bells could be heard everywhere outside. The 7th prince couldn't understand what was happening early in the morning. When he saw the horsemen, he realized that Hilda was going into battle. It turned out that a group of werewolves had attacked the mines, so Hilda and the Archbishop went together. The werewolves couldn't get through here, so Alice helped the locals hide. The 7th prince decided that he just needed to sit quietly and safely in the castle, but the gnomes who arrived said that the situation was very serious. Then, one of the gnomes asked what had happened to the training ground. Alan apologized and replied that he had been training when it happened. The gnome asked what exactly the 7th prince had been training this time. The gnome was also interested in where all the weapons from the range had gone. Now that Alan knew he could increase the durability of any weapon, he decided not to miss this chance and put everything in his inventory. The 7th prince asked the dwarf about making muskets, but it turned out that they had one such musket in stock. However, the dwarf was in no hurry to give it to him, and the prince thought that he considered him a bad person because he had destroyed their training hall. But then the dwarf decided to give the musket to the 7th prince after all. The capabilities of the musket they had created were equivalent to those of a decorative weapon, but everything was about to change when Alan used it. The 7th prince was surprised that everyone already knew about this. That was why the dwarf wanted to set one condition for the prince. He was ready to give Alan any musket he wanted, but the 7th prince had to try it out right away. The 7th prince realized that the dwarf wanted him to participate in the battle, but Hilda and the Archbishop were going there, and it seemed like there was nothing to worry about. But as it turned out, the werewolf attacks had been quite unusual in recent days. Yes, their numbers were strange, and it seemed as if they were following someone's orders. Perhaps they had a very strong and intelligent leader. That is why everyone, without exception, was being called to battle. The Red Cross would be a great help in the battle, but they would not move until the prince gave them the order. They said that their main goal was to protect the 7th prince. And that was true, because they had come here specifically to protect Alan. But the inhabitants were in danger, and Hilda was worried that they might lose. Yes, the gnomes in the mines were also in danger, and the gnome asked the 7th prince to send the Red Cross with them to battle. The dwarf wanted to say something else to Alan, but before he could, the bells began to ring. They were under heavy attack, and the werewolves were already running towards the fortress. The werewolves ignored the soldiers and rushed straight towards the village. It seemed that their leader was in control of their minds. The dwarf begged the 7th prince to at least protect the village, but the 7th prince only wanted to find a better place to hide. Meanwhile, a huge number of werewolves were already very close. The villagers ran in terror, trying to find somewhere to hide. Alice tried to calm them down, telling them that the soldiers would protect them. But suddenly, Alice saw a wounded local child nearby. He was being carried by other residents during the evacuation, and Alice decided to help him. But the boy's eyes suddenly filled with real horror. Terrified, he only managed to say one word to Alice: run. At that moment, she did not yet know that the enemy was so close. Turning around, she saw huge werewolves flying towards her from above. At that very moment, she experienced genuine animal fear, but she managed to pull herself together and stopped the werewolf with her hand. Then she threw it to the ground with all her strength, as if it were a sack. A local woman and a child watched this from nearby. Alice slammed the werewolf's face into the ground for daring to attack this peaceful village. As the archbishop's granddaughter, she could not allow them to do so. The soldiers warned her that the werewolves were getting closer, and she ordered everyone to stand behind her. Her grandfather had taught her basic fighting techniques, but she had never tried to use them on monsters, so she wasn't sure if she could protect everyone. But now was not the time to be afraid or weak. Alice knew that she had to protect them all at all costs. But suddenly, something flashed brightly in the sunlight on the tower. As Alice ran to attack the werewolf, a beam of divine power struck her. Looking around, she realized it was a magical attack, but it was unclear who had done it. The only person capable of attacking at such long distances with such great power was the 7th prince. In his hands was a musket made by gnomes in the mines. It was an excellent and very high-quality product. The 7th prince temporarily strengthened his weapon using divine energy and activating the skill through and through. Under such circumstances, the werewolves had little chance of survival. The prince's shots from his musket immediately blew their heads off. In a matter of moments, a real battlefield unfolded here. And the 7th prince, Alan, realized that the 1st prince, Luong, had told the truth. After all, the 7th prince really enjoyed this trip. By order of the 7th prince, the Red Cross also participated in the battle. This year's werewolf hunting season was more than successful. The gnome was surprised that the 7th prince was able to do all this in such a short time. The prince really liked the musket because it used less divine power and added new skills. But then, the Red Cross reported that there were even more werewolves. Alan ordered them to stop the werewolves that were coming this way, while he evacuated the villagers. It seemed that the 7th prince's popularity among monsters was growing. Looking at Alan, the dwarf thought that even though he sometimes talked nonsense, by making a deal with him, he had made the best decision of his life. After all, no one expected the 7th prince to be so talented. The dwarf really hoped that everything was fine with Princess Hilda and his brothers. But at that time, things in the mines were not as good as they would have liked. Some of the gnomes had been taken prisoner by the most cunning werewolves. Hilda assumed that the werewolves wanted to take the hostages, but the leader of the werewolves had no intention of taking these hostages. The true goal of the chief werewolf was to negotiate with Hilda. It was Red Moon, the elder of the werewolves in Hilda's territory. And after they took the civilians hostage, Hilda couldn't trust him, but Red Moon insisted that she listen to his terms, and then he would release the people. For some reason, the main condition of the werewolves this time was Hilda herself, but the others were not going to give up their princess just like that. Because too many outsiders had gotten involved in this conversation, Red Moon grabbed the gnome by the head, and he lifted the small and defenseless gnome very high in front of the huge werewolf. Red Moon asked them to watch their language because they were different from those vampires. And even though they were monsters, they had honor. And the werewolf threw the dwarf Bolg right to the ground like a doll. Red Moon told the princess to choose because he had returned the hostages safe and sound. The archbishop assured her that if Hilda went with him, it was unclear what would happen to the territory. But she reminded him that Raphael and her brother Alan were still in the territory, and Hilda agreed to the terms offered by the werewolf. She thought that she herself was a more valuable hostage, but the real reason for this incident was peace and freedom. Vampires had always been the main enemies of werewolves. The werewolves wanted to free themselves from serving these vampires, and since the Holy Empire wanted to destroy all vampires, the werewolf suggested that Hilda join forces and form an alliance. Thus, the werewolf explained the main reason for his demands to the princess. Red Moon considered this a very tempting offer. The dust from the 7th Prince's musket spread throughout the village. Alan stood on the tower and looked down at the bodies of his fallen enemies. Red Cross reported to the prince that all the monsters in the village had been destroyed. Turning to the dwarf, the prince asked if their agreement was still valid, and if he could now take the musket for himself. But if the prince agreed to go to the mines, he promised to make the musket even better. Suddenly, from somewhere in the distance, the loud clatter of hooves could be heard, and the prince saw that even without him, everyone had returned unharmed. But the Red Cross reported to the prince that something was wrong, because the princess was not among those who had returned. Hearing this news, the 7th Prince, Alan, was shocked. But first, he had to take care of all the wounded. Everyone rushed to the returning werewolves to find out where the princess was. They reported that she had been taken hostage by the chief werewolf. This caused a small scuffle among the gnomes. Judging by the small scratches on the hostages, it could be concluded that there had been no fighting. The 7th Prince asked the Green Cross if the Archbishop had gone with his sister. He was with the princess and couldn't leave the mine, leaving her there alone. It was unclear who would now rule the village, but everyone was sure that they would not stay long. Alan noticed that the Green Cross was too calm for people whose leader had been taken hostage. This meant that he knew exactly where Princess Hilda was. They said they would wait there and then leave together later. But the 7th Prince, Alan, could have refused to go with them. But if he did, the Green Cross would beg him. In the end, the 7th Prince went with them, but he didn't understand why no one except the gnomes was very concerned. It turned out that the gnomes had strong ties to Princess Hilda, but the Green Cross also believed in her powers. Moreover, she was with the Archbishop, so there should be no problem. Thinking for a moment, the 7th Prince said that the old man did indeed look strong, but the Green Cross reacted to these words as if the prince had indeed lost his memory. The gnomes did not care about the world outside their territory, so they were probably unaware of this. Archbishop Raphael Astoria published many books. Among these books were quite a few historical ones. This was because he was a great hero who fought alongside the Holy Emperor against the Demon King. The 7th Prince knew that the Archbishop was strong, but he did not think he was that strong. And for him, these werewolves were like newborn puppies. At that moment, the werewolf admired how Princess Hilda was tied up, but she did not lose heart and asked if that was all he was going to do. But the werewolf asked her not to be angry with him, for he had been watching her for a long time. While she was destroying his creatures, this side of her personality was the most beautiful. He even wanted to bite her so that she would become one of his creatures. But as he had said before, it was all for the sake of peace and freedom. But the werewolf had to restrain himself while he was negotiating with the Holy Empire. Hilda no longer had to accompany the old man, and if she agreed to join forces, he would give her command of a powerful army of werewolves. But there was one important condition for complete unification. The chief werewolf intended to make Hilda his wife. He promised to always be by her side, even on his deathbed. And after her life as a princess came to an end, he would give her the life of a werewolf. After these words, the Archbishop could no longer restrain himself, and the chains that bound him flew in different directions. Seeing that the Archbishop had managed to free himself, the werewolf was puzzled. Apparently, this werewolf did not know the Archbishop, because he had not left the castle for years. Raphael was pleased to realize that he still had enough strength, even after so much time had passed. It was unclear why the Emperor had kept the Archbishop hidden in the castle for so many years. Unable to bear it any longer, the werewolf shouted for them to stop talking. The werewolf did not know what trick the Archbishop had used to free himself, but he could not allow him to look down on him. He was sure he could easily tear her to pieces. But suddenly, the werewolf was illuminated by the brightest light of divine power. Hilda said that surely he could easily deal with such simple children as they were. After all, they had not received a single injury during all this time. Throwing off her shackles, Hilda reminded him that they had saved everyone. They had even gotten a chance to get rid of the pack that threatened her domain. It was also very good that the princes had come here in person. Now the werewolf could feel their sacred power. They were filled with it, as if they were about to explode. Left without weapons, Hilda suggested that the Archbishop use magic, while she worked with her fists. The werewolf thought that even if his opponents were members of the imperial family, they were just a girl and an old man. So the werewolf decided to make a run for it, hoping they wouldn't catch up with him. Hilda told the Archbishop that they should hurry, but the Archbishop expected something like this from this animal. After all, the werewolf could sense the approaching danger. A cluster of sacred power formed in the Archbishop's hand. Archbishop Raphael Astoria directed it precisely at the werewolf. The werewolf still hoped to escape from the representatives of the imperial palace by running away. But the Archbishop's magical power did not allow them to get far. The magical power struck the werewolf, and now he could not move. The magic was so strong because the Archbishop did not cast a spell. He decided to begin praying to the goddess Gaia, and Princess Hilda asked him to convey her thanks on her behalf. Princess Hilda even felt a little sorry to say goodbye to the werewolf, because she was already beginning to like him. But the Red Moon did not quite understand what the princess was talking about. The werewolf thought that Hilda liked his proposal, but in fact, she needed stuffed animals to decorate her castle. The gnomes they had released were actually good blacksmiths. If Hilda had left the werewolf alive and allowed the gnomes to skin him, the Sacred Emperor would surely have appreciated their stuffed animals. Princess Hilda's words drove the werewolf into an indescribable rage, but the magical power used against him quickly subdued him. It was so powerful that it burned holes in his fur and flesh. For this reason, the chief werewolf decided to flee. Princess Hilda suggested quickly clearing the area. With a single blow of her hand, she neutralized the approaching werewolf. She wanted to send His Majesty to a couple of butchered animals. The seventh prince did not understand why he had to be taken to the werewolves. Hilda could handle everything herself. His presence was necessary to guarantee success in battle and for his experience. Hilda felt guilty, so Alan's participation in the current battle could greatly help him. And all this was done for the benefit of the seventh prince. Since Hilda herself wished it, the Green Cross would do everything in their power. Princess Hilda came here for the first time when she was 12 years old. She saved the gnomes by freeing them from lifelong slavery. The Green Cross joined her later, after she had grown up. At that time, Princess Hilda was already different from the rest. Princess Hilda became a real family for the Green Cross and the gnomes. The Green Cross was known for its surveillance and detection skills, and now Alan understood how much time they spent with Hilda. Suddenly, they all noticed someone ahead of them. It was the chief werewolf, running to find a place to regain his strength so he could attack again. Suddenly, he saw another group preparing to attack. He thought this was an opportunity to eat human flesh. But then, the werewolf decided that they should not be underestimated. First, he needed to escape far away from his enemies. Taking aim, the seventh prince decided that this was one of the hostages who had escaped from his sister. The werewolf Red Moon wanted to get the seventh prince. At that very moment, a deafening musket shot rang out. Everything around him was again illuminated by the bright light of magical power. And before the werewolf's eyes stood Princess Hilda again. The chief werewolf simply hated the imperial family. And at that moment, his body was pierced by a powerful charge of magical power. This charge hit the chief werewolf right in the head. But the chief werewolf, Red Moon, only snarled at this blow. He was fine even after this blow, probably because he was one of the parents. Or perhaps the bullets were too weak, because in this world, a musket bullet simply dissolved if the target was more than 100 meters away. But thanks to his divine aura, the seventh prince could shoot at long distances. And the seventh prince, Alan, decided to shoot again. But suddenly, the werewolf parent turned around and started to run away. It seemed that he had called his creatures to escape, while they distracted the enemy. But it would be difficult to catch the main werewolf if he fled into the forest. Then the seventh prince had an interesting idea. He decided to split up with the others and pursue the parent. The Red Cross also decided to split up. Half of them stayed where they were, and the other half followed the seventh prince. Turning around, Alan saw that they were following him, but the more eyes, the better. With such a weak parent, it was a great opportunity to practice his skills. And the seventh prince activated a new skill, Flood of Doom. He shouted loudly at the werewolf to stay where he was. Alan had heard that werewolves considered themselves warriors of honor, but this werewolf was running away from them because he was very scared. Seeing this, the seventh prince realized that this werewolf had no honor and needed protection. The werewolf knew that even if he managed to escape, he would still go to the other world when the seventh prince used his weapon. So he decided to take Alan with him to hell. Alan Elphos ordered the Red Cross to close their eyes and ears. He had an idea and asked them to follow his rules. Alan asked if the Red Cross really didn't believe him at all. The seventh prince showed them the enormous power he possessed. His willpower saved them, and they believed in everything he did. In reality, Alan's will was not that strong, but their loyalty to the imperial family was very useful. And once the Red Cross began to carry out the seventh prince's orders, Alan began to carry out his plan. There were still many things he wanted to try on this werewolf. The werewolf realized that they wanted to use him as a guinea pig. At that moment, the other werewolves began to attack the seventh prince. Their sharp claws were already very close, and Alan needed to calm down. If he remained calm, he would be able to wield his weapon properly and would definitely not lose. Skeletons began to appear from the holy water spilled on the ground. The skeletal hands reached straight for the werewolves. Skeletons began to emerge from the holy water from all sides. And the most interesting thing was that weapons appeared in the hands of these skeletons. Prince Alan himself had no talent for wielding weapons, but these mortals could boldly hold weapons for the seventh prince. After all, he was a necromancer who controlled the dead and activated the skill Soldiers of Doom. The seventh prince also activated the skills Sacred Aura and Piercing Effect, and magical power began to destroy one werewolf after another. The chief werewolf couldn't believe that holy water had appeared here out of nowhere. Now even skeletons were coming out of the ground and possessed sacred power. The werewolf thought Alan was talking nonsense when he said he wanted to test something on him, but what was happening around them now was a real massacre. The seventh prince used a lot of sacred power, but it seems that his expectations had been justified. He no longer needed the chief werewolf, Red Moon. Now, the seventh prince had one last test to pass. Alan pointed the barrel of his musket at the chief werewolf. The chief werewolf, Red Moon, began to laugh at him. He was sure that the prince would not be able to destroy him so easily. And even if the werewolf went to the other world now, he would take the prince with him. At that moment, the soldiers of death plunged their swords into him, and the seventh prince, Alan, turned again to the great goddess Gaia. And with her great blessing, he asked her to grant him a weapon, but not just any weapon, one that could destroy even the dead. After that, the seventh prince, Alan, said goodbye to the werewolf. At that very moment, a shot rang out from the prince's musket, and his bullet, with a bright light, flew straight into the werewolf's mouth. And when the bullet reached its target, there was an explosion of extraordinary force. It even left a deep mark on the ground from its flight. The seventh prince, Alan, took off his necromancer's mask. He turned back and looked at the red cross standing there. Even though they closed their eyes and ears, they could still feel this incredible, sacred energy. They couldn't pretend it wasn't there. But Alan wanted to pray just a little. But in the end, he destroyed everything. Now, he himself didn't know how to explain it all to the others. Now the people from the Red Cross could open their eyes, but they shouldn't be too surprised. Everything around them was destroyed because the seventh prince had almost burned down the entire forest. The Red Cross wanted to say that it was the work of a werewolf, but the sacred power they felt did not come from him. The prince said he knew nothing, and that the main thing was that he had caught him, and now they had to go back. And he ordered the Red Cross to lead him. They wanted to make it back before dark. The archbishop couldn't believe his eyes, for he saw the sacred dead again, but they were not at all like those he had seen in the imperial palace. These sacred dead were an army that could wield weapons. The archbishop could not understand how the seventh prince was able to combine two opposing forces. But after thinking about it for a while, he began to guess the reasons for this. Perhaps it was all because of the presence of Aslan's blood. The kingdom of Aslan is a southern empire that worships the god of death. This was also the reason why Alan and Luana Ulicia's mother was betrayed. Not only because she was a commoner, but because she was born and raised in Aslan. Perhaps the seventh prince had also inherited her abilities, but in the entire history of this kingdom, no one else had such abilities. Even if you searched the entire empire, you would not find anyone else. The archbishop could not believe that there was something he did not know about, but the image of his beloved granddaughter Alice brought him to his senses. After all, he should not admire a person who hurt his granddaughter. But he really wanted to raise him himself, because if he taught him more powerful magic, Alan could become much more powerful in the future. Alan and Alice were now constantly on the archbishop's mind. Archbishop Raphael Astoria was overwhelmed with emotion. He gave them an outlet, and it was visible far from where he was. The archbishop decided that he must report this to the Holy Emperor. If His Majesty ordered him to teach Alan, he would have no choice but to carry out his will, and then it would no longer be his desire, but the Emperor's order. Thus, the problem with the werewolf army was solved. After that, Hilda and Raphael finally returned safe and sound. Meanwhile, the gnomes were showing something to the seventh prince. The target had marks from a musket of normal power with increased velocity, but it would be a completely different matter if the seventh prince used it. The power of the musket increased several times over. It was as if the musket had a life of its own. Finally, the weapon was similar to the one Alan knew. If he used his sacred power, the musket changed its structure. But if he had to pray to gain sacred power, the attack had to be prepared in advance. The seventh prince thought about using the soldiers of doom as a shield. One of the gnomes suggested considering the use of armor. But at that moment, Alan was informed that Princess Hilda was requesting a meeting with him. The gnomes decided to send Alan the new armor as a gift. A grand festival was prepared for Princess Hilda. She thanked everyone present for their excellent work. Princess Hilda happily drained her glass of wine, and with that, she marked the beginning of the bloody festival. And the very first weapon of this festival flew towards its target. The seventh prince noted that the festival had been specially prepared with tomato juice instead of real blood, and he remembered the tomato festival from his past life. It seems that the guys from the Red and Green Cross were also enjoying the festival, but for some reason, they did not take off their robes, even at such an event. And then a large, ripe tomato flew at the seventh prince. Turning around, he saw that it was none other than Alice who had thrown it. The ripe tomato hit the seventh prince, Alan, right in the face. Seeing what she had done, the girl began to apologize to him. She said that she was just playing with the children, and did not mean to hit the prince. After tasting the tomato juice running down his face, the prince appreciated its taste and told Alice that it was no big deal. And judging by what he had done in the past, getting hit in the face with a tomato was well deserved. Taking advantage of the moment, the girl decided to continue the conversation. She suggested that the 7th prince have a drink and talk with her. She really wanted to learn more about the resurrection and the magic he had used, but he had nothing to tell her because he had done it based on her knowledge and ideas. He had invested a lot of sacred power, then caught the soul that was about to leave the body and brought it back while the archbishop watched their conversation. It turned out that all this happened thanks to Alice's own knowledge. Alan had also heard that she had healed his brother, the 1st prince. The prince took a mug of drink for each of them and handed one to Alice. He proposed a toast to the wonderful doctor who had not given up until the very end. Alice gladly took the mug offered by the 7th prince. She thanked him for his help in the castle on Hild's territory. They stood in the middle of the street while everyone around them drank to Princess Hilda, Prince Alan, and the Archbishop. Sometimes it wasn't bad to be so smart. And now the prince missed those he had left behind a little. He remembered Charlotte and Harmond and hoped that they were all right. Meanwhile, Charlotte had just finished her battle, but not everyone was happy with her results. The teacher called her a puppy named Herreys, and it was Oscar Bald himself, the vice commander of the Golden Cross. He ordered Charlotte Herreys to get up and follow him. It was the Holy Emperor who had introduced Charlotte and Oscar not long ago. At that time, he was farming in Humite and enjoying his extended vacation. Oscar fought against the Legion of Aemon alongside the Emperor. He was the very man who was called the King of Swords. Charlotte was simply amazed by such an acquaintance. The Holy Emperor wanted to teach Charlotte martial arts. He really hoped that it would be a good lesson for her. Oscar noticed that Charlotte had become stronger during this time, but he couldn't understand what she really wanted. Charlotte was very persistent, even though she had a name that Oscar thought didn't suit her. But Charlotte clearly told him then that she wanted to have power. She needed power to serve the 7th prince faithfully. She was alive thanks to him, so she was ready to sacrifice her life if he asked her to. Oscar asked her what she would do if the prince asked her to take his life. At that moment, Charlotte was at a loss, not knowing what to say to him. Oscar called her weakness simply naive. He reminded her that if the imperial family gave them an order, they were obliged to carry it out, even if her order was to take the life of her master. Their word was law, so there was no need to doubt it. But she never doubted it. But Charlotte had one thing. She could never hurt His Majesty. Oscar thought this was foolish, as he was sure she understood what he was talking about. He promised to make her a true member of the royal family. He ordered Charlotte Herreys to attack him again and again. Charlotte got to her feet and picked up her sharp sword again. At that moment, Luan was relaxing in his room with 2 beautiful women. But suddenly they heard a loud noise that grew louder and louder. The door burst open and Alan appeared in the doorway. He said that he was finally home and pointed a musket at his brother. He came to him as soon as he returned, wanting to settle the score with him. Luan suggested talking first, but Alan didn't want to listen to anything and fired a shot. The sacred power was supposed to benefit him, but he didn't expect to get a bullet like that. Luan thought it was too much to shoot his own brother like that. Alan was boiling with indignation and shouted at Luan not to be a crybaby because his body would no longer melt due to the sacred power. In fact, he only felt a little pain because he had been hit by a bullet and highly concentrated sacred energy. Luan admitted that he made mistakes, just like Alan, and now they were even. The 7th prince told the 1st prince that he was going to hide somewhere in the castle for a while. Luan didn't quite understand why this was necessary and suggested that Alan take a longer walk around the capital instead. But the 7th prince refused because he didn't know what was happening with the archbishop. On the way back, he kept bringing up the same conversation with him. He kept offering the 7th prince Alan to learn magic from him, but the 7th prince refused this offer every time. Alan was very tired of him, so he wanted to hide for a while. But Luan explained that Raphael was behaving this way because he wanted him as a student. After all, he was the best magical researcher, and Luan thought it would be a good idea to learn from him, but Alan refused. He was sure that no matter where he hid, the archbishop would find him. Alan unwittingly overheard Luan's conversation and learned that the most urgent matter at the moment was the Black Order. The 1st prince asked the 7th prince if he knew anything about the Black Order. They'd been found in the same place where the witch Morgana had been captured, but this time they'd been found in Humite, And the emperor began to pay more attention to this issue, because the area was the closest population center. From the moment the necromancers had been cornered, it had become a big problem. Alan gained a lot of useful knowledge about necromancy from the book he got after dealing with Morgana. Alan asked what Luwain was going to do after the necromancers were caught with the remaining books and tools. The first prince explained that it was not allowed to bring such things into the castle, so they would be destroyed, or they would be stored in the basements of the Humida Academy. The seventh prince's imagination painted different pictures of the situation inside the castle, with the archbishop gone mad. And the situation inside Humita was imagined in a completely different way. Alan decided to make a proposal to the first prince, Luwan. He asked his brother to arrange a long vacation for him. In return, the first prince promised to take care of the Black Order for him. The Black Order's movements were detected in the territory of Humita. Their spiritual familiars, the Red Devils, were spotted in the region. Those caught by the Red Cross were interrogated, but none of them knew anything about the organization. The emperor sent several detachments of holy knights to find them, but in the end, for some unknown reason, contact with the second group was lost. All this time, the enemy was lurking in the shadows, and there was a possibility that this organization was actually a little bigger than the emperor had imagined. The problem of his heir had already been solved, but now other problems suddenly began to appear. The sacred emperor's favorite was the first prince, Luang. Princess Hilda was practically on the same level as him, and the seventh prince, Luang, was now not far behind them, and apart from these three, no one else was suitable. If any of these three became the next holy emperor, they would certainly not betray the empire. Instead of worrying about these three, the emperor had to deal with other issues. A man resembling the crown prince had been spotted near the fair in the southern territory of Aslan, and now the emperor was more concerned about this guy. He couldn't believe that he was alive. Perhaps it was the emperor's son, who had disappeared without a trace after the battle with the Aslan Empire. The emperor was informed that there were suspicious movements in Aslan, and it was unclear why he had appeared in the south at such a time. After the monsters were wiped out, people began to go crazy. The emperor did not understand why he had to work so hard at his age. The crown prince disappeared immediately after inheriting the throne, so he had no opportunity to transfer his duty. The emperor was indignant that the crown prince could not even be a good son for a little while, and if he was alive, he should at least have appeared before his father. At that moment, Luan entered the hall to ask if everything was all right with the emperor. He had come precisely because of the papers that the emperor had given him with the servants. The first prince wanted to send Alan to Humit on a matter concerning the Black Order. Alan wanted to go there himself, saying that he needed the Black Order to repay him a debt. The emperor guessed that he was referring to the time when he nearly died because of the witch Morgana, and it all made sense if he wanted revenge. The archbishop reported to the emperor that the seventh prince commanded the sacred dead. This justified Gaia's power. If the emperor gave the order to the archbishop, he would have no choice but to deal with the seventh prince personally. And somehow, it all turned into a sinister and incredible story. Its protagonists were undead bodies with the sacred power of Gaia, and its power could terrify even Judas, who was the god of destruction. Necromancy was a taboo power that was only used in the south, but it was likely that it could now be used in the Holy Kingdom. The emperor asked if Alan had requested anything, but Luang replied that he had only asked about books. He also asked what would happen to the items left behind by the necromancers after the battle. The emperor told the first prince to leave Alan alone. He added that the unusual movements in the Aslan Empire seemed to be connected to the Black Order. If the seventh prince could stop them, it could be fun. But he knew nothing about the complexity of this mission. He had only read the first page of the documents he had been given, and Alan had accepted the mission without knowing anything about it. The emperor ordered the seventh prince to be sent away before he found out everything. The first prince agreed with the emperor and set about carrying out his order. 3 weeks later, the seventh prince was already on his way to Humit. Only now did he realize that he had been deceived, because he had started reading the documents after leaving the castle. Harmon said that it was time for the prince to accept all this because they had been on the road for 10 days. He also asked if it was okay that he was accompanying Alan alone, and Alan emotionally replied that of course it wasn't, because he didn't know anything when he left. But perhaps it was even better this way, because the knight already knew about the first prince's powers, and it was better for the prince to use them without the fanatics from the Red Cross. But Harmon asked him not to be so harsh on the Red Cross, because they were people who would do anything for those who gave them orders. The Holy Emperor personally handed Alan the control of the Inquisitors of Heresy, Alan heard that 3 archbishops were involved in reviewing his decision, and that he had full authority in cases involving evil. But he didn't think that would help them find the missing groups of knights and deal with the Black Order. In the papers, the 7th Prince found information about the Red Devils, but Harmond explained that they were much weaker than the Vampire Duke. The Red Devils are familiar spirits used by the Black Order, and these devils are known for stealing children in the past. Harmond asked Alan if he knew the story about how the Red Devil would steal him if he was a capricious child, but Alan had never heard of such a thing. The Red Devils had fat bodies and thick beards, wore red clothes, walked on rooftops, and carried bags for stealing children. After hearing these descriptions, Alan's imagination conjured up an image of Santa Claus and wondered if he could do such a thing. Alan understood that the Red Devils were incredibly strong, but they posed no threat to them. However, according to the Holy Knight's stories, they were difficult to catch. Despite wearing bright clothes, they were very good at hiding. Even a trained Holy Knight could miss them. Alan wondered if they smelled like other monsters, but it would be inconvenient to keep the status window open all the time. He suggested to Hammond that they consider using bait. The document said that they usually stole children under the age of 16. The Holy Knight assumed that the prince wanted him to use a defenseless child as bait. Well, the prince suggested looking at the person standing in front of him. He asked what Harmond thought about a 16-year-old boy sitting here alone in the middle of the night. It sounded very tempting. Meanwhile, they were already being watched from the roof of a neighboring building. Posters had been put up around the city, warning people to beware of the Red Devils and to report anything that happened to children to the guards immediately. Walking down 7th Street, the prince could smell the Red Devils. They were weak, so the smell was faint. Alan said they would follow them, so he suggested that Harmond go to the intern and scout out the situation. Although the Holy Knight was sure that it would be better for them to follow together, Alan assured him that these weaklings would not be able to defeat him. Still, Hammond asked the 7th Prince to be careful, so they parted ways with him on the street in 2 different directions. Alan assumes that he would be able to find them faster than expected, and as soon as he smelled them and they appeared, he would increase the distance between them. Sensing their presence, Alan looked around carefully. He was able to spot one of the Red Devils on the roof of a building. He assumed that the Red Devil was using magic to hide his presence, because he would have missed him if he hadn't sharpened his vision. Alan quickly opened the door to the house and apologized for the intrusion, shouting that there was a Red Devil here. But he was too late, and 2 lifeless bodies were already lying on the floor. The 7th Prince realized that the Red Devil had already stolen the child. Looking out the window, he saw him holding a full bag over his shoulder. Although the child was screaming, no sound could be heard. Perhaps the devil had used magic to block the sound. The Red Devil wanted to attack the prince, striking him with his long knife. But the prince deftly dodged and pointed the barrel of his musket at the devil. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, firing a bullet imbued with holy power at the devil. His first task was to free the stolen child from the sack. The boy wanted to know who he was, but the prince said he would explain everything later, and that the child should close his eyes for now. At that moment, behind the prince, the boy's parents began to rise from the floor. Apparently, the Red Devils also affected their victims. If the condition of these people progressed, there would be no point in treating or reviving that. At that moment, Harmond entered the room and said that he had agreed on help from the guards. But looking around the room, he realized that the 7th Prince had already caught the devil, but was a little too late. The prince was upset that he had not managed to save the adults, but thanks to him, the child had been saved. The devils were definitely the very creatures that specialized in stealing and killing people, and now the reason why the Black Order had summoned them was clear. In Humite, only the guards could be used as official protection. Since this place was close to the border of the Aslan Empire, the Golden Cross was located on the outskirts. The 7th Prince did not understand why everything was so bad here if the Sacred Emperor's direct group was located here. Harmond explained that they needed to keep a constant watch on the Aslan Empire, and the incident with the Red Devils had happened very recently. The knight said he could send a letter to the Golden Cross and request support, but the prince refused. It would be better if the 7th Prince dealt with all this himself. He asked the Holy Knight to give him a sword. The Red Devils were created to follow the commands of the Black Order, so there must be some kind of magic trick behind them. The prince began to cut up the creature's body himself, and the Holy Knight reminded him that he should behave like a member of the royal family. But there was no time for that, and the 7th Prince found what he expected to see there after all. After extracting the devil's heart, he said he could feel the necromancer's magic inside him. The 7th Prince wanted to expel it using sacred power. Alan explained to Hammond that he wanted to rework the Red Devil, but if others found out about it, they would have big problems. Suddenly, in a pop-up window, Alan saw that he had generated a new Encouraged, the 7th Prince said that there was no time to waste. It was time to have the 7th Prince kidnap. Meanwhile, the Black Order was gathering undead bodies and skeletons in one place. Apparently, the Order was planning a large-scale attack, not only in Humite, but also in other places. The Red Devils were supposed to return soon and bring more fresh meat. As expected, small children were best suited for their blood and life cycle, and one of these Red Devils arrived just in time. He brought his master the freshest dinner in a large bag. But that evening, dinner was not easy, with a big secret. The master started yelling at the devil that he had asked him to steal a healthy little child, but he had brought him some strange one. But Alan laughed and said that this devil would no longer listen to him because now he was his new master. The Black Order couldn't believe it because it was practically impossible to invest sacred power in a red devil. Immediately, other devils began to attack their masters, destroying them. Alan ordered his devil to destroy all necromancers and release the children, and to bring the strange people to him. While they were carrying out his orders, the prince began to study the literature on the shelves of the Black Order. They had collected many books, and some of them were the result of research that might somehow help the prince. Suddenly, one folder caught the 7th prince's attention. Taking it from the shelf, he realized that it was a plan for chaos. The guard Humida came to verify the information that the prince had told the truth. All the missing children had indeed returned home, and the goddess Gaia had helped them. The children told the guard that they had been locked up in some kind of prison, and then someone had freed them. The guard asked the boy what his savior looked like, whether he resembled a little uncle, and the boy replied that he looked like a red devil. But he wasn't wearing red clothes, which meant he wasn't a devil. They were angels, the opposites of red devil. And it turned out that all these children had been saved by blue angels. And Harmond realized that His Highness's plan had worked perfectly. From around the corner, Harwood waved the same blue devil and called him to follow. And he brought him to the 7th prince, who at that time was sorting through the books and manuscripts of the Black Organ. The Holy Knight said that the prince had done a good job, because everything except this house looked like ordinary houses. But Alan said that the Black Order had thought everything through to the smallest detail. The members of the Black Order were supposed to attack the area for which they were responsible and create misunderstanding, chaos, and sow terror among the people. It seemed that they were going to terrorize the entire empire. Their real goal was not written here, so the prince called the Holy Knight. The 7th prince called on those who were still alive to answer his questions, because it seemed that they still did not understand what they had gotten themselves into. He knew that one of the Black Order members had simply held his breath and was still alive. He began to ask the survivors questions about other areas, the true number of missing sacred knights, and the others. The surviving members of the Black Order said they would answer questions only if the prince promised to let them live. But the 7th prince had completely different thoughts on the matter. He asked Harmond how the kidnapped children were doing, and Harmond said that the guards were looking for the children's homes, but some of the children had not yet returned home. And then Ellen realized that necromancers were using the lives of others to cast spells, just as they had tamed the Red Devils and hidden this place. Therefore, they needed a great deal of magical power. Alan grabbed one of the representatives of the Black Order by the hair and asked him directly if they had devoured those children. The 7th prince assumed that they could be kidnapping not only children, but also young people and the elderly. The criminal from the Black Order begged for mercy, but Alan asked if he had heard those children when they also begged him. And with all his strength, he threw him onto the mountain of dead bodies, promising that he would not let them go just like that. He promised to use them until their lives were extinguished. He ordered Harmond to drag the survivors of the Black Order to the palace so that the Inquisitors could take care of them there. They begged him not to do this, but the prince knew that soon they would all go to the other world, and all that was left for them was to become zombies. Harmond was worried about the Blue Devils because they could reveal that the prince controlled the dead with his power. But the prince didn't care anymore because the archbishop already knew about it. It would be difficult to explain or find an alibi, but the emperor had already noticed everything. However, judging by his silence, he decided to watch Alan. Therefore, it was necessary to act quickly and deploy several groups in the capital. He asked the Holy Knight to tell the emperor that his leave needed to be extended. The 7th prince continued the interrogation and promised to send anyone who answered the question of where the rest of their people from Humita were hiding to the other world without suffering. Other groups of the Black Order received information that their allies in the western part of Humita had been defeated. Groups of holy knights and priests appeared in other major cities. News also came from the border that the Divine Army had been sent out. This was the ace up the Holy Emperor's sleeve. The Black Order was still trying to hold back the Golden Cross, but now the Divine Army had joined them. They couldn't deal with them like ordinary holy knights, and now it would be quite difficult to carry out their plan. And since the Divine Army was located near the border, it seemed that Aslan's side was already aware of the news. It seems that the imperial family had sensed something, and they would not be able to come out of the shadows again. And all this happened because of the ubiquitous 7th prince, Alan. They thought he was just a simple boy who had been abandoned in the north, but he suddenly showed up here and began to ruin their plans. And it is quite possible that they should have gotten rid of him earlier. But the great Aslan could not simply make a mistake like that. He went out to take care of it himself and asked everyone to tell their people that the time could be postponed. But everything was going according to plan. He took responsibility for the fall of Humit. And since the 7th prince had found their hiding place, he decided to go to Humit with them in order to find the 7th prince himself and destroy him. Even though it was just a clone, no one thought he would show up in person. His only chance to avoid the hide-and-seek was ruined. And naturally, he had no choice but to come in person. And here, they had already decided to come up with a new, cunning plan. They needed to gather new proposals and bring even more chaos to the Sacred Kingdom. But suddenly, the Black Order realized that they had an uninvited guest. The glass ball only reacted when someone with strong magical or sacred power came here. It was Oscar from the Golden Cross, and it would be bad if they encountered him. All necromancers were ordered to leave the building, and the sacred knights had to be sent to check it out. All of this could be useful for their plan, but now they had to survive and then continue what they had started. Oscar was an unusual opponent, and instead of sending the Holy Knights, he came himself. But the Black Order realized they had made a mistake, and that it was not the Golden Cross. The man they had been talking about recently had come to them, the one who had exposed all the vampires and destroyed all the werewolves. Rumors from Humita had just reached the Black Order, and this man had already managed to find them, and it seems that he had no intention of letting them live, for it was the very powerful 7th prince, Alan Elphas. He was curious to know why it was necessary to send so many people to the other world. It was all the work of the Red Devils, but they were only working for themselves. It turned out that it was the Black Order that needed these lives. They were the ones who turned all the Holy Knights into corpses. Perhaps they did it after hearing about Alan's holy meters, or to bring more chaos to the Holy Empire. But whatever the reason, it wasn't that difficult to deal with a necromancer if he was weaker than you. But after the Holy Knights became dead, they could not be healed or revived. But it was possible to help them take revenge. And now, it was their turn. And the 7th prince led them all, with a huge army following him. The Black Order understood that they would not be left alive and would be sent to the other world in the most cruel way. But they had to pay for what they had done, and Alan Elphas ordered the dead to destroy them. And this army rushed to carry out the 7th prince's order, while their opponents begged for mercy. Alan caught up with one of the representatives of the Black Order, but he muttered through clenched teeth that no matter how hard he tried to stop them, God would always save. But Alan thought differently and believed that asking for forgiveness after destroying so many innocent lives was wrong. He fired a bullet charged with sacred power, and this blessing from the Lord would send them to hell. The entire building was illuminated from within by a bright, divine light. After learning of the Black Order's plan for chaos, the Holy Empire responded by sending all its forces. Groups were sent not only to each of the cities, but the Divine Army also took up positions at the borders in case the Black Order and Aslan joined forces. Knight Harmond sent the remaining necromancers to the capital, and since the Red Cross was responsible for interrogating the Black Order, more became known. Aslan's men, captured near the border, had some connection to their superiors. Although the Humit case was closed, the Empire was still dissatisfied. Amidst all this commotion, Alan came to relax in the Academy library, but he was approached by the brother under whose jurisdiction Humit and Aslan fell. He wanted to talk to the 7th prince, Alan, about something. Alan reminded him that he had to be quiet in the library and asked him not to talk to him. But Alan's brother was very annoying and persistent. He had heard that the 7th prince had caused a commotion on his estate, but Alan corrected him, saying that he had not caused a commotion, but had cleansed it. He had done so with the permission of the Holy Emperor, but his brother insisted that such a decision should have been made by him. He considered Alan's way of solving problems very strange, and mentioned the Blue Angels. After all, they were kind of like the Red Devils, but Alan let them go because they were helping the villagers. Alan reminded him that he had received them from necromancers and asked if there was any other news. Under the current circumstances, the Holy Emperor believed that the Black Order and the Aslan Empire had joined forces. After all, the border had already hinted at a possible confrontation. Aslan says he has no connection with the Black Order, but the Holy Emperor will not believe this without proof. Therefore, the Aslan Empire sent its envoy to explain. They had to reach Humit within a month. Now there was no point in hiding their strength. There was no time to stop the rumors, but there would be times when they would have to use their strength. Although Aslan said he had no connection to the Black Order, they could not have done something like this on their own. Alan also decided to take a look at their envoy, deciding to stay here until he arrived. He was tired of the Imperial Palace and wanted to study a little magic and do some research here. In a month, Alan would be able to see their messenger with his own eyes, and thus be able to reveal Aslan's true identity. The 7th prince was unconscious, chained to the trunk of a huge tree. It was unknown how this had happened, but there was no doubt how it had all begun. His brother asked Alan to keep quiet until Aslan's representative arrived. But the 7th prince did not understand how his behavior was related to the arrival of this representative. The thing was that Aslan originated from Humit, and if they made a mistake, they could get into big trouble. Aslan was a group that worshipped Yuda, the god of destruction. And as a result, the Necromancer was a priest and aristocrat to them. It was unknown how they would react if they felt oppressed by the kingdom of the Sacred Emperor. Moreover, they would be even more upset when they saw the one who destroyed an entire order full of necromancers with one hand. Alan thought he should leave the Black Order alone, but he meant that he should not do anything that could lead to conflict. Aslan's representatives would come here to prove that they had nothing to do with the Black Order and might forgive Alan for his actions. Therefore, the 7th prince was warned once again about proper behavior. But Alan also had a request for his brother, the 3rd prince. He needed to get the grimoire of the Necromancer King Aemon. There were a lot of books written by other necromancers at the Academy, and Alan read them all. His Majesty, the Holy Emperor, had imposed restrictions only on Aemon's grimoire, but in order to read this book, he first had to obtain permission from His Majesty. But Alan hinted that this might be the only way to keep him quiet. As expected, his brother said he would try to get it. This was the only thing that didn't fit into the plan, and Alan didn't know what to do while waiting for the book he needed. Then he remembered that Charlotte might be training somewhere around here. Suddenly, at that very moment, he heard her voice behind him. Turning around, the 7th prince saw her. But looking at her closely, he asked what had happened to her face. She wanted to explain everything and addressed him according to his regalia, but the prince stopped her, saying that he was going to stay in the library and it would be problematic if someone recognized him. He asked her to call him Jiran Lefang, the son of Lord Ginaldo Rionia. As Alan expected, Charlotte was very quick to understand. But when he heard her new surname, Alan was confused, and Charlotte explained that it had been given to her by the Holy Emperor. Alan had already seen this surname when he was studying the imperial family. It belonged to a family that had been destroyed by the Necromancer King 50 years ago. After the divine armies of the Red Cross, Green Cross, Sacred Cross, and Imperial Cross, there was a 6th force. Alan returned to the scars on Charlotte's face, thinking that they were somehow related to her new surname. But Charlotte brushed her hand across her face and said it was nonsense. Alan thought that someone at the Academy was bothering her, or that it was Grill, but Charlotte immediately defended him, saying that Grill was a caring father. Except for training, she only went to classes, so she never spoke normally with anyone at the Academy. Alan asked why she hadn't treated her wound if she had been injured during training, since a bottle of holy water could heal it. But Charlotte lowered her eyes and replied that she was already used to the pain. After all, a knight who is not accustomed to pain will be broken when wounded, and the family of the Sacred Emperor has no need for such knights. But she wanted to become a paladin who would serve the 7th prince, to be his shield and sword. But Alan didn't let her finish and told her she was talking nonsense. And with his own hand, he touched the wound on Charlotte Hare's face. He didn't want Charlotte to suffer pain, and if she ever got hurt again, he could always heal her. Charlotte herself told him that she was his personal paladin. He promised to heal her every time, so that no scars would remain. She heard him and accepted His Majesty's care for her. But then she recovered and called him Mr. Jaren again. So as not to be bored alone while Charlotte was in class, Alan called Harmon to him, and he immediately ran to the 7th prince, dropping everything he was doing. Alan asked how things were going, and the knight told him that they had destroyed the main base of the Black Order in Humite, but necromancers continued to appear. Even if they were caught and interrogated, nothing would be found. Alan thought that, given the persistence of the Black Order, their plan for chaos might still be working. According to Harmond, Aslan's representative was supposed to arrive on time. Suddenly, the 7th prince felt someone's presence behind him. Turning around, Alan asked Harmond who the woman was. Harmond turned around and greeted the crown princess kindly. Alan also turned around to scan this person. Before him was Rose Darina, the 45-year-old mother of the 3rd prince. Her characteristics were a fragile body and a weak mind, but she also had disorder, chaos, and a mad obsession. Alan thought that having such characteristics was not entirely normal. Rose asked what the 7th prince was doing there, and Alan said that he needed to spend some time at the academy. The crown princess asked if Ruffle had given permission for this. For some reason, Alan thought that the prince was being kept under control. This was something she had never heard from the 2nd prince. And then Alan realized that he was standing in front of the 2nd prince's mother. Ruffle rushed into his mother's arms, for he was her favorite son. He had not sought her out, so she had decided to come to him herself. He was sure that if the crown prince found out that the 2nd prince had grown up like this, he would be happy. He handed Alan a bag with something wrapped inside. It was the magical book of Necromant Amon, which had been retrieved from the academy's basement. He asked Alan to keep his promise too, and he would see his mother off as it was time for her to leave. Ruffle himself went to escort his mother to the carriage. Alan asked Harmond why the third prince, Ruffle, was called the second prince, but the aristocrats kept silent about this and did not spread the story. The second wife of the heir to the throne, Rose, had no problems giving birth to children after her marriage. During pregnancy, the umbilical cord wrapped around the baby's neck, and he was born dead. The crown prince was saddened and awarded the dead child the title of second prince. Rose herself could not get over such a terrible shock. She found similarities between her child and every little thing, and named everything after the second prince. Seeing this, the crown prince decided to have another child. That child was Ruffle, but Rose pretended that he was the second prince. However, there was another, even bigger problem in this situation. Before the third prince was born, Rose did something she shouldn't have done. Namely, she resurrected the second prince. Upon hearing this news from Harmond, Alan was perplexed, but Alan had heard that he was the first to resurrect a human being, so it turned out that the second prince was possibly undead. This should not have happened in a lively city, and it was reported that necromancers had bewitched the crown princess and that a purge had been carried out. But Alan saw that her characteristics stated that Rose was possessed and confused. Sitting in the carriage, Rose said that Alan looked healthy, but it would be nice if he disappeared along with Lydia. She didn't like any of this and considered her son naive and useless. Ruffle's mind was filled with thoughts that he must never lose to his brother and must make a splash with the crown prince. Rose believed that then the crown prince would look at her again. Dorina Rose cried as she made her way to the border zone of Aslan. At the same time, Charlotte continued training with Oscar. He praised her for holding her own in battle. Oscar asked Charlotte if she had finally come to her senses. After all, not only he, but also His Majesty had been unable to achieve at her age what she had. She was a follower of the Golden Cross, and that spoke volumes. But Charlotte did not like it and had no intention of swearing allegiance to His Majesty. Oscar was very angry after hearing Charlotte's words. After all, she was already a follower of the Golden Cross and should be ready to die for His Majesty and obey any orders. However it may be, she knew that she should not do this, and only one person in the world could tell her what to do. That person was Alan Elphos, the seventh prince of the Holy Kingdom, and only him did Charlotte consider her true king. Oscar asked her if she would be in the Golden Cross if she were not loyal to His Highness. She really wanted to help the seventh prince. Oscar thought this was nonsense because she did not exist solely for the emperor. Charlotte wanted to make him successful, and that was her true desire. Oscar asked if she understood what she was saying. Charlotte did not answer him and continued to stand silently. He replied that it was not funny and that everything in the world was going its own way. But after her words, Charlotte could not remain in the Golden Cross. Oscar threw a small black box right into her hands. So Charlotte Herreys was expelled from the Golden Cross. Next was the forgotten sixth force of His Majesty, led by the Harrys. In this black box lay the sword of the Order of the Golden Cross. This sword had once been used by the Harry family. Oscar thought to use it as a decoration if the owner did not appear. Oscar gave it to Charlotte so that she could do everything possible and protect those who were truly dear to her, if that was the reason for her existence. Shortly after these events, the very ambassador of Aslan arrived. Seeing Humit, he considered it simply a place for gods to live. There was a fortress wall, soft trees, grass, and a fresh breeze. It was truly a blessed land, but now was not the time to be envious, for there was fire in their eyes. Ruffle came out to personally greet the messenger. Aslan's ambassador introduced himself as Chaim, and it was a great honor for him to meet the third prince. He had heard a lot about him, and for Ruffle, it was a pleasant surprise. The ambassador wanted Prince Ruffle to take care of them personally. Announcements about a welcome banquet for the ambassador from Aslan were posted throughout the city. Charlotte explained to Alan that this was a tradition for receiving foreign ambassadors. Aslan was an enemy country, and this announcement was frank, even asking the royal children to attend. According to Charlotte, it seemed that a really big banquet was being organized. At that moment, several young men entered the gate next to them. When they saw Alan, they started pointing at him like savages. In a very polite manner, they tried to find out what family he was from. After all, it was their first time seeing Alan on Humida's territory. Charlotte reminded them that they were the children of the Count and Marquis, and remembered that she had called them annoying. They thought he was from the outskirts, because it was difficult to believe that he was a prince. Alan suggested that Charlotte simply ignore these kids. But the young men did not let up and continued to tease Alan. One of them wanted to grab the seventh prince by his clothes, but he received a powerful rebuff from Charlotte, which was the last thing he expected. And from her powerful push, he flew very far to the side. The rest stood with their mouths agape, not understanding what was happening. Apparently, they didn't know about the rumors that were spreading, and they didn't know that bad children are always taken away by elves. Their appearance was very unexpected for everyone gathered there. The boys were very frightened, mistaking them for red devils. Alan corrected them, saying that they were blue devils and should not be confused with red ones. He asked them to hand them over to security so that Harmond could take care of it. Charlotte reminded him that the 7th prince had promised the 3rd prince that if he didn't get caught, no one would find out. The blue devils wanted to strip the boys naked and put them on display in the square. That was enough for their moral education. Alan suggested that Charlotte go have a snack with him. Suddenly, the 3rd prince shouted, asking if the 7th prince was responsible for the incident in the square. Turning around, Alan asked him not to make noise in the library. He asked his brother to calm down and talk about it somewhere else. The ambassador was very angry about this stunt, and Ruffle didn't know how to fix it. Then Alan thought about what would happen if the Necromancer were hanged in the square. The 3rd prince, in tears, tried to understand who else could have done such a thing if not Alan. After all, only a madman could commit such a crazy act. While Charlotte was in class, Alan met with Harmond. The heads of the royal family were hanging in the square, but when the ambassador was received, there was no announcement of a battle or anything like that. They also checked the garrison, and there were no witnesses to the incident. Harmond also checked with the 7th prince to see if he had anything to do with it, just in case. But Alan thought that maybe Aslan had done it, maybe to create a reason for battle. According to Ruffle, the ambassador was indeed angry, but there was no reason to call for internal division before the battle. If it wasn't Alan or Aslan who did it, then a 3rd party was involved. Suddenly, the 7th prince smelled something different from before. This time, it was the unmistakable smell of death. It seemed that the enemy had spotted the 7th prince and was watching him. These thoughts made Prince Alan feel very scared, so the one he sensed was a real angel of death. The 7th prince, Alan, quickly took out his musket and fired. Harmond asked what he was doing, but Alan knew that the enemy was dangerous. After all, in this situation, the Holy Knight Harmond didn't even know him, and the 7th prince himself realized too late what was happening. Alan turned to Gaia and asked her to grant grace to the believers. The bullet, charged with sacred power, flew towards the angel, but it could not harm him as he was under protection. Harmond tried to understand what was happening and who this madman was. In the angel's hands was the scepter of King Amon, which enhanced the bearer's enchanting magic and increased the effectiveness of all skills. But Alan's bullet still managed to leave a crack in his shield. This meant that the 7th prince also deserved the title of angel. The 7th prince had too little training and needed to choose the right prayer. Alan ordered Harmond to close the garrison and border areas and not let the townspeople approach. Now it was too difficult for the angel to resist Alan. And next time, he promised to fight him properly. The 7th prince fired another charged bullet at his opponent, and this time, it finally reached its intended target. The angel asked the 7th prince, Alan Elphos, not to rush. After all, when they met next time, he would definitely finish him off. The angel of death disappeared, leaving only a small cloud of smoke behind. Alan was upset that he couldn't do anything, and it seemed that this wasn't the most difficult thing right now. Harmond did everything Alan ordered him to do, but he was confused by the magic circle. He had seen it too, and perhaps it was the magic of movement. There were only a few wizards on this earth who could control it. The 7th prince thought about the fact that there was a pier in the bay with seaweed, and he was experienced enough to escape. The angel of death said that he had been looking for him for a long time, which meant that he knew him. Alan had recently become famous, and the only place he could be targeted was the Black Church. Perhaps the 7th prince was too complacent this time. But then, he began to guess everything and understand what was happening. He realized that Aslan and the Black Church were connected. If Harmond could see the status window of this evil creature now, he would understand everything. It was Nasus who was destroying everything around him. He was a black magician and necromancer, and had unlimited loyalty to Aslan. Alan asked Harmond to bring something to write with, because he needed to send the information to the operator's fortress urgently. At that moment, Nasus appeared in his master's house. Aslan's ambassador asked why he looked so unhappy. He didn't remember agreeing to meet with him. The ambassador wanted to know who had tarnished Aslan's reputation with the situation in the square. The angel of death was silent and moved very quietly around the room. The ambassador did not like that because he was ignoring his right to lead. He began to shout that there were too many victims for such a defective angel like him. But Nexus said that an ambassador like him had done nothing for Aslan. After all, he was loyal not to the god of death himself, but only to Aslan. And following Rahama's orders, Nasus commanded this place. In turn, Rahama gave him the same powers as an ambassador. And when the banquet began, they would use the 3rd prince to stop the heavenly army. But in response to his words, Nasus did not want to hear any objection. Nessus was going to wipe Humit off the map and told the ambassador to be careful and not get caught. After all, the kingdom would soon collapse. And the reason for this was the extermination of Aslan's priests. And besides them, no one knew about this dark side of what was happening. This green land was soon to become the land of Aslan. And for Alan Elphos, they were organizing a secret destruction. But even more interesting was who had ordered it. The person who ordered the destruction was the mother of the third prince, Darren Rose. But despite this, it was impossible to destroy Alan Elphos now. The crown princess considered Alan to be a chick that had hatched from an egg. But in reality, he had abilities that were not so simple. After all, he used two powers that were alien to each other, and this was unexpected. And that meant that the seventh prince might be needed by Aslan. Alan held the telegram in his hands and asked if it was really from the kingdom, but Harmon personally took it away. The telegram stated that Alan needed to meet with the ambassador and end diplomatic relations. Alan was dissatisfied with this response and could not accept it. Ruffle was present during this conversation, but was very confused. Alan continued to insist that Aslan was also involved in all this. After all, it was the third prince who was responsible for diplomacy. But Ruffle was concerned that the banquet had to go according to plan. He had arranged it because Aslan wanted to settle relations, but Alan saw no point in it. Now the people had to be ruled, and the third prince asked that no confusion be caused. Ruffle asked Alan not to worry too much about it. The vice captain of the Golden Cross, Oscar, was here, and he was very strong. He was a man who had communicated with the first vampires face to face. So Alan didn't need to worry about the Lich. But among those Alan was worried about, the Lich was not one of them. He had fought many battles, and he could defeat the Lich, but not the people. Alan didn't want to participate in a losing cause, but this was on a different level. Ruffle knew that Alan didn't like it, but it was a common cause. But for the seventh prince, everything that was happening wasn't even funny, and he told the third prince to mind his own business. Alan decided to use the powers of the Inquisitor given to him by the Emperor. Ruffle wanted to object, but Alan had already given the order to Harmon. He had to immediately deploy the army on the border with Aslan. Hearing this, the third prince, Ruffle, was simply perplexed, and if problems arose, he could ask Luana and Hilda for help. After all, these two were definitely on the side of the seventh prince, Alan. It was necessary to gather all the armed forces, the red and yellow cross corps of gnomes, and send a note to Gennard in the north room. But the seventh prince did not want a battle, and all this was done to avoid it. They had to make sure that if Aslan attacked, he wouldn't even scratch the fortress wall. Until now, it seemed that they were living in harmony, but now Alan was not going to follow Aslan around, and everything had to be passed on to the ambassador. And if Ruffle wanted peace, he had to keep a low profile. Before the full assembly, Alan asked Harmon to summon Oscar. There was no time to delay now, and they had to move quickly. Soon, the army of holy knights entered Humut. Behind them, shoulder to shoulder, came the red and green cross. The unit of gnomes from the mines was not left behind either. The Golden Cross also came to the aid of the third prince at that hour. As they marched past the castle, Aslan's hands began to shake. He did not understand what was happening because they had been talking about something completely different. The ambassador began to ask the third prince if the states were not going to hold a welcome banquet. But Ruffle explained that, unfortunately, the seventh prince was now in power. Ruffle tried to dissuade him from all this, but he did not listen. Aslan's ambassador realized that they were talking about the seventh prince, Alan Elphos. He had many different titles, and Haim thought this was an exaggeration. Aslan's ambassador did not know what would happen to their grand plans now. He shouted at the third prince, Ruffle, that the banquet could not take place, but then he apologized to him, saying that he had overreacted, and he asked the third prince, Ruffle, for a favor. Aslan's ambassador wanted them to leave him this golden cross, and if Ruffle agreed to this favor, a pleasant surprise awaited him. The Holy Emperor tapped his finger on the chair and asked his interlocutor not to lie to him. After all, because of him, he had given too short an answer to the seventh prince. The Emperor's involuntary interlocutor was the vampire Count Famor. No matter how great a vampire he was, he could not penetrate the Holy Empire alone. Therefore, the Emperor asked the Count who was behind it all. Shaking, Count Fomor revealed that it was all the work of Darina Rose. The Emperor ordered the Red Cross to stop the interrogation for the dead. He asked that Luana be informed that he would be heading the Imperial Palace for a while. The Holy Emperor was going to pass the sentence himself. At that very moment, the welcome banquet for the two states began. Looking out from the balcony, Alan thought that there was nothing that magic couldn't do. And now it was somehow relatively calm here. Alan changed the location of the banquet at Ruffle's instruction, but it didn't matter where the troops were stationed. Something was bound to happen anyway. Approaching Alan, Ruffle asked if he had been with the ambassador, since he himself had had to leave because of Oscar. The third prince had a feeling that he would stab him in the face, and he thought it was Alan's instruction. But Alan reminded him that he was from an enemy state and had to take his status into account. And Alan really didn't like this banquet because he was against it from the start. Standing on the balcony, Ruffle decided to ask Alan something. He pointed down from the balcony at one of the women present. He pointed to a black-haired maid standing next to his mother. He asked Alan if he knew how he had spotted her. The 7th prince decided that the 3rd prince liked her. Charlene was a master of charm, but she also had a nasty temper, was hypocritical, drug-addicted, and prone to threats. But the conversation between the 2 prince brothers was interrupted by Ambassador Aslan. Ruffle turned his head, trying to understand if the ambassador had come with Oscar, and the ambassador had important business. He told the 3rd prince that time was almost up. Alan tried to hear something important from their conversation. Suddenly, someone's voice said that he should be greeted. Everything around them shook, as if a strong earthquake had begun. The floor beneath their feet began to crack and fall apart. Nessus appeared, saying that his time had finally come. Charlotte Harry stood at her post in her new chainmail. This chainmail, made by gnomes, was given to her by the Sacred Emperor, and Harmon confirmed that even at a glance, it was clear that it was good. This showed how much the Emperor valued young Charlotte. Harmond noticed that she had risen high enough to become captain of the White Cross, while Harmond remained deputy paladin. Suddenly, they felt the ground beneath their feet begin to vibrate. Immediately, everything around them began to collapse, and stones flew from all sides. A huge, terrifying chimera emerged from under the ground. Harmond immediately ordered everyone to prepare for evacuation. Suddenly, images of rooms and a magic circle began to appear on the floor. There were too many of them, and the Holy Knight guessed that the banquet had been arranged to corner everyone. Charlotte was now also convinced that the 7th prince was right. She asked Harmond what their plan was now, and he told her not to worry. The first thing she needed to do now was to evacuate Yen Chi-men. The huge chimera, surrounded by other evil creatures, was already approaching them. The 7th prince felt that the stench was getting stronger. Turning to Aslan's ambassador, he asked if this was the same plan of chaos that they had prepared. Holding a knife to the 3rd prince's neck, he replied that everything was correct and that it was all for Aslan's sake. Turning to Ruffle, Alan asked how he had allowed himself to be caught so easily. But Haima shouted at the 7th prince not to move if he wanted to save the 3rd prince. But Alan asked him only one question. If he took Ruffle away, would he fall behind the others? After all, those who Haima had captured were the real traitors. The 3rd prince tried to prove that it was all nonsense. But Alan had heard from Oscar that Count Fomor had confessed everything, and now it was best for them to tell only the truth. But after all this, whether the 3rd prince was a traitor or someone else was now a problem for the castle. Alan asked if the ambassador had seen the thing in the hall that showed the image. This thing was recording now, because who would have thought that Aslan would declare war right now? In this way, the 3rd prince provided evidence of how everything had happened. The 7th prince did not like this banquet from the very beginning, because everything was organized by Aslan, and this made him regret it. But he would not be able to cope with all these numerous troops. Suddenly, everything around him shook violently and swayed. Alan could not understand what was happening and what this vibration was. The floor of the balcony beneath his feet began to crack and break into pieces. Suddenly, it collapsed completely, and everyone who was on it fell down. Below, the 3rd prince saw the very same mad Nessus. Seeing the 7th prince, he exclaimed that he had finally come. But grabbing him by the neck with his bony hand, he whispered that he had missed this angel. And flashing his red eyes, he called the 7th prince to follow him, for he so wanted and dreamed of taking his enormous power for himself. Meanwhile, a huge chimera was destroyed in the square. Harmond and Charlotte, with the help of the dwarf army, were able to restore order here. One of the soldiers of the Golden Cross rushed to them at full speed. Harmond asked him how things were going in the banquet hall, but he replied that there was no one there. He said that a huge hole had formed there, and that everyone had probably gone through it. But such a hole had appeared not only in the banquet hall, but also in several other places. It turned out that the 7th prince had disappeared in an unknown direction. At that moment, Alan woke up in an unfamiliar place. When he was falling, he thought he had fallen into the hole along with the undead. But if it wasn't a hole, then it must have been some kind of distortion of space. Alan tried to quickly understand and figure out where he was. Suddenly, not far from him, he noticed Nessus and several other people discussing where to find the 7th prince. Since they had all ended up in this passage together, he had to be somewhere here. Watching them, Alan couldn't understand why they were all crowded there. It turned out that the 7th prince, Alan, had fallen here all alone. It seemed very unfair to him. After all, he should have fallen here together with Ruffle and Oscar. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, saying that he knew the 7th prince could hear him. At first, Alan wanted to hide well in order to buy some time. This was Aslan's training center, and these plans had been in the works for a long time. A huge number of sacrifices had to be made in order to carry them out. But because of the 7th prince, it was all in vain now. Nessus was just about to lure Oscar here and get rid of him, but only after the destruction of humanity. Aslan was supposed to emerge from the wasteland, and Nessus's plan to take over the earth. But the 7th prince, Alan Elphos, dared to destroy it just like that. Nessus promised to torture the 7th prince and then tear him to pieces, and finally take all of Prince Alan's powerful strength away from him. Suddenly, a bolt of divine power struck Aslan's envoy. It inflicted a severe wound on his left shoulder. This shot was fired by the 7th prince, Alan, from his musket. People like Nexus treated humans like insects, and it was unclear why he always blamed others. Putting on his Necromancer's mask, Alan took out his trump card. The 7th prince doubted that they would be able to tear him to pieces as promised. Seeing Alan with the relic in his hands, Nexus was very surprised. After all, it was simply impossible for someone who used holy power to have the relic of the king of necromancers. Nessus was shocked at how the 7th prince could use it so calmly. But the 7th prince himself was an entire army and the heir to Gaia. Moreover, all these undead possessed enormous power. After the vampire, the next most powerful was a certain Rich. The 7th prince activated the Holy Knight skill to destroy all the undead. But the power and ego of these undead were simply beyond compare. And these undead crossed swords with the sword of holy power. But as expected, Alan Elphos's enemies failed. This meant that the 7th prince could be the one Aslan needed. He was in power, but this power was not for Aslan's sake, but for destruction. The ambassador understood that they could not compete with Alan and suggested simply running away. But Nexus reminded him that they were already at home and had nowhere to run. The ambassador did not know what they could do together, especially since he was wounded. And Nexus told Aslan's ambassador to give up his own life. After all, they were doing this for Aslan, and surely he could not begrudge his life for that. And Nexus ordered Jaime to prove his loyalty to Aslan and give up his soul and magic. But Alan was sure that they would not be able to stop him with a few insignificant souls. Nexus was very arrogant, even at such a difficult moment. Skeletal hands emerged from the holy water surrounding the 7th prince. Several pairs of bony hands grew behind Alan's shoulders like spider legs, and he told Nexus to show Aslan's incredible power. Each of Alan's hands drew on an inexhaustible sacred power. Seeing this, Nessus and Aslan's ambassador, Jaime, were stunned. Then, each of the 7th prince's hands took out a musket. Looking at this, the ambassador wondered if Nessus really thought he could stop him. Using the artifact, the 7th prince gained even greater power. Bullets charged with sacred power flew toward Nessus and the ambassador. Seeing what was happening, Nessus managed to react very quickly. He managed to shield himself from the 7th prince's attack with his shield. He knew that this was something unusual, but he could not understand how such different powers could possess such might. He decided to destroy the 7th prince using all his strength. After all, the 7th prince was the one who posed a threat to Aslan. The 7th prince asked mockingly what he could do to him. The undead decided to give up his soul to put him in his place. Even if Nessus did not become the 7th prince, Raham would destroy him. The undead Nessus turned to the 7th prince, Alan, again. She told him to fall asleep quickly, but only with her. Alan thought about how many innocent souls had fallen victim to him. It was very unpleasant for him to admit it, but that was exactly how it was. But for one ability, he could be called the Reaper of Death. Because of the 7th prince, their entire plan failed, and in the end, Aslan took everything for himself. And now, the time had come for Nexus to lead him to his doom. The 7th prince, Alan Elphos, shouted the name of this undead creature. Without fear, he stood face to face with his enemy. He ordered Nexus to stop spouting his incomprehensible nonsense. His plan to control Alan's demise was not meant to be, for his demise was in his own hands. The 7th prince was not afraid and challenged the undead Nessus. But Nessus considered it all a bluff because humans were limited by their bodies. But that did not apply to him because he never got tired. The 7th prince decided that Nessus was too sinful to simply die. He had a special necromancer's method for such purposes. His favorite tool, a sacred shovel, reappeared in his hands. Nessus couldn't understand what he was about to do. He begged Alan to stop, but Alan kept stabbing him with his shovel. But the 7th prince knew that this method would subjugate any creature, for it could not die and would now serve him. He could not preside over anyone's death, let alone his own. At that moment, Charlotte and Harmond were trying to find Alan. Suddenly, one of the Holy Knights ran up to them, very agitated. He informed them that they were being attacked by the military of the Aslan Empire. The two rushed to defend the estate. After the Chaos Plan, they decided to attack them now. On the way, Charlotte and Harmond realized that they wanted to take the knights hostage, but things did not go as planned. The knights commanded that Lord Harmond was coming and that the gates should be opened. Running up to the knights, he first asked how things were going and why they were all standing there. The knights replied that they had been ordered to open the gates and wait. Suddenly, a very bright, sacred light shone on everyone present. They could not believe their eyes and could not believe who was standing before them. For the sacred Emperor Kelt Elphas himself had arrived in Humit. He immediately began to destroy his enemies with his unimaginable power. He struck down his opponents without even letting them get close to him. Suddenly, one of his opponents decided to attack him from behind. But sensing this, the Emperor managed to grab his sword with his hand. He managed to do this even though his opponent attacked from a blind spot. But such minor opponents were a waste of his time. The Emperor destroyed him with a single touch of his weapon. But ahead lay what the Emperor had to achieve. Looking at his hand, he saw a wound from an enemy sword. These battles were painful for him, and he thought he was beginning to grow old. The sacred Emperor could not find his loyal Oscar anywhere, and the seventh prince had also disappeared somewhere, and he had not seen him. None of the knights could tell him where they were. The traitors had disgraced his name, and they had all disappeared somewhere. The Emperor did not know how to get rid of his indignation, but Aslan started it all. If they wanted this battle, he would give it to them. And after the battle, he would give all the honor to the courtiers of this palace. The Emperor ordered the knights to bring Ruhama's head right now. The knights immediately set about carrying out his order. Alan had not yet regained consciousness. I did not know what else had happened. Then he remembered that he had unleashed a barrage of blows on Lich, which had drained him of his strength. Alan could not remember anything else, and it was not surprising that he had fainted, but he could not understand what kind of tree it was and who had tied him up. Suddenly, some people called him an angel and were very happy that he had regained consciousness. They rejoiced that their savior had finally come to his senses. They were unfortunate slaves who had been captured in this place. They had been caught for experiments and sacrifices, and their lives had been taken from them. One day, a warrior appeared and punished the undead who were persecuting them. He granted them salvation, and the holy water made by the angel restored their stolen lives. They considered Alan to be an angel, and his holy water to be the best. And when the seventh prince fainted, they all took care of him. But they thought he had come here for their mistress, Tinia. And then Tinia herself appeared, looking like an elf. She greeted their savior, the seventh prince, Alan. Tinia was a dark elf and the true heir to Aslan. And now Alan understood everything, for she was the daughter of Rahama. The seventh prince asked where he could find a way out of where he was. But as it turned out, leaving now was very dangerous for everyone. Alan had no idea that a huge battle was raging around him. He was horrified to learn that about 3 months had passed since he lost consciousness. Meanwhile, a traveler was following a map and now did not know where he was. This man had been searching everywhere for his son, but so far without success. The traveler asked the dragon if it knew anything about him, but it did not answer. The search for his son proved to be very difficult for him. The seventh prince had been unconscious for 3 months. He asked how he had been cared for all this time and found out that he had been washed with holy water. Perhaps this helped to some extent, but it was unlikely that it was the only reason for his recovery. When Alan fought in Nasus, there were no such large trees there. It turned out that it was the power of an elf named Tinia. Emperor Aslana Rahama had a large number of children. Among them all, the dark elf Tinia was the 30th, but he had only one wife, although it was hard to believe. All his children were the children of slaves, born not out of love, but only for experiments. He mixed the blood of different races because he wanted to have a powerful child to realize his ideas. Tinia never liked Rakama, and he learned that the Black Order needed healthy slaves who would live long lives. Tinia grew slowly due to the nature of elves. The servant Damon was also guilty of simply watching this happen, and so every single one of them was forced to come here. In a country where necromancy was used, the ability to be friendly to nature was considered a great tree. And Tinia couldn't put the angel on the hard floor, so she tied him to a tree. The seventh prince, Alan, understood everything, but still wanted to go home very much. He began to explain that he was not an angel at all, but an ordinary human being. But the people had seen the miracle with their own eyes, and now it was difficult to dissuade them. Alan apologized to Tinia and explained that he had somewhere to return to. Then all these people, led by the Dark Elf, asked to go with him. They couldn't live in this place for long because, first of all, it was the headquarters of the Black Order, and they would definitely send someone here. They promised not to bother Alan and to leave as soon as they found a suitable place for themselves. In principle, Alan didn't care, but their elven powers could be useful to him. However, he decided to take only 2 of them with him, while the rest would stay here for now. There was no land in Aslan that was worth anything, but this was beyond the pale. They made their way through the desert and the sandstorm, and none of the three knew which direction the city was in, all because they had set out without a plan. Suddenly, a strange cry came from somewhere. They knelt down and listened to the sound. Tina heard knocking and shouting, as well as the sound of an orc roaring, which meant that an orc and some merchants were fighting somewhere nearby. Ellen suggested going towards the sounds, but that way they could be caught. They decided that this was the angels' plan to save people in trouble. The merchants were very happy to receive such timely help. They couldn't stay away and not thank Alan. After all, they had never seen so many skeletons in their lives, and he was the best necromancer they had ever seen. But the prince was modest and said that he was just an ordinary man and necromancer. Looking at them, Alan thought that they would never guess that the prince of a prosperous kingdom was walking among them. Suddenly, an unknown young boy quietly entered their tent. The others explained to him that the seventh prince had been assigned to them from above. This boy considered himself an amazing and talented alchemist. His name was Hans, and his specialties were alchemy and incredible experience. And he was also talkative and lucky. After assessing his characteristics, Alan was very pleased with this encounter. He suggested that Hans talk to him alone, without prying eyes. The merchants hinted to the alchemist that Alan must be from a noble family. Pushing him towards the seventh prince, they hurried outside. Tinia asked if they needed to leave, and Alan left it up to them. While Alan was talking, Tinia asked him to take one skeleton. She wanted to see the sacred bones and touch them at least once. He suggested that she go about her business in the corner so that no one would see her. Seeing them run to the skeleton, the alchemist asked what was going on. In turn, Alan asked him if he knew how to distinguish magical power from holy power. Without letting him answer, the seventh prince asked if he knew who he was. Outside, a battle was raging, and Aslan was pushing back the sacred emperor. Aslan, in desperation, used the hostages, the crown princess and the prince, to delay the battle in any way possible.
If the hostages were returned unharmed, the question of a truce would be considered.
But until then, Aslan would not give any answer, and Aslan's incomprehensible behavior continued, and rumors began to spread. The battle dragged on, citing the non-existent hostages, and there were also rumors of attempts to find the real princes. The alchemist Hans could not even imagine that Alan was the crown prince. He thought that Alan believed there was no chance left. Thanks to the alchemist Hans, everything fell into place. Alan wanted to bury him in the desert, because Hans now knew his identity. But Hans asked for mercy and began to take something out of his bag. He offered Prince Alan a real dragon scale. Alan was extremely surprised by such an unusual gift, but Hans promised to take him to the dragon's lair, which was full of treasures. Sitting on the sand under the moon, Tina asked the skeleton if he felt hungry. He shook his head, and Tina asked what kept him alive. The skeleton wrote the words, "Holy Power," in the sand with his bony finger. As expected, the angel's body moved, not by magic, but by holy power, and Tina asked if he had a soul. The angel began to think deeply and did not answer her. Then he wrote in the sand again that he did not, and Tina wondered how his self-awareness could exist. The skeleton wrote that it moved of its own free will, because all holy power, mana, and magic have their own will. But Tina did not understand him, because she only had a superficial understanding. All of the angels undead had self-awareness, so it turned out that it was born of free will. But the undead controlled by necromancers with magic never had self-awareness. Tina saw how priests blessed water, turning it into holy water. But the consciousness of holy water out of nothing was strange. The angels' abilities were not just a unique phenomenon, they contradicted the natural order of things. It was as if this power was not from our world, but from some completely different one. It was like using the divine power of creation. Tinia believed that Lord Alan was truly a real angel in the flesh. Suddenly, a man appeared on the street and called Tina to come back. Entering the tent, she asked Alan how the conversation had gone. The seventh prince replied briefly that it had been a useful conversation. The alchemist told him that there was a dragon's lair in the north. Hans corrected him, saying that it was a lair where a dragon once lived. The alchemist said that it was full of gold and treasures, and even brought back a dragon scale from there. He went there with his group of mercenaries, and Tina began to guess what kind of place it was. If it was the ancient tomb of Aslan, then there really could be dragon scales there. They had heard stories about a dragon guarding the tomb, and Alan wondered if Aslan had even tamed a dragon. But it was an ancient story, and now it was difficult to say how true it was. Alan had the idea to go there and see for himself. After all, this place could serve as an excellent base for Tina and the others, and the seventh prince ordered the alchemist to take them all there. But there was one important condition for Hans in this matter. If he lied, Alan promised to bury him in the same place, but Hans swore to do everything to serve him. Hans learned about this place from the man who sold him the scales. He was hungry, and fainted right on the street. After that, since he had nothing else, he gave what he could and told everything he knew, saying that it might be useful. And the stranger's words did not seem like a lie to Hans, although his claim that he had destroyed the dragon right in its lair seemed like blasphemy to him. When they found the lair, he began to talk about how he was really telling the truth. But he was talking about a place where the dragon used to live, and now it was no longer there, because they were living in a completely different century. But suddenly, the walls around them shook strangely and violently. A huge shadow appeared on the floor in front of them, covering everything below. A huge black dragon was flying under the ceiling of the ancient tomb. It turned out that it had not only lived here before, but still lived here. Huge, bright flames spewed from the dragon's mouth. Everything that was happening in the ancient tomb seemed like pure madness. Alan considered himself crazy for believing that guy. He managed to put on his Necromancer's mask to stop the monster with his sacred power. Opening its huge mouth, the dragon spewed a powerful stream of fire at them. It was so powerful that it literally knocked everyone off their feet. They scattered to the sides, like pawns mixed with stones flying off the walls. They tried to at least grab the ledges on the floor with their hands so they wouldn't fly outside. When everything around them calmed down a bit, the alchemist Hans thought he was alive. Lady Tina was sitting on the floor away from the others, and they asked if she was all right, but she did not respond to them and did not answer. She stared into the distance as if spellbound and did not move. At this time, Alan was trying to understand what had happened here. He approached the dragon's body, which was lying motionless on the floor. He examined it carefully and noticed one interesting thing. The dragon had suffered fatal injuries before they arrived, and Alan found its behavior very strange. So it seemed that the merchant who sold Hans the scales was not exaggerating, but it was unclear how he could have dealt with such a dragon. At that moment, an excited Hans ran up to him and asked what it was. Thinking that he was talking about the dragon, Alan joked that it was the creature that Hans so vehemently denied existed. The alchemist had something completely different in mind and pointed to the side. He was referring to the huge creature standing in front of Lady Tina. This creature was a huge skeleton that had emerged from the spilled holy water. Seeing it, Alan was also confused because he did not know what it was. It was some kind of incredible, huge thing in the form of a skeleton. Alan thought that he was to blame for this because who else could have summoned so much holy energy? The huge skeleton silently stared at them, and the others asked Alan to do something about it. But suddenly, this enormous skeleton began to speak to them. It called itself the Lord of Destruction and the Giver of Life. Before them stood the very real King of White Bones, Don O'Donhaja. Hearing this, Alan was completely baffled, as he had not expected to see anything like this. But fortunately, this huge angel did not look hostile. Alan remembered that he had only stretched out his hand to block the attack, and it turned out that he had summoned him. He asked the huge angel sitting nearby about this. He wanted to know how freely it could move and whether it could leave the lake. But the angel didn't know either, so they decided to figure it out as they went along. The King of White Bones, Don O'Donhaja, picked up the body of the defeated dragon with his huge, bony hands and threw it somewhere to the side with incredible force. It was hard to believe that such a huge dragon could be knocked down with one blow, even seeing it with his own eyes. Looking at all this, Alan thought it was just incredible. And then Hans saw the passage that the dragon was blocking with his body. Behind him was a mountain of treasures of all kinds, and now they were rich. Turning to Alan, Hans suggested that he ask the Whitebone King to move everything for them. Alan was surprised that the alchemist did not have any items with a spatial pocket. The seventh prince was about to tell Hans about spatial magic, but the King of Whitebones interrupted him. He asked Alan, calling him master, if everything was all right with him. The King of Whitebones was not like a normal summoned creature. He needed constant support, and for that, Alan would need a huge amount of holy energy. The seventh prince replied that such things should have been discussed immediately. Somewhere in another world, the entire room was filled with smoke caused by a machine that had malfunctioned as a result of overload. A fire broke out, and people had to be evacuated urgently. Suddenly, two people who were in the room froze and stared at something unusual. At that moment, Alan was either falling into some kind of abyss or walking along it. Someone nearby shouted that people were being sucked in and needed to be pulled out immediately. Then Alan woke up and again did not immediately understand where he was. It was another fainting spell, and he woke up tied up again. Hans was next to him and was very happy that Alan had come to. He had been unconscious for 10 days, and now he felt like a bear after hibernation. But Tilia told Alan that after investigating, they found out that there was no food or water there. So they hired mercenaries to go to the nearest town. And as it turned out, there was a fairly large town nearby. It was Yebelum, the most famous slave market on the continent. Rahama was indignant that after declaring war, they were forced to beg for mercy. The army sent a Humit was completely blocked by the Celts. Rahama asked his lords if they knew what had happened to the princes. They explained that they had disappeared into the distortion and were definitely somewhere in the territory of Aslan. But Rahama did not like it when people played charades with him. At least it was known that they were being held in Aslan. Suddenly, Rahama was informed that the Holy Emperor had sent a reply to his letter. One of the lords held the letter with trembling hands and could not bring himself to open it. Rahama opened the letter, and it stated that the Holy Empire demanded two things: to pay the empire for 20 years and to take responsibility for the battle. But there was another very important demand. The Aslan Empire had to surrender. In his anger, Rahama tore the letter to shreds and scattered it around the room. The Holy Emperor provoked Rahama with this response. Emperor Aslan Rahama was very angry and had no intention of surrendering. He ordered his lords to immediately find the princes and bring them to their knees before him. And if they dared to talk nonsense, he would immediately cut off their heads. The lords promised Rahama that they would find the princess before the Holy Empire did. They planned to cut off the prince's limbs, disfigure their bodies beyond recognition, and send their heads as a gift to the Holy Emperor. But besides this, the letter from the Holy Emperor also contained good news. It seemed that the third prince was in the slave city of Yebelum. Moreover, the crown prince of the Holy Kingdom of Luang Elfos was also in Yebelum. But for Rahama, this news was not good at all. It meant that the monster was now targeting their heads. Both princes were in one place, and communication with the undead had been cut off. If the other missing princes were also gathering in Yebelum, what would the Holy Empire think of him? And Rahama gave orders to his vassals to move the army and burn Yebelum immediately. Although Yebelum was the sacred land of Aslan, the emperor could no longer allow the Holy Kingdom to manipulate them. It was necessary to quietly block the city so that not a single rat could get in and destroy every living creature there. Meanwhile, Hans asked Alan how long they were going to sit idly by. Alan thought the city seemed noisy, but that must have been the time when the column of slaves was passing through. This place was called the City of Slaves because it had a coliseum only for slaves and was famous for its constant fights. Alan couldn't understand how people could enjoy this and how the slaves simply agreed to it. And then, looking at the column of slaves, one of them seemed familiar to Alan. He looked closer and became sure that his eyesight had not failed him. Among the slaves in the column was the third prince, Ruffle Elfos. He had said many times that he was a prince, but his vassals did not believe him. Meanwhile, Alan wondered what the third prince was doing there. At the same time, Hans was trying to prove to Alan the value of one of his possessions. The seventh prince insisted that he had saved him from the dragon and had divided the treasure fairly, but the other prince pitied him for a scrap of paper. But the alchemist did not think so, and did not want such an important piece of paper to be called a scrap of paper. After all, it was a scroll of movement that could move 3 meters, but this place was not suitable for its use. But 3 meters was clearly not enough to enter Yebelum. They could only waste the scroll, so this thing was definitely useless here. The seventh prince suggested selling the scroll if anyone would buy it, but it was unlikely that anyone would want to spend hundreds of gold coins to teleport 3 meters. But theoretically, interdimensional travel was possible. After all, as it turned out, Alan himself sometimes used it. Sometimes it is necessary to summon the dead, because the foundation of this world is not just one thing. First comes the middle world, where people live, followed by purgatory, where the souls of those who are no longer among the living go. There is also the world of giants, whom even the gods feared, and therefore imprisoned, and the legendary world of spirits. There are also dozens of other dimensions besides these few. Light creatures such as souls can easily pass through the walls between dimensions, which is why movement between dimensions is possible. But physical bodies with a large mass are difficult to carry even at the molecular level. Therefore, a huge amount of energy is required to break through the wall, and movement within a single dimension is already difficult. Alan thought that this would require power comparable to that of a god. Hans proved to be very helpful, and Alan asked him where he had studied alchemy. Hans replied that he had studied it on his own, based on the research of his late parents. Alan invited Hans to come to the Holy Kingdom later. He was going to provide the alchemist with resources for research, and if he wanted to work for the Holy Family, he could take advantage of this invitation. Hans wanted to thank the seventh prince for this opportunity, but the prince stopped him and said that now they had to deal with his brother. Alan wanted to enter quietly, using teleportation, but unfortunately, that was not possible. Now, he would have to enter with a lot of noise and possibly destruction. Meanwhile, the great teacher was busy healing those who needed help. Now that the archbishop was here, things had become much calmer. Seeing how the prince had grown, tears welled up in his eyes. But the holy emperor was in a bad mood and said that if the soldiers died, it would be on Raphael's conscience. The archbishop tried to justify himself because at that time, he had tried hard to deal with the high priest. But the Holy Emperor did not want to listen and decided that Raphael was getting old if he was having trouble dealing with such things. Raphael wanted to know what had happened to the missing people because he did not expect even Oscar to disappear, but the Holy Emperor was sure that he would soon show up here, even though they themselves did not even know where Oscar could be. Seeing a man approaching the castle gate in the darkness, they shouted for him to stop and identify himself. Raphael asked if the Emperor had received a message from him, but it was only his intuition. The Emperor was sure that Oscar could return alive no matter where he went. Seeing the man approaching the castle, all the knights greeted Vice Captain Oscar. Approaching the Holy Emperor, he explained his absence by saying that he had been delayed by getting lost in the desert. The Archbishop was very surprised that Oscar had managed to cross the great desert of Aslan on foot. He wanted to heal the wounds inflicted on the Vice Captain, but the latter decided to wait, as he had an important message. While wandering through the Aslan desert, he noticed Rahama's army there, but it was not heading for the Holy Kingdom. The Holy Emperor realized that their target would now be his grandchildren. Oscar suggested that their nearest destination was in the direction of Yebeluma. The Emperor thought that their goal was to defend the city, but Oscar explained that they had brought siege weapons with them, and it looked more like an attack than a defense. Was there something in Yebeluma that their enemies feared? For that was the only reason they would attack their own city. The Holy Emperor told Oscar that from now on, they would command separately. He asked the vice captain to force the enemy to surrender, and if they resisted fiercely, to destroy them all without a trace. Bowing his head, Oscar replied that the Emperor's order would be carried out. The Holy Emperor guessed that the prince was behind all this. But still, the scale of what was happening was too great. There had to be something else, and it was located in Yebelum. The man held a piece of paper in his hands, and what was written on it caused him confusion. This paper contained information about Ruffle, the slave who had won the victory. He was surprised that Ruffle had managed to rise so high, since he was just an ordinary slave. He was lucky to have stumbled upon a traveler in the desert and met Ruffle in Yebelum. But now that he was attracting so much attention, it would be difficult to escape quietly, and perhaps it would be better to wait. There were rumors that a slave who won 10 victories was granted victory, but this man did not know if he could trust the people of his land. And it seems that Aslan had already figured everything out, because lately, he had been moving openly, and Ruffle's identity must have already been revealed. All this time, 3 figures in black hooded robes were watching him. In that case, the Crown Prince decided to go for broke. Immediately, skeletons of vicious dogs rushed at him, trying to tear him apart. But he was ready for something like this, and they did not scare him. The Crown Prince used his power to fend off this powerful attack. The vassals heard a noise coming from the residential areas. Suddenly, they saw uninvited guests approaching them. The vassals thought they were travelers, but Alan told them that they had business in the fortress. They were not guests of the Lord, and had come here to see Alan's brother, but now he was among the slaves, and the guards thought he was talking nonsense and was possibly insane. Alan insisted that despite his suspicious appearance, he had a fairly high status. He was none other than the 7th prince of the Holy Royal Family, Alan Elphos. But the guards pointed at him and said that he had chosen the wrong excuse to play the fool. The guards decided to simply sell these uninvited guests, as they were already beginning to annoy them. But Alan did not give up, and was indignant at how they dared to go against the royal family. He decided to put on a special show for the guards, but they were not particularly frightened by it. Alan asked if they had ever heard of magic, which was what they called it in his village. Before that, Alan and his companions had managed to find an underground tunnel. But Tina warned him that it was better not to touch anything, because it was the protection of this place. And by his actions, Alan could awaken the one who was Aslan's method for destroying the invaders. But Alan was not used to backing down, and did everything as he needed to. Now, he politely asked the guards to focus on the show. He asked if they could see anything behind him. Looking closely, they replied that there was no one there but him. Alan raised his hand, and a bright divine light appeared. He asked the guards who was standing behind them. The guards were puzzled, because there were huge, sinister mummies standing behind them. Prince Alan called it magic that created something out of nothing. After all, he had recently acquired a fresh army of mummies. The guards shouted at Alan to stop, and Hans, watching this, wondered what else the prince had in his arsenal besides skeletons and mummies. But then the jokes stopped, and Alan activated his sacred skill, improving his equipment and acquiring the skill of dispersion. He fired a musket that struck everything at a great distance. When he was done, he called his companions to continue on. The vassals, amazed by such power, began to guess that this was the creature from the rumors. They had never seen so many undead against countless sacred bullets. The vassals ran to report to Raham that an angel from the rumors had appeared. Hearing this, Ruffle began to guess that they were talking about Alan. Sitting in his cell, with tears in his eyes, he thought that Alan could not save a traitor. The third prince guessed that Alan had also traveled through time and wondered if he was all right. Ruffle would have been happy if Alan had seen his debut in the Colosseum. After all, he had demonstrated the basic fencing skills of the Holy Kingdom there. Ruffle shouted at the guards to get him out of the cell because he had said many times that he was not a slave. When they saw him, the guards realized that this was the one Lord Rahama had told them to bring, and although he was a strong fighter, there was nothing they could do. One of the guards decided to deal with the other slaves himself and asked that Ruffle be taken to the Imperial Palace. He was forcibly dragged out of the cell, and Ruffle resisted and tried to get them to explain what they wanted to do with him. Suddenly, the wall next to the cell began to partially collapse, and stones flew from above, landing directly on the guards. Ruffle heard a familiar voice asking if he was hurt. In the bright light, the third prince saw the figure who had come to rescue him. It was his brother, the seventh prince, Alan Elphos, the very man from the rumors. The mummies used their bandages to help the third prince climb out. The smoke from the explosion in the prison was visible from the walls of Yebeluma. The other mummies opened all the cells in a row and released the slaves, telling them to flee Yebelum as soon as possible. Seeing that Alan had freed all the slaves, Tinia shouted to him that it was time for them to leave too. Behind him walked a huge mummy, carrying Ruffle on its shoulder, who grimaced and considered it a complete abomination. Judging by the sounds, the mummies were holding up well, but it was time for them to leave Yebelum too. Suddenly, a blade, shining with sacred power, stuck into the ground in front of Alan, and someone decided to stop him and shouted, "Stop!" The man behind the seventh prince asked if he was the one controlling the mummies. This man had heard of holy undead, but did not think they really existed, while Alan tried to understand who he was. He was surprised that with such a small group, Alan was able to break through the soldiers and reach the fortress. And perhaps he was the angel from the rumors. It was White All-Fours, who possessed specialized light magic and a holy disposition. Special notes indicated that he was searching for his son. White All-Fours waited for Prince Alan to respond. If he continued to remain silent, White would be unable to determine whether he was an enemy or an ally. At that moment, Tinia ran up to Alan and called his name. White realized that it was Alan who controlled those mummies, because he felt a powerful, holy force emanating from him, and it seemed that the huge mummy was not going to harm Ruffle. White thought that Alan might be a knight of the Holy Kingdom, but when Alan turned around, his face bore the features of his mother, Ulyssia. White was simply amazed by this resemblance and began to guess who was standing in front of him. And from the expression on his face, Alan guessed that he had recognized him. It was Alan's father and the third Prince Ruffle, the missing crown prince. The noise coming from the fortress could be heard from a great distance. Rahama wanted to find out what was going on there, because according to rumors, the fortress of Yebelum had been attacked, and White had finally begun to act. He must have already established contact with the third prince. There was also a very important message for Lord Rahama. It said that the army of the Holy Kingdom was moving towards Yebelum. This meant that the Holy Emperor had guessed their plans, and they had to prevent the crown prince from meeting with the forces of the Holy Kingdom. Rahama gave the order to surround the city with the Lord's troops and capture everyone alive. In case of resistance, they could not use force, and Rahama himself went to Yebelum, but he went alone, accompanied only by his children and Hasha Shin. Then, after thinking for a moment, Rahama said that the crown prince could not be destroyed, and this time, they would definitely defeat the Holy Kingdom. All of Aslan's troops were ordered to prepare for action. Several hundred burning arrows flew through the air above the city. They began their attack on Yebelum, and it was a real disaster. While the huge mummy carried Ruffle, he kept thinking about why he was so evil. But when Ruffle finally woke up, Alan told him to get down. White was touched by how sweetly his son slept on the mummy, but when Ruffle saw him, he couldn't believe his eyes, that it was his father standing in front of him. Hans also remembered him, because it was thanks to White that he had survived back then. His biological father was the true master of the prince's body. Even when his wife Ulydia died, the child was on the verge of survival. Because of the curse, he did not appear at the Imperial Palace. Alan knew that White was looking for his son, but it was unclear who exactly he was talking about, since he and Ruffle had disappeared quite recently. Suddenly, the sound of a trumpet rang out, but this sound was different from that of the Holy Kingdom. Tinia realized that it was the sound of the trumpet of Aslan's empire, and it was not sounding for no reason. It was the army of Emperor Rahama, but it was unclear why they would attack their own city. However, White had one rather interesting idea about this. He assumed that all this could be happening because of his presence. After all, he was the son of the Holy Emperor and also had a legitimate claim to the throne. I think they already understood who Rufel was. And Aslan probably thought they were gathering forces, but Alan didn't see anything funny about that. Hans had a trading license, and he suggested that if they hurried, they could leave. But that would certainly not work, because if Aslan was ready to attack his city, it meant he intended to kill everyone here. And Aslan's people would certainly not care about Hans's trading status. But White asked everyone not to worry. He was ready to be bait for Aslan. Alan was very surprised by this decision. Aslan had come specifically for White. Maybe he was never a good father, but he could fight. And if the Emperor attacked his vassal, he would have to flee immediately. White saw that Alan was able to summon an ancient mummy and asked who else he could summon, and Alan replied that there was still a rollback from the Bone King, but not for long. White was impressed by this answer and said that he would be able to buy time for their retreat, but he asked them not to delay too long and to leave quickly. Alan shouted for everyone to saddle their horses, and Ruffle was no exception. While their father bought them time, they had to break through the castle gates. Alan asked his father to take care of the townspeople if possible, and he replied that he would become a good, holy emperor. But Alan was not interested in that, and left those concerns to his brothers. White wanted to talk to Alan some more, and for that, they had to try to survive so they could meet again. After all, a father always remains a father, no matter what he is like. They rode their horses as fast as they could. Suddenly, they saw something approaching them ahead. Now they began to guess that the enemy was pursuing not the crown prince, but them. When she saw them, Tina realized that they were mercenaries and that they were very fast. They were all Rahama's children from other mixed marriages, and even on foot, they somehow managed to catch up with the fugitives, and they began to attack the fugitives with their magical powers. The seventh prince, Alan, began to attack the enemy in response. He released a huge mummy from the sky directly onto the enemy. The enemy was ordered to ignore it and focus on the human, which was bad, because now Alan couldn't distract them any further. Suddenly, he saw that one of the enemy's magic projectiles had hit Tina and Damon. Alan wanted to summon another mummy to distract the enemy, but Hans shouted to him that it would be completely useless. Suddenly, the third prince saw something ahead and shouted. It was Aslan's war elephant, with Rahama's vassals riding on it. They decided to simply crush the crown princes with the elephant, and Ruffle begged Alan for help. You're already doing everything you can. The summoned ones and the bandaged mummies constructed a magic circle. Thanks to this, a huge golem descended from the sky onto the enemy, and everything around them was covered with stones. They managed to repel the enemy's attack, and now Alan realized that his father had made them bait. He was very angry with his father and harbored a great grudge against him. The army of the Aslan Empire brought a lot of weapons with them. White watched from afar, but understood that this time, Aslan was serious, but it was obvious that it would be difficult to deal with the children alone. He wanted to take care of urgent matters first, and then join the princes, but he would never have thought that Alan was capable of such a thing. He thought about how those 11 years without him must have been very difficult, and how he, as a father, had done nothing for his sons. At that moment, he had just dealt with a bunch of Aslan's vassals. Suddenly, someone called his name from behind, which was unexpected. He had heard that White had disappeared, but apparently that was not the case. This man asked White why he was causing trouble on someone else's land. In response, White asked why he was acting so petty, since he was Aslan's former hero. He also asked if the wounds inflicted on him by his father had healed. White's old acquaintance added the Emperor's words that this time he would definitely destroy him. Meanwhile, Rahama was informed that the Crown Prince had been found in the center of Yebaloom, and that it was not White who had created the golem. For Rahama, this meant that two monsters had appeared, and he ordered his vassals to detain the Crown Prince so that he could deal with him himself. Hans wanted to clarify who Prince Alan had summoned this time. This time, he had summoned a Goliath Cyclops, who guarded Aslan's tomb along with the mummies. But his weakness was that he only activated after a certain number of mummies had been killed. But the situation was critical, so Alan had no choice. The criminals who wanted to destroy them were attacking from all sides. And then the seventh prince, Alan, summoned the holy skeletons to help. They rushed into battle with the hostile forces of Aslan's empire. But the werewolf began to destroy the skeletons, preventing them from causing any damage. Huge summoned mummies rushed to the skeletons' aid, but the enemy werewolves gave them no chance of victory. Hans saw that Alan was not feeling well because he had used too much holy power. Without any buffs, it was difficult for Alan to fight, and if his holy power ran out, even fleeing would not help him. The enemies shouted at them to stop fighting and surrender. If they laid down their weapons and obeyed, they would be treated with respect as members of the royal family. But everyone naturally understood that it was only a matter of time. Alan decided to talk to them and tell them that even though they were enemies, they should not treat the prince rudely. Stepping forward, Alan Elphos shouted loudly that he was the 7th prince of the Holy Kingdom and demanded to be treated according to his status. His opponents realized that since he was trying to talk to them, the prince and his men were most likely in a losing situation. Alan asked which of them was the commander of the enemy forces, and one of Aslan's vassals responded. Turning to him, Alan told him to order his troops to retreat immediately. Alan wanted the enemy to admit defeat, lay down their arms, and clear the way for them. If they did not obey his demands, he would send them all to the other world. The enemy was astonished and decided that Alan did not understand the situation, but he only began to count to 5. The enemy thought that Alan did not understand the essence of what was happening because of his age. They wanted to explain to him that negotiations were not conducted in this way, but he had already counted to 10. And when the 7th prince counted to 1, the Cyclops went on the attack. After all, sometimes only force could bring people to their senses. Alan turned to the enemy once more and ordered them to clear the way. The enemy did not respond, so he decided to send them after his commando. The army of sacred skeletons rushed to attack the enemy. Rahama stuck his magic staff into the ground next to him, and when he saw who had come to him, he could not believe his eyes. Before him was the very angel from the rumors that had caused so much commotion, and Rahama pulled the tip of his staff out of the hard ground with force. There was a prophecy that Aslan would be saved, that the land once filled with blood would disappear, and that green fields would spread out before him. The mage said that the new land would be filled with lush vegetation and that nothing could compare to it. This mage was one of the most famous in Aslan, and his prophecies always came true. Listening to this magician, Rahama thought that everything was going according to plan. Negotiations with the 3rd prince's faction had been completed, and all that remained was for the magician to lend them his power. Rahama said that if everything this magician said came true, he would be recorded as the greatest king in history. But the magician dispelled his illusions and said that he would be recorded as the worst king in history, for he had seen countless cities burning because of him, and many people doomed to destruction, and Rahama's arrogance and stubbornness would destroy Aslan. But there was also a good moment. Rahama was destined to bring an angel to this land who would choose one of his children, but Rahama considered him to be just another rat of the Holy Church Empire. He destroyed the magician and ordered his vassals to throw his body into the desert so that wild beasts would feast on it and leave no trace of him. Even Naruna had her own holy and very beautiful army. He was a being who accepted only the chosen ones, the only stranger invited into an unseen world. He was the very saint who was destined to save them all. The angel from the rumors was a very intelligent and powerful necromancer. Rahama understood all this at first glance at this 7th prince. Now he was still a boy, but in time he would surpass the prince and become more dangerous than the Holy Lord himself. Now the words of the old mage about Rahama coming to this land of angels did not seem so strange. Rahama ordered his vassals to capture the rest of Alan's company, but the 7th prince, Alan, decided to deal with this enemy himself. He decided to personally fight the Emperor of Aslan, Rahama. King Aslan's power was enormous, and not everyone could withstand it, but the 7th prince, Alan, fell from the city walls and could not get up. Rahama had destructive ambitions, a self-destructive tendency, the magical power of a tyrant, and exceptional physical abilities. In this battle, Alan had to be very careful. Suddenly, he felt his staff become very heavy. The output power of Amon's staff depended on the condition of the user, and Alan used the skill of using a divine artifact. He had to strengthen it until the desired indicators appeared, but there was almost no time left, and he had to do something. Prince Alan was struck in the head with the tip of Rahama's staff. The force of the blow sent Prince Alan flying far to the side. Rahama blocked all of Alan's attacks, preventing him from inflicting any damage. He realized that the 7th prince was weaker than he had thought. From the blow Alan received from Rahama, he fell to the ground with all his might. His necromancer's mask cracked and blood gushed from his mouth. Rising from the ground, Alan sat in clouds of dust and smoke. Emperor Rahama grabbed the bony hand reaching out to him. Suddenly, a shot of sacred energy rang out from somewhere below. This shot was fired by the 7th prince with his last ounce of strength, but the bullet grazed Emperor Rahama, only slightly touching him. At that moment, the 3rd prince of the Holy Empire, Ruffle Elphos, rushed into the attack to protect the others. But Rahama's children thought that even a child could fight better than him, even though his divine power was truly great. At that time, Hans was looking in his bag for something suitable for this situation to help the prince. Turning to Tinia, Rahama's other children told her to return to them immediately and hand over the prince so that their father would forgive her. They claimed that only they could understand her and that they did not want to fight her, but if things continued this way, they would have to. The elf Tinia knew this, but she had no other choice. After all, the 7th prince, Alan, had shown her what real life was like. So she made her choice and would fight for him.
She took the magical sprout of a large tree from its hiding place. Taking out his weapon, the seventh prince, Alan, aimed it directly at Emperor Rahama. Alan fired several shots, but the enemy managed to hide behind a shield. Rahama struck the ground with the sharp end of his staff, and huge stone fragments flew around.
One of these stones hit the seventh prince, Alan, and knocked him off his feet.
From such a blow, the skull on Alan's head finally shattered into pieces.
The enemy noticed that Alan had become much slower than at the beginning. He decided that it was the right time to end the battle.
Rahama struck the ground with his staff, and dozens of stone blocks flew around again.
As much as it annoyed Alan, he agreed with his opponent that his style was difficult to control. Every time Alan released sacred energy, he found himself on the verge of losing consciousness. Even the summoned creatures couldn't buy him any time. This was the first time he had ever found himself in such a dead end.
But Alan noticed that Raham had also clearly changed during this battle.
This was most likely the result of using his life force. And perhaps if he could stall for time, Alan would be able to come up with something to win. Suddenly, Alan heard Ruhama turn to the apostles of the deity and ask them to bring sacrifices. And the seventh prince saw his opponent absorb the life force of others. Alan didn't know what to do because it was no longer possible to just stall for time. And in an instant, the tip of Ruhama's staff was right in front of the seventh prince's face. But he did not have time to strike the seventh prince, and his staff stuck into a tree.
Ruhama was surprised that Alan had first summoned the undead and now the trees.
Alan heard the voice of the tree saying that the children wanted to protect him. A moment before, Hans hastily used a house bomb to buy time. But when the smoke cleared a little, they still didn't understand where something like that had come from. But it was all the work of the dark elf, Tinia, who wanted to help Alan. She sat by a large tree and was mesmerized. It was simply incredible that a dark elf had summoned a spirit instead of a high elf. She used mana and enormous sacred power at the same time. It seemed that the seventh prince had caused a change in her, and now mana and sacred power could be combined. Tinia rummaged through her bag and took out one thing. It was a seed from a tree grown in the Black Order's hideout. She just wanted to repay Alan for all his kindness. The elf Tinia was able to analyze Hans's warp principles, as well as all the summoned creatures of the seventh prince, Alan. And she used all the knowledge she had at her disposal. Tinia tried to summon the spirit using the seed as a medium. It was the world tree Yggdrasil, which maintains the balance of the entire world. The tree of life that in ancient times united all worlds and bound them into one. And the name of this world tree was at the center of the world. But the books said that Yggdrasil was a huge tree existing in the spiritual world, similar to the state of an avatar. But even for Yggdrasil, breaking through the wall of dimensions was no easy task. The world tree did not call Tinia. Yggdrasil came of its own accord, out of curiosity, because someone had called these children from another dimension. Tinia wanted to call these children, and the tree felt the emotions with which she called them. But the world tree could not take life. It was created for something else. Once it appeared, it did everything it could to help. The tree lowered its roots, and new shoots immediately appeared on the ground.
After all, the world tree could only give life and nothing else.
Yggdrasil could not remain in this form for too long. His help ended here, and now Tinia had to go and do what she really wanted. This had all been decided long ago, and nothing could be changed. And the seventh prince, Alan, heard a voice that promised to help him. They were friends and contractors, so they decided to help. The body of the seventh prince, Alan, began to slowly recover. This barren land now had to change its appearance, and green fields had to appear. This land would become a place greener and brighter than any other. Rahama tried to understand whether this tree was helping with the restoration, because in that case, he was at a disadvantage, and he shouted to the Hamashina to bring sacrifices as soon as possible. But Rahama could not understand what they were all doing, and why they were not bringing him their life force. All of Rahama's children suddenly began to behave very strangely, and the main reason for this was the world tree, which had a great influence on them. For this tree was indeed very, very unusual. The Ains were creatures of nature who served the spirits from birth and protected the world tree. And even though they were trained by Rahama as slaves, as long as they had Ain's blood from their mother, they could not reject the world tree before them. And now Tinia understood that their father Rahama would be defeated. But Rahama did not understand how a discarded slave dared to mock him. He threatened to destroy them all, leaving no trace of them. He ran along the roots of the tree, trying to reach the seventh prince. But dealing with the power of the spirits was more difficult than Rahama thought. Although he considered Prince Alan to be nothing more than a pathetic insect. The part where endowed weapons with properties was very interesting. Alan realized that Rahama was so nervous because he had no life left. Rahama and the seventh prince crossed their magic staffs, but the power of the spirits was also directed against Emperor Rahama. The world tree began to engulf his hands, turning them into a strong trunk.
and the spirits began to envelop the entire Emperor Aslan Rahama. Emperor Rahama asked Alan if he knew who was standing before him. He was fighting with his last ounce of strength, but he still had no intention of giving up. The seventh prince, Alan, realized that Rahama was preparing his final attack, and there was no better moment than now for Prince Alan. He shouted loudly at Rahama to go to the other world, and their magic staffs rushed towards each other again, and they clashed in their final decisive battle of this fight. Rahama couldn't believe what had happened, because it was the end for him. Before rebooting, Amon's staff gave Alan several hundred times more magical power and increased all effects. The seventh prince was able to deliver the decisive, crushing blow in this battle, and Emperor Rahama's magic staff was broken in half. Emperor Aslana couldn't believe what had happened. The ground beneath his feet began to crack, and huge rocks fell from the sky. They hit Rahama directly, causing him great damage. The roots of the tree began to entangle him, and he kept thinking that he had to fulfill his cherished desire, to conquer all the green land with his own hands. This was Rahama's cherished desire, and it had to be fulfilled. Tinya felt that her father Rahama's breathing had stopped, which meant that Alan had won. The dark elf Tinya ran to Prince Alan to help him. The seventh prince, Alan, had used all his strength and was wounded, but Tinya was saved by him again, because if it weren't for him, she would still be living every day as a slave, immersed in despair. But with his appearance and actions, the seventh prince of the Holy Kingdom saved the people of Aslan. And for her, Alan was someone much better and greater than an angel. Tinya thanked him for giving hope to this place filled with only destruction. The third prince, Ruffle, was surprised that Alan was able to defeat Raham. He treated him like a brother who mocked women and wasted his time senselessly. Suddenly, a loud sound came from Aslan's army. At first, everyone thought that even after the death of their leader, they were going to continue the battle, but that was not the case, and the signal for the enemy army to retreat sounded. The third prince, Ruffle, could not believe what he saw in the distance. It was his father's army, and now it was truly the end. Horsemen in hooded cloaks rushed forward with sharp scythes on their shoulders, and now the prince was definitely saved. Among the warriors was Charlotte, her face bearing the marks of battle, and next to her rode Commander Oscar, alert and full of strength. Perhaps this was the moment when one generation gave way to another. White's son, who was only a newborn, had defeated the leader of the nations. But that was not enough to chalk it all up to a miracle or coincidence. Alan's growth rate exceeded that of ordinary people. He was developing much faster than the one considered the strongest in history. White had heard recent rumors about a method of identifying vampires. And if this was also part of Alan's actions, then his help would be extremely necessary in the search for the child. Aslan's army fled because the White Reaper of the Holy Kingdom was approaching. Charlotte crushed everyone with her sword and left her enemies no chance. Oscar was a little worried because it was her first mission, but there was no point in that. Charlotte couldn't stop herself when it came to the seventh prince. Charlotte rushed to meet Prince Alan at the speed of light. She had been looking for him for so long and really hoped she wasn't too late. Charlotte was ready to punish herself for this infidelity and stay with Alan for the rest of her life. She crushed everyone who stood in her way to the seventh prince and was not going to repeat her demands twice. Tinya asked her brothers to give way to Charlotte. They also guessed that these were acquaintances of the seventh prince. Stopping her horse, Charlotte dismounted and headed towards the prince lying on the ground. The head of the House of Marquis Harais and the commander of the Order of the White Cross arrived. It was the first holy knight of the seventh prince, Alan Elphos. Charlotte Harais greeted Lord Alan Elphos. She realized that he was still overexerting himself, but now it was time to return, for His Majesty had worked very hard. Now Hans understood that Alan and Ruffle were indeed princes of the Holy Kingdom. Ruffle introduced himself to Hans in accordance with his regalia, but then the Holy Knight's sharp sword was at Ruffle's throat, and he said that the third prince would be interrogated as a traitor. He would have to confess everything about the disappearance of the second empress, Rosa Darina. The third prince, Ruffle, understood everything and obeyed the Holy Knight. The alchemist Hans was very surprised that Ruffle turned out to be a traitor. For young Tinya, this was also shocking news. The seventh prince, Alan Elphos, finally began to come to his senses. The roots of the world tree began to entwine everything around them, giving new life. The vassals gathered in the hall of Aslan's palace and waited to see what would happen to them next. They were told that the noble holy prince Alan Elphos was entering. For the seventh prince, Alan, this was a very heavy burden. The vassals did not understand how this could be possible because the victors had gone too far, and not all of them correctly understood the situation. Next, the new empress of the Aslan Empire, Tinya, entered the hall. Prince Alan understood that it would be noisy here for some time. After all, in Aslan, All cultures and norms were oriented towards men. No one would be happy to hear the news that a woman had taken the throne, and for Tinia's sake, they had to clearly show them the greatness of the Holy Kingdom. Now, they were barely holding back their anger, because their position did not allow them to say anything. Because all this was done in the name of Emperor Celt Elphos. The king believed that if Tinia inherited the throne, it would be much easier to control Aslan through her. When the king's power weakens, the status of the ministers increases, and soon a situation will arise in Aslan where the vassals will watch each other. To this end, the king destroyed all the Rahama clans except the Hasashins, and by promoting Tinia, he killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Now the vassals will fear him, but it seems that someone was dissatisfied. But there was nothing to be done, and such was the fate of the losers. And if the vassals had any complaints, they could come to Alan at any time. After all, the emperor had a rather nasty temper, but Alan considered his methods to be correct. The new empress, Tinia Aslan, welcomed the 7th prince, Alan Elphos. In response, Alan said that he was also very happy about this meeting. Now it was time to get down to business, but this was definitely not his thing. Alan was very tired of such worries. Charlotte confirmed that His Highness had worked hard today, but that was his role. It felt like it was difficult for him to move, but that was because he had been lying down for a long time. Oscar was uneasy because this teacher was wandering in the desert. Alan asked Oscar where his father and brother were, and he replied that they were being held in Aslan's royal palace. The 3rd prince, Ruffle, had been arrested for treason against the imperial court, but for the crown prince, 11 years was too short a sentence. Alan asked if he could see them because he was leaving soon. When he saw Alan, White broke into a smile, calling him his favorite son and wanting to hug him. But Alan pushed his hand away and asked where his brother was, and he was sleeping in his room. It seemed that the journey had been quite difficult for him. His father asked Alan why he had not returned, since the coronation should have been over by now. White thought that his son, Prince Alan, now wanted to be with him. Ruffle's sentence was confirmed, and he would be tortured so severely that death might be the best option. Alan decided to ask his father what he had been doing all this time. When Alan's mother died and his brother Luan was barely alive, his father was nowhere to be found, which was the height of irresponsibility. White replied that he had been traveling around the world. He visited the kingdom of Ram-Irans and many other countries, but White did not enjoy traveling. He spent all that time searching. Alan asked his father who he had been looking for so long, and he replied that it was Ruffle. White spent 11 years searching for this child, but in the end, he couldn't find him. And now, Alan was needed more than ever, but he thought his father was talking nonsense. The Ruffle that Alan knew was now sleeping in bed, and the 7th prince decided that his father had spent so many years searching for someone who didn't need it. But there was another Ruffle, the 2nd prince, and it was him that White was looking for, not the 3rd prince. Alan had heard something about this story, but he never thought it could be true. White told him that this child had died in the womb, and that he had personally buried this little lump in the ground. It was very difficult for his father at the time, and he and his wife cried every day, and time dragged on painfully slowly for them, but only until this child was resurrected from the dead. It was said that the crown princess had resurrected the dead child, but something didn't add up. Prince Alan asked why his father hadn't dealt with it right away, but he couldn't destroy a child who hadn't yet seen the light of day. And while he was agonizing over it for several days, one of the archbishops offered to help. He said that if White couldn't do it himself, he could take care of it. The archbishop said that everything was fine, and that he was just an old man who was ready to retire, and that he would be happy to help his majesty. The father understood that he had to deal with all this himself. Sleepless nights took their toll, and he handed the baby over to the archbishop. So the child lost his newly found life again, and White continued to visit his grave alone, thinking that it was all over. He had previously quarreled with Aslan, and before the succession ceremony, they set out to pacify the gangs, but upon arrival, it turned out that someone had already destroyed them. Among the hundreds of bodies of villagers and dozens of gangsters lying on top of each other, the child sat and ate them. Turning to White, the boy called him father and was very happy that he had come. The crown prince did not understand who this was or what was going on. The boy replied that he had cruelly abandoned him and now pretended not to know him. It was because of him that all those unfortunate paladins had died. The prince realized that this was a vampire and a progenitor at that, and drew his sword. But the vampire boy said he had always wanted to fight his father. But White refused to listen to him and cut his body in two with his sword. The boy did not give up and said that it was not enough for his father to take his life twice. He wondered how his father had not recognized him yet and called himself Ruffle. The marks from the rope were still visible on the child's neck. He had returned as the progenitor of vampires, and judging by the speed of his evolution, it must have happened shortly after his burial. Someone had turned this boy into a vampire, and it reminded Alan of the Count who had invaded Lonia. That scoundrel quickly accumulated magical power using Amon's skull to evolve. After that, White searched for the archbishop who had kept Ruffle, but there was no trace of him. White postponed the succession ceremony and began searching for traces of the vampire. Then he heard about what had happened to Alicia and went to the palace to honor her memory. There he saw Luana lying on a hospital bed, and the curse placed on her was strikingly similar to Ruffle's magic. The family of Count Fomor, whom Alan had captured, probably helped him. To remove the curse from Luana, White needed to find the second prince. The crown prince didn't tell anyone about this because Ulitia had died in the palace and he couldn't trust anyone. If the archbishop who buried Ruffle was involved in this, it would be a disaster. That's why White decided to act alone, but he couldn't even imagine that Rose would turn out to be the traitor. White knew nothing about it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here now. He would have made them pray for forgiveness at Ulidia's grave. Now, there was no point in that, and White was more concerned about Ruffle. Alan thought that the crown princess couldn't have done everything alone, and White agreed with him. In pursuit of the vampires, they learned that they were seeking to build their own kingdom, using people as cattle to construct tall castles. The Holy Kingdom might have thought it had destroyed the vampires, but that was not the case. White unfolded a map of the vampires' dwellings in front of Alan, for they had already fallen into a trap. Their main leader, the vampire king Blandimir, was very clever. He intended to end the long feud with the Holy Kingdom, and soon they were to invade their lands. Meanwhile, in a scary castle, a man sat bound in a magic circle. The other prisoners sat quietly, waiting for their terrible fate. Behind it all was a scary monster who had failed again. He didn't think his 3,000 first experiment with warp had failed, because it was very difficult to get a priest. Rahama died on a whim, and the third prince and the crown princess were already useless, and these little people always ruined all his plans. A little boy entered the hall and said that if the third prince had been caught, he would like to take him for himself because he needed a new body. And what else did you agree to and allow him to do whatever he wanted? Because he was his younger brother. And the monster promised to give him a body that he could use. He wanted to offer the little vampire the body of one of the captives until he could get the third prince. But the boy did not respond, and when he turned around, he saw that he was no longer there. The undead did not understand where he had gone, and he did not like it very much. He shouted that young people should not become vampires, because he still could not get rid of his old habits and still play that hunting. If the king hadn't intervened, he would have destroyed him with his own hands. He wondered if he should use another test subject, because it was a waste, and it seems that he would have to go to the Aslan Empire after all. Suddenly, the seventh prince, Alan, smelled vampires. Oscar's voice came from behind the door, saying that they were being attacked by vampires. Alan tried to appear calm and said that it was just his imagination. He suggested to his father, Crown Prince White, that they continue their conversation later. Rising from the table, White told Alan to rest because his body had not yet recovered. He decided to deal with the situation himself because cutting off vampires' heads was a piece of cake. At that moment, Prince Ruffle was quietly crying into his pillow in the room. Alan decided to leave him alone so he could be by himself. Looking out the window, Alan saw a child walking alone down the street. It was Ruffle Elphos. His characteristics indicated a decaying body, magical power, a corrupt personality, and that he was the ancestor of vampires. After reading all this, the seventh prince thought it was some kind of madness. Tina also went out into the street alone and wandered down the street. When Charlotte met her, she said they needed to evacuate immediately. They wanted to take her to a safe place, but Tina said she could sense a foreign presence here. Harmon decided that Lady Tina could also sense the presence of vampires, but that was not quite the case. Spirits were gathering at the roots of the world tree, and some places were filled with spirits that were very frightened. Harmon and Charlotte asked Tina to lead them to this place. They came to a place where a little boy was standing alone on the street. Turning around, he realized that they were paladins and told them that he was lost. Harmon asked Tina if it was the child that the spirits were sensing, and she nodded confidently. Charlotte decided to ask the boy just one thing. She said that in case of an emergency, a code had been given to everyone in the city, and asked him to say it. But it was a test, and no code had ever existed. And Charlotte rushed to attack this little vampire. He realized that he had been found out and was ready to defend himself to the last. Until that moment, the vampire Ruffle had never heard of Charlotte. At that moment, Charlotte shouted to Harmon D to take care of Lady Tina. The little vampire deftly dodged Charlotte's sharp sword, but Charlotte still managed to cut off his very sharp fangs. He mocked her, saying how far she could go. But then, the dark elf Tina intervened in their fierce battle. She shouted that such behavior was unacceptable in her country, and Tina decided to stop the vampires by any means necessary, and the wooden golem entered the fray. The vampire Ruffle thought he would just have to deal with Oscar and White, but there were more obstacles than that. The little vampire was very annoyed, not only that these insignificant creatures were not afraid of him, but also that they behaved very arrogantly, but also by the enormous holy power he sensed nearby. At first, he thought it was Oscar or White, but it was much more than them. In any case, he couldn't bring in those who were connected to the Holy Kingdom. And whoever came, he would destroy them all before they could get close. And the vampire attacked the wooden golem with his magical power. Charlotte and Hammond tried to hold back the vampire's attack. Just then, Lady Tina came to their aid, and she was very much needed. She summoned spirits, and this power greatly helped Charlotte. Charlotte's sword flashed in her hands, and she was ready to strike the vampire. But he was not going to give up, and repelled their attacks. Ruffle laughed at his opponents and asked them to try a little harder. Charlotte, Harmond, and Tina's attacks continued, one after another. They stood shoulder to shoulder with the wooden golems. The vampire had to use more and more of his magical power, and he realized that these guys were better than he had initially thought. The vampire had no time left, because reinforcements from the Holy Kingdom were about to arrive. And then Prince Ruffle realized that he was too late, and they were already there. Behind the little vampire, a man with a skull on his head appeared. Ruffle first thought it was his father, but it wasn't, and he was right behind him. The little vampire decided that this couldn't be, but apparently his mother hadn't taught him to trust strangers, and the huge hand of the Bone King hovered over him. Hans believed when he was told that he could investigate the formation of the vampire warp, and when the seventh prince said that this was his first mission from the Holy Kingdom. But no one told the alchemist Hans that the vampire would be standing on the warp. But he shouldn't have worried, because if it weren't for his highness, they would all have died already. Crown Prince White saw the seventh prince's enormous summoned creature. It was the very same Bone King who had subjugated even a dragon with his power. Looking at him, White thought it was some kind of nonsense. Before him was the Bone King, made of holy power. And their enemies, the vampires, kept coming. One of them used a very great magical power, and an ancient vampire lord appeared before them. Crown Prince White shouted at him, asking what he wanted after all. And the vampire lord suddenly cried out that he understood and knew what it was. He realized that everything that was happening was simply a real anomaly. It was a real contradiction, in a form where holy power and magic harmonized perfectly. In the hands of the Bone King, they saw the motionless body of the third prince, Ruffle. The ancient vampire liked the ability to subjugate both vampires and the mother of snakes. After all, right now, this greatness was right before their eyes. It was an enormous power, capable of overcoming dimensions, and the ancient vampire was ready to make it his own. It was unclear how they were going to deal with such a huge monster. Meanwhile, the vampires remained in this world. Oscar noticed that one of the vampires wanted to leave the portal. He rushed towards him at full speed to prevent him from doing so. The other vampires also tried to stop him because they couldn't leave now and had to stay. The rest of the vampires tried to hold the count back, but Oscar was already very close. It was unusual for Oscar to be distracted by the enemy, but at that moment, His Highness disappeared somewhere. Crown Prince White ran to his son, the second prince, and memories flooded his mind. He remembered how he had handed his small body over to the archbishop, how he had mourned the boy, and simply gone mad with unbearable grief. The father ran as fast as he could to see his son Ruffle, but he was a little too late. White asked the seventh prince, Alan, what he had done with Ruffle, but with the help of the Bone King, he had immersed the little vampire in holy water. But it did not destroy him completely, only tearing off his rotten skin. And a small child appeared on the arm of the huge Bone King. Meanwhile, the seventh prince, Alan, took out an interesting thing. It was an Altera alloy to which a metal possessing sacred power had been added, and Alan had received it from the Holy Emperor. And the seventh prince put the second prince, Ruffle, inside this Altera. Crown Prince White asked what he was going to do with him now. Closing the lid, the seventh prince, Alan, said that of course he was going to destroy him, because he was a vampire. But first, he had to tell them everything he knew about it. Looking at his father, Prince Alan advised him to get some rest as well. After all, with dawn approaching, they all needed to set off on their journey. Tiny was sad that they were leaving, for she would be eternally grateful for Alan's kindness. And the huge Bone King was payment for the destroyed building. The cheerful alchemist Hans decided to announce that he had also finished his preparations, but something still seemed very strange to him. The portal used by the vampires did not look modern. It was most likely used in secret in ancient times as their unique technology. The seventh prince, Alan, knew that such portals were scattered all over the world and that the technology was simply incredible. The spells were quite complex, and ancient writings were also used, but no matter how difficult it was to decipher them, the alchemist Hans was ready to do so. Even though it would take a long time, he promised Prince Alan that he would figure it all out. Alan had high hopes for Hans, so he asked him not to disappoint him. Now the seventh prince was really leaving, and Tina wished him well. After saying goodbye, Tina stood for a while longer, watching them ride away. They rode slowly on horseback toward the Holy Kingdom. On the way,
Charlotte decided to tell the 7th Prince, Alan, some good news.
The Holy Empire had sent them a message, and Charlotte told him what it said. The text of the message made it clear that the purge of traitors had begun. The 7th Prince, Alan Elphos, looked back briefly to see what was happening. Behind them, with his hands tied, walked the 3rd Prince, Ruffle. At that moment, the Holy Operator personally began interrogating the suspect, who insisted that he had nothing to do with it. But Raphael read a document in which Archbishop Gale's testimony and the results of the Imperial Court's investigation told a completely different story. It clearly stated that this man had received a bribe from the traitor Rose. Now it was clear to the Emperor what Rose and Ruffle had been counting on when they started all this. They had the vampires Aslan and even traitors hidden in the Holy Empire on their side, so they had nothing to fear. The Holy Emperor did not want to hear any more excuses and thrust his sword into the traitor's head. After all, he knew for sure that the traitors lied every time they opened their mouths. Now the Emperor was concerned with the question of where Rose and Ruffle were. The Order of Kalium is an independent authority of the Holy Kingdom, one of the institutions created to control the Pope, and consisting of cardinals. The cardinals were elected by vote, but he himself was always burdened with many problems. During the reign of Celt, the order became the most influential in history, and during the election of Amano as military archbishop, a major conspiracy was carried out. Even the Pope himself and the others could not interfere in the affairs of this order. However, after the incident with Aslan, it became clear that the order was involved in this, and taking advantage of this, Celt immediately destroyed all members of the order. Raphael thought that this had gone on long enough, and that he had been fighting the order all this time. He reported to the Emperor that he had done everything possible not to provoke unrest, as the people were already outraged by the battles and losses in their families. And that is why the Holy Emperor appointed Raphael as cardinal. But Raphael was not very happy about such a promotion on the eve of old age. In any case, the internal affairs of the castle were settled, and only Ruffle and Rose remained. And the Holy Emperor and Raphael had somewhat forgotten about Cosima and Asdalin. Raphael suggested to the Emperor that he simply leave them both alone. But after thinking for a moment, Celt replied to Raphael that then all this would go to the 7th Prince, Alan. Raphael was very upset that the Holy Emperor was back to his old ways. Asdalon and Kasim were the foundation of the Kaolium Order, its source of power, and Raphael did not understand how it could be passed on to Prince Alan when there was a crown prince. Raphael believes that even though Alan had only recently proven himself, it was already too much. And he understood that Celt definitely saw this madman as his successor. If he hadn't known about the 7th Prince's past, he would have even nominated him for the position of Pope. After all, thanks to the 7th Prince, the people can laugh again, and the battle is over. And if another soul had entered the 7th Prince's body, it would have been much easier. White and Alan arrived at the palace of the Holy Emperor and took the Altera with them. The Holy Emperor, Celt Elphos, looked at them silently and intently. From inside the Altera came the cries of the little vampire Ruffle, begging to be let out. The Holy Emperor was very happy that Alan and White had returned safe and sound. Hearing this voice, Celt asked the 7th Prince what was inside the Altera. Inside was the 2nd Prince, Ruffle, who had become an ancient vampire. The Holy Emperor asked Alan what he was going to do with him, and Alan replied that he would hand the vampire over to the Red Cross. Hearing this, the 2nd Prince began to scream, fearing the torture of the Red Cross, and told Alan not to do it. Meanwhile, White stood silently nearby, glancing sideways at Alan and the Altera in his hands. The Holy Emperor also informs them that a hearing would soon take place, as everyone knew that Alan had fought a major battle. At this hearing, Alan's abilities and potential as the 7th Prince would be discussed, so he had to prepare for it in advance. Handing the Altera to the servants, Alan realized that everyone just wanted to hear everything from his own mouth, and wondered if he could mention that he was a necromancer. At that moment, Father White asked him if he could bring his brother Ruffle back to life. He had heard that the 7th Prince had managed to perform a resurrection, which meant he could help Ruffle. But Alan replied that it was impossible. He explained to his father that if the soul was not captured at the moment of death, it would disappear. And besides, he had never tried to resurrect non-human beings. But White continued to insist that the 7th Prince, Alan, at least try to do it. The Holy Emperor pinned White to the floor with his own hand, shouting that he had ignored the country and his family for so many years and now dared to say such things. The angry Emperor asked if he really wanted to revive a criminal who had shed so much blood. Shouting that everyone could be free, he decided to deal with Crown Prince White's brainwashing. Without arguing with the Emperor, the 7th Prince, Alan, quietly left the hall. Suddenly, Cardinal Raphael appeared behind him and called out to him. He was with Alice and wanted to talk to the 7th Prince, Alan. Raphael told Alan that the Emperor had decided to give him Asdalon and Kasim. These were not simple matters, but Prince Alan replied that he did not need them. Asdalon, a rune known as the Writing of God, doubled the divine power of its owner and also allowed the unification of sacred territories and much more. Although it was a fake, its power was still significant. Hearing this, Alan replied that it sounded really useful. Kasim Darien was known as the Holy Knight of Light and could have become the heir to the Master Swordsman, but he was accused of vampirism and took the lives of 300 citizens. Hearing this, Alan asked Raphael what he should do with such scum. Grumbling, Raphael replied that he was used to using such rotten and disgusting things, but he also had to understand how powerful this support was. He really hoped that the 7th Prince would not disappoint the Holy Emperor. And after finishing his speech, he decided to take his leave with Alice. But as soon as they were about to get up, Alan grabbed Alice's hand and asked her to wait. Not understanding what was going on, Alice looked at the 7th Prince in confusion. Seeing that the 7th Prince, Alan, dared to touch his granddaughter, Raphael flew into a rage. He yelled at Alan, who immediately let go of Alice's hand. The 7th Prince, Alan, began to apologize and said that it was inconsiderate of him. Addressing Raphael according to his regalia, Alan explained that he needed to talk to Alice and asked to be left alone with her. Cardinal Raphael thought for a moment and looked questioningly at the 7th Prince. But then he looked at his granddaughter and realized that she was not at all opposed to this conversation. Turning around, he said that he would go ahead and she could talk calmly. Left alone with Alice, Alan offered her a glass of wine. The girl was a little confused, but agreed to the offer. Outside the door, Charlotte guarded their peace and quiet. To continue their conversation, they settled comfortably on the soft sofas in the room. Looking at the 7th Prince, Alan, the girl asked if he had heard the rumors about himself. Winking at her, Alan told her not to pay attention to the gossip, because it was just the scheming of court flatterers. He made it clear that these rumors did not bother him at all. Unable to restrain herself, Alice asked him directly if he could really summon sacred undead creatures. After thinking for a second, the 7th Prince replied that he could indeed do so. Silently looking Alice straight in the eyes, he snapped his fingers. A glowing magic circle with pentagrams appeared behind him. Seeing what was happening, young Alice was indescribably surprised. A holy undead creature emerged from the magic circle and walked straight into their room. Alice was so surprised that she couldn't help but cry out in surprise. The 7th Prince, Alan, wanted to ask the girl something. He asked Alice how she felt when she saw all this with her own eye. The girl thought for a moment, then began to examine and touch the undead from all sides. She realized that she had no aversion to it at all. In fact, it felt more like something familiar and dear to her. The 7th Prince, Alan, called Charlotte into the room. He whispered something to her about the main gate of the capital and the outer wall. Realizing what he was talking about, the girl ran to carry out His Majesty's order. Now all the preparations were complete, and it was time for Alan to take action. He really hoped that everything would go smoothly and according to plan. 2 days later, very strange things began to happen in the capital of Laurensis. The guards on the watchtower noticed something very strange ahead. Skeletons clad in knightly armor were marching in formation toward the city gates. Deciding that this was an invasion, the guards were about to flee and sound the alarm. But Charlotte stopped them, saying that there was no reason to panic and that these were not invaders. It was the sacred parade of His Highness, the 7th Prince Alan. The people on the streets of the capital looked on in bewilderment. The 7th Prince rode down the main street toward the castle, wearing a necromancer's mask, followed by a procession of sacred undead. Some of the townspeople thought it was very bad to be present at such an event. Others, on the contrary, revered the Holy King, who carried out the will of Gaia, who had descended upon them. Holy Emperor Celt Elphos watched all this from the castle window. He felt that Alan's aura had changed greatly, and Cardinal Raphael agreed with him. The Holy Emperor reflected that even he, at his age, had not achieved such a thing. Emperor Celt Elphos immediately summoned his chief chamberlain. The latter arrived without delay to receive orders from His Majesty. The Holy Emperor ordered preparations to be made for departure to attend the hearings. There, the opinions of those gathered differed. Some considered Alan a heretic, while others admired the result of his campaign and discussed the undead and divine energy. And before the Holy Emperor appeared, the 7th Prince, accompanied by the sacred undead. All those present turned in his direction to watch the procession. Alan greeted them, saying he was glad to see them all again. The cardinal considered it a magnificent appearance of the prince, accompanied by an army of undead, radiating such powerful divine power. Raphael realized that the Holy Emperor had apparently finally made his decision. He was going to appoint the 7th Prince, Alan, as the next Holy King, but he thought that he must have really grown old, since he envied the growth of the younger generation. Stretching, Alan told Charlotte that the hearing had gone smooth, but still, something was troubling the 7th Prince, and he was restless. At the hearing, Raphael and Celt did not say a word, but the looks they gave Alan were very unkind. Since all urgent matters had been settled, Alan suggested that Charlotte take a look at the dungeon. The 7th Prince, Alan, wanted to check on his trophies. The prisoner chained to the walls of the dungeon looked quite strong. His gaze was capable of destroying more than one person, and Charlotte warned the prince not to come too close. Kasim called the 3rd Prince, Alan, a debauched prince enchanted by the chains of heretics. Charlotte was already ready to draw her sword to defend the prince's honor, but Alan stopped her. The seventh prince reminded Kasim that he had promised him something and had come to check. The seventh prince, Alan, asked Charlotte to leave them alone for a moment. She wanted to object, but the prince used all his charm. Charlotte had no choice but to comply with the third prince's request. As soon as Charlotte left, the seventh prince decided to get straight down to business. He approached Kasim and raised his hand, filled with divine power, above his head. He ordered the vampire to take care of his majesty from that day forward. Kasim did not immediately understand what he was doing, but the seventh prince explained to him that he was recruiting soldiers. The third prince, Ruffle, was sitting quietly in his cell when he suddenly heard footsteps approaching. It was the seventh prince who had come to see him and find out why the third prince had requested this meeting. Ruffle had one request for the third prince, Alan, but without even listening, Alan abruptly said he refused. However, the third prince continued, saying that the first prince, Luann, or Father White, would try to take Rose's mother's life as soon as they saw her. In tears, he begged Alan to allow him to see his mother at least once, even if only for a few seconds. But Alan replied curtly that he did not have the authority to do so. Ruffle promised to reveal the location of the imperial family's treasure, but if that wasn't enough, he was willing to say anything. Alan asked his brother to lift his head, as he understood his feelings perfectly. He asked the third prince to tell him more about this treasure. Charlotte asked if Alan really believed the information he had received from a traitor. But the seventh prince, Alan, decided that it was unlikely to be a trap. Looking at Charlotte, Alan said that even if it was a trap, she would always protect him. And Charlotte was indeed always ready to risk her life for him. The seventh prince, Alan, told Charlotte that he was going to meet with the crown princess. And at that moment, a white fog began to gather around them. While he was busy, Charlotte had to eliminate the source of the fog. It was an old vampire who had been watching the seventh prince and dreamed of destroying them all in the end. But suddenly, Charlotte appeared behind him and asked what the vampire's position in the hierarchy was. He was a ram, but Charlotte only sighed discontentedly when she heard this. She had hoped that he would at least be a count, and that it would be a good experience for her. The vampire baron was annoyed that this girl considered him nothing more than a sparring partner. But seeing what an incredible aura she possessed, he gave her the right to strike first. Entering the library, the seventh prince, Alan, saw a guest there and told her it was time to return. He also added that the third prince, Ruffle, was very worried about her. Rose was sitting at the table and invited Prince Alan to have tea with her. Rose poured herself some more tea into her mug and took a small sip. Alan decided to make it clear in advance that this place had already become his territory. Soon, he would deal with all the vampires in the vicinity of this place. Therefore, her resistance was completely pointless. The seventh prince, Alan, asked if she realized that she was now standing before him as a crown princess accused of treason. Rose sat silently, her eyes downcast, and Alan decided to ask her one question. He wanted to know why the vampires were protecting her, and Rose's answer was truly absurd. The crown princess of the country had given the vampires the wealth she had obtained by exploiting the people. She had also forced her maid to bear a child by the third prince, Ruffle. She then gave the child to the vampires in an attempt to pass on the blood of the Holy Imperial Hand to them. Alan understood that no matter how sick she was, she had now gone too far. He no longer wanted to listen to these disgusting things and told Rose that they would be sent to the Holy Empire. Suddenly, the library door flew open and White appeared in the doorway. He ran in shouting, trying to stop the third prince, Alan. Crown Prince White wanted to prevent His Majesty from arresting Rose. Charlotte reacted quickly, and in a second, her sword flashed at his throat. Charlotte asked why White was so fiercely defending a traitor. Seeing him, Rose said that since she was destined to die, she wanted the person she loved to take her life. She began to ask White to squeeze her neck as tightly as he loved her and slowly take her life. Rose wanted him to remember her every second and to be with her at least in this way. But Crown Prince White now looked at her with pity and remained silent. She was not the Rose he knew and loved before, for she had gone mad. He told Alan that he had made a mistake and asked him to take this criminal away. Driven even more mad, Rose began to scream that he couldn't do that because he had taken Ruffle's life and couldn't abandon them like that. The seventh prince came to the third Prince Ruffle's cell once again. Looking at him, he said that he had become even more emaciated. Alan informed him that his sentence would be carried out tomorrow. The third prince, Ruffle, understood that now everything would definitely be over. Alan asked his brother how he felt, but he was unable to answer the question. Alan would no longer be able to hear him, no matter what he said. So he wanted to give him one last gift, even though it was illegal. The third prince, Ruffle, looked up at him in complete bewilderment. He began to sob, tears of happiness streaming down his face at the miracle he had witnessed. For his mother was standing before him, and he stretched out his trembling hands to her. He couldn't believe that he was able to see her before his death. He regretted everything and asked her to forgive him. His mother always looked not at him, but at his dead brother. And even in this last moment before his death, she did not look at him, which was a little hurtful. The sharp blade of the raised guillotine glinted brightly in the morning sun. But even at that moment, Rose continued to think only of the second prince. The third prince rushed to her, but it was too late, and the sentence was carried out. Next, Prince Ruffle was to be executed. He had been sentenced to the highest punishment, but by the mercy of the Holy Emperor, he was pardoned. He woke up in a cart that was taking him away from the Holy Empire. Ruffle had to thank the prince for the rest of his life, because he had risked a lot to save him, and asked to convey the message that his brother should now live his own life, and that this was his last gift. Ruffle could not hold back his tears, and cried heavily for the rest of the journey. Emperor Kelt Elphos sat on his throne and coughed loudly. At that moment, the seventh prince, Alan Elphos, entered the reception hall. The Holy Emperor greeted him joyfully, asking what had brought his beloved grandson to him. Bowing, the seventh prince Alan said that he had come to him with a request. The emperor was delighted that he had finally decided to inherit the throne, but Raphael interrupted him, saying that it was too early. The emperor offered his place to his own grandson, and did not understand why Raphael continued to interfere. But the seventh prince, Alan, went to ask the Holy Emperor for leave. He was thinking of going on a trip for a month and a half. After thinking about it, the emperor decided that he probably hadn't had a chance to rest lately. But he was a little disappointed that Alan had come to him just for that. The emperor replied that he didn't need permission for something like that, and that he could just go. But he decided to ask if Alan already knew where he wanted to go on this trip. Smiling, Alan replied that there was a city he would like to visit, and that place was none other than the magical kingdom of Iran. Somewhere in the dungeons of Iran, everything was ready for a terrible ritual. The people gathered there praised Amen, and the eldest among them commanded the ritual to begin. But at that moment, Alice appeared behind him like a bolt from the blue. Everyone gathered there was shocked and did not understand who she was or where she came from. But Alice used the holy power she had been given against them. She bound them all as if with steel chains so that they could not move. The next moment, Prince Alan and the alchemist Hans appeared in the dungeon. Alice did not understand where Charlotte had gone and why she had to deal with all this. But Prince Alan replied that this was a good opportunity for Alice, and she no longer needed to hide the fact that she was truly a saint. She realized that the seventh prince, Alan, knew something that no one else in the Holy Empire knew. But the only one who can recognize a saint is another saint. Not long ago, they all went to a small village in Iran, but they didn't have enough information about this place. And the seventh prince, Alan, didn't know where to start. Then Alice said she knew a good place to find out more. She knew that most information passed through the guild at least once. But there was a small problem with contacting the guild, because the story of the second prince of the Holy Empire conspiring with vampires had been made public. And the same prince was also behind the incident with the Aslan Empire. So it turned out that they had become quite famous and couldn't just contact the guild. But then the alchemist Hans had an interesting idea about this, and putting it into practice, they turned to the administrator at one of the guild branches. A knight clad in full plate armor entered the guild and introduced himself as Alan Lupus. He was wearing magical equipment that attracted a lot of attention. The administrator asked him what his purpose was for coming to the guild branch. The seventh prince, Alan, replied that he would like to register and seek adventure. The girl behind the counter asked him to fill out a registration form. The head of the guild branch asked if he had a noble title, and Alan hesitated, but said that his family had fallen. However, for a fallen house, his equipment was quite impressive. Alan replied that although his family had fallen, it did not mean that he had no money. The guild leader asked where he had come from, and Alan replied that he was from the Kingdom of Rum. Looking behind Alan, the guild leader asked if his companions were also going to register. Alan replied that they would, and they began the registration process at the tree rank. The young Alice's beauty drove all the men present in the guild office crazy. Alice did not like such attention and wanted to leave as soon as possible. The alchemist Hans asked Alan's third prince how everything went and if it was successful. Alan replied that everything went well and he received the wood rank. They decided to get serious, and after a few days, everyone was talking about them. There were rumors that they had caught a minotaur and a double ogre, and that a girl following him was supposedly the princess of the kingdom of Eton. This was not surprising, as she looked so unusual, and it seemed that it was time for a hero to be born. They ate the best food and drank the best drinks in local taverns. They thoroughly enjoyed the results of their hard work. Alice asked Alan when the next request would begin,
But the seventh prince, Alan, suggested that you take a little break and enjoy life. Alice understood that life in the palace was quite suffocating for him. On the way here, young Alice took care of the seventh prince's safety as best she could. The seventh prince, Alan, suggested that they do nothing that could spoil their mood. Suddenly, a knight entered the tavern and addressed Prince Alan by name. He asked him to give him a couple of minutes and talk to him. Using magic, the seventh prince, Alan, was able to find out that he was a paladin's apprentice. He asked him to state the purpose of his visit, and the man handed him a scroll. The scroll turned out to be a decree from the royal family of Iran, which he was supposed to deliver. His name was Adolf. He was from the kingdom and had been hired by the royal family to investigate. But in reality, he had been imprisoned in a labor camp for 1 year in the northern part of the kingdom. He was imprisoned for stealing bread, after which new charges were brought against him, and everything only got worse. But there was one wonderful benefactor whom he met by chance. Clutching his head, the seventh prince, Alan, could not believe what this Adolf was saying. This remarkable man was truly amazing, holding a shovel and a rake in both hands. He swept away all the undead indiscriminately that crossed his path. This moment still remained a vivid memory for Adolf. Recalling these moments, he could not contain his emotions and even cried. Apologizing for interrupting, the seventh prince, Alan, asked the guest to move on to the main question. But before they could finish talking, a strange vibration suddenly began to spread everywhere, and above the castle of Iran, a powerful explosion of magical power thundered, illuminating everything around it with its light.